This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to a big day of action on the European Cricket Network. It is the last day of Group A action. It means that 4 teams will go forward to the quarter-final stages, but it means we also say goodbye to one. I'm Rico Full, you're watching European Cricket, and we are on tour here in England, Wimbledon. It's great to be back in England. Remember, rumour has it that it's here in England in the 13th century that cricket first started. By sheep farmers, would you believe, shepherds in a field in Sussex. They used their crooks as bats and the sheep pen as the wickets. The game has moved on a long way since then, and as we're seeing here at this superb ground at Rains Park, some of the cricket has been absolutely outstanding, and I think today, the last day of Group A action, is going to be a thriller. We're going to start with Banstad, who are taking on Twickenham. These two teams are at the opposite ends of the table. Banstad, they are 4 points behind the leaders, but they have 3 matches to play here today, so they know if they have a good day, they can finish at the top of the standings. Twickenham, on the other hand, things haven't gone so well for them. They are at the wrong end of the table, but they also know that if they can get a win in this match, they will jump from 5th to 3rd spot. Very big match coming up. I can tell you the news from the coin toss. Twickenham, their captain Carlos Nunes, who's been in great form, has won the toss and decided to put Banstad in to have a bat. Now look, that sounds a little bit worrying to me, because the last time these two teams met, Banstad did bat first. They put 212 runs on the board and they bowled out Twickenham for just 77. So it's a bit of a risky call there from the captain of Twickenham. Let's take a look at the two sides with a little bit of detail. Now on day one, Banstad, they were unstoppable. They won both their matches and they had players in good form. Hawal Wassam, what about this guy? He scores a century, 120 odd, then he scores 78. He was unstoppable on day one. And then also we had a double hat-trick from Arslan Abbas. He took 5 for 12. It was quite incredible. But on day two, their fortunes did change. They lost the first 2 matches, but they did finish with a win against Weybridge. And it was someone like Luke Pearson-Taylor who was in very good form for them on that day. He scored over 200 runs. So they've got players that are in and out of form, and also somebody to watch out for them is somebody like Ayush Patel. He could be pretty key for them. On the other side, Twickenham, they're relying heavily on their captain, Carlos Nunes. Once again picked up a couple of player of the match performances yesterday with 2 half centuries. But I do feel that somebody like Blake van der Linde is going to be pretty key for them as well. So it's going to be a really interesting and exciting match first up with everything to play for. Tina Goff is back in the commentary position today. I know Tina was playing a little bit of cricket herself with the MCC. I'm sure she was tucking in to those cheese and cucumber sandwiches, and we are in England, and I'm sure there was plenty of cups of tea there as well. Tina, good to have you back. Let's get ready for the very first ball.
Thanks very much, Rico. Yes, still recovering from those sandwiches at the MCC yesterday. But speaking of yesterday, there were some good games here in Wimbledon, 5 of them which have set up a tantalising end to Group A here. First one, match 11, Spencer against East Molesey, and it was Spencer that just kept at bay East Molesey by 10 runs. Jens Wagstaff top scoring for Spencer. Luca Woods, the Serbian international, top scored for East Molesey, but wasn't enough to get them over the line in the end. Falling just agonisingly short, Archie Horton continues to be impressive with the ball, picking up 3 wickets. Into match 12 then, it was this double header for Spencer. This time Twickenham got the better of them, chasing down the 149 in the last over, only just relatively comfortable thanks to a half century from the skipper Carlos Nunes of Twickenham, who of course we will see in action in just a few moments time. Blake van der Linde continues to be in the wickets. He's one to look out for surely going into the final day of Group A. Unlucky for some, match 13, and it was unlucky for East Molesey as they were skittled for 100 in the 9th over, and should have really been an easy chase for Weybridge. They made pretty heavy work of it, got there, sneaked over the line, but it took them into the 10th over. It was really the bowlers that dominated match 13. Luke Golding taking a 4 for, Archie Houghton again with a 3 for. He's surely near the top of those wicket-taking charts. On to match 14 then, and it was the contest between Twickenham and Weybridge. On this occasion, Twickenham 130 runs, probably about 20 short of where they should have been. Neville Talbot, 62 not out for him. In response, Weybridge got there relatively comfortably. It was a team effort with no one scoring above 40, but Nathan Robinson and captain Brent Kay both getting the runs. Brent in particular, 37 not out of just 11 balls, which got his side over the line. Final match of the day then, Twickenham returned, and it was East Molesey who got the better of them on this occasion, and Twickenham putting runs on the board once more. Carlos Nunes continued to have a good day with the bat, 85 runs to his name. Wasn't enough though, as East Molesey chased down the total with relative ease with 9 balls to spare thanks to an unbeaten 48 from Tom Cullen. But that all means that going into the final day of Group A, it's all still to play for. Every side, apart from East Molesey, have games to play. East Molesey will be at home watching nervously because it could still be the case that they could get overhauled. Remember, it's the top 4 teams that go through. Certainly a big day for Twickenham. They play the opening 2 games and they cannot afford to drop points. First one against Banstead. As Rico said at the intro, Twickenham, they've won the toss, decided to bowl. Carlos Nunes backing his bowlers here against a Banstead lineup that have been, well, let's say hit and miss with the bat. If we take a look at the lineups, Jacob Gordon, Arish Waval, Ollie Lee and Nikhil Date come in for Banstead. Interesting then that the Centurion Harrowell from the first day is not in the side. As for Twickenham, Teddy Fleming, Mohamed Ahmad and Upan Shantu, the Portuguese international, come in. Shantu in particular, surely he is a brilliant addition with the ball. Maybe that swayed Carlos's decision as well to go into the field with Twickenham because he does have reinforcements now with ball in hand. Teddy Fleming, he is useful with bat and ball, and the likes of Mohamed Ahmed, he's got the gloves as well. So Twickenham, again, they're ringing the changes, and they'll hope that on this occasion the changes work for them because they don't really have too much time to spare here. 2 games left, time is running out for them. In reality, they probably need to win both. They certainly need to pick up points in this first game to give themselves any chance because, of course, every team apart from East Molesey at the top are playing games, so they'll all be taking points off one another. It's sure to be an exciting final day of Group A, with Banstead, of course, having the long old shift as well. They've only played 5 games so far. They're sitting pretty in second, so you'd say they're relatively safe to go through, but they'll certainly want to go as high up the table as possible. So they're playing games 1, 3 and 5 today. Weybridge will see in the final 2 games of the day. That'll be an interesting one for them as well, because going into those final 2 games, they'll know what they need to do to get themselves into quarterfinals day next Thursday. Taking a quick look then at the who will win, and well, we're in the Goldilocks zone, you'd say, especially with the changes being rung by the sides throughout this Group A. It's really a case of everyone can beat everyone, and that's exactly what we love to see on the European Cricket Network. So the two openers for the men in purple going out there. Looks like it'll be Jacob Gordon to face up the first delivery. Straight into the lineup and straight into the bowling. Shantu marking out his run up there. He's certainly someone who exploded onto the scene on the European Cricket Network as he put in great work for Portugal over at the Santarém Cricket Ground earlier this year in those internationals against Norway. Left-hander, he's got some pace about him. Excited to see him early up on this slightly overcast Thursday morning. And the non-strikers end for Banstead is Ayush Patel as we go into the first ball, and it's clubbed into the covers for no run. Shantu, I know he was a bit under the weather yesterday, that's why he didn't make an appearance, his first appearance in this series yesterday, but he's up and firing here. Carlos Nunes, the Twickenham skipper, giving him a few words of advice. This is the kind of start that we were expecting to see from Shantu. And he played earlier in the year for Portugal. He was always a bowler that could be relied on for the hosts. As for Banstead then, they've rung the changes as well. Arslan Abbas, he had a brilliant first day, didn't he? Picking up 4 in 4. The double hat-trick, the quad-trick, whatever you want to call it. But since then, he still bowled well, but it's hard to live up to that first day. Crunched away. There's the first Maximo of the innings, and it's off the bat of Ayush Patel. He's someone who had a better second day than first. And Banstead really have been victims of the roller coaster of the European Cricket Network. They won the first 2 games on day one with such dominance that we thought they might even go unbeaten, but, well, we knew better because, of course, every day is a new day on the network. And having brushed aside Twickenham by 135 runs in game 1, then won the second one by 10 wickets, they come back on day 2 and lose both of their games. So they know already about the highs and lows of cricket on the European Cricket Network. Someone else who knows about all of those highs and lows, Rico Full, is joining me in the commentary box as Shantu runs in, steams in again, and this one is going to get a bit of luck on that occasion as Ayush Patel as it goes through for a single. Rico, lovely to be back in the box with you.
It's great to have you back as well. Very good morning to all of our viewers around the world. I can see a number of people already in the chat. Hello to Rob Thompson and everyone that's tuning in from fan code. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, abawan vanakam, as also the Spanish squad are starting to gently make their way in as well. On a fairly cloudy day here in Wimbledon. We have had a few showers this morning. Look, talking about the weather, I mean, we are in England, so of course we do expect a few showers, but hopefully they're not going to cause too many disruptions to the day. It's only a forecast, as we like to say. I hope you're well. I know that you could be a little bit tired today. I know you were captaining the MCC yesterday in a win, I do believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Sneaked in the win.
Oh, that one hasn't missed by much. It's one of those that I was saying to Vinny yesterday, Tina, every so often there's the occasional delivery which doesn't come up as much as you expect it to do so, and I think that is a good example of it.
Yeah, the bat comes off the hand there because I think he knows that if that was straight, he was a goner. Taking a look at some of the stats, we get to the end of the first over. 9 for no loss. Banstead sneaking ever closer to 4,000 runs for this series. Run rate, the average score here, just under 150. And that Maximo rate, as expected, pretty high here. We've got some big hitters over in England, but still, there's stuff out there for the bowlers. Over 150 wickets so far. We've had a few all-outs, so it certainly hasn't been a one-sided contest.
No, definitely not. So, by the time this match gets to its halfway point, we'll be well over those 4,000 runs. Average batting first, 140. Highest was 212. That was in this contest on day one, the very first. Now, that doesn't look very good. That doesn't look good at all. And Callum Watson, who's probably one of the key bowlers, he's bowled very well. He just pulls up there now. He's felt something. I don't know what it is. We'll have to look at it again, see if we can see anything. Does he twist his ankle, or is it just a muscular strain? Wonder if we can see this one more time as he runs in, but he doesn't look comfortable there, does he? Let's just see this one more time. So as he comes running in, let's see here. Oh, there, yeah, there you go. You see exactly what it was. That ankle sort of almost rolls over. Ooh, yeah, that makes you... Tina, that's not what you want to see after you've had a full English breakfast.
I winced when that one went down in slow motion, because it's one of those where you're bowling in, you've got to trust that your feet will land where they should land. And I don't know if it was a slip or just a bit of a misalignment. Let's take a look again. Yeah, he's very kind of almost diagonal as he lands. Obviously, he wants his ankle to go inwards on that occasion. Goes outwards, he slips there, you can see it.
Yeah.
And it's wet out there. It's been raining this morning. It's dry now. I know the forecast isn't ideal for today, and well, that certainly shows. Poor Callum there. He's been such a brilliant bowler for Twickenham as well, and he's hobbling off. So hopefully it's just a roll. It's one of those where the shock at the start is often the most painful thing, but it's the right decision to get him off. Hopefully get some ice on it, and hopefully see him back in this series still.
Yeah, that's the one player you don't want to lose. Callum Watson, I really was impressed with his bowling yesterday. First time I saw him, he was, as you saw there, he charges in, he gives it 110%, but on that occasion, I think, once again, as I did say, there has been, though the pitch has been covered, the covers came off after the rain, but still, there's always a little bit of moisture that gets taken onto the pitch from the grass, from the outfield. Maybe just a slight slide. You saw that before he went into his stride. So let's just hope that he's just going to sit down, get some ice on that, some of the old magic spray, and he's going to be fit to resume pretty soon. So it looks like the captain is going to take the ball instead. So this is Carlos, who's been in great form himself. Carlos Nunes, more with the bat than with the ball, it has to be said, but he is a very good all-rounder, the Portuguese captain. So it's going to be, well, the two Portuguese that are going to be opening the bowling.
I was having a chat to Carlos in the stationary traffic this morning.
Well, he could get a wicket here straight away. Well, this could work out beautifully for them. Oh, the fielder just couldn't get there, and he's going to go to the boundary for 4 runs. That's Teddy Fleming. Well, Fleming had the chance, and maybe if he took this catch, it would have been the cricketing gods are looking after us after the bowling change was enforced. But he has his chances, can't hold on to it, and worst case is the ball also goes over the boundary for 4.
Frustrating one there for Carlos.
All right, another chance. Well, Fleming can redeem himself. It's gone to the moon and back. And he puts this one down as well. Oh dear, it's a morning to forget. And this also goes for 4. Oh, spare a thought for that man, Fleming. And also for the bowler, Carlos. I mean, this one went a long way up. It really did. Goes high into the clouds as it comes back down. And Jacob Gordon, well, I tell you what, he's having some luck this morning. 2 chances, both have gone down, both of them to Fleming.
It's not what you want. 2 high balls early on. It's pretty chilly out there. It's a bit wet. The ball's coming down with snow on top. You're tested twice. And when you drop the one, you don't want the next one to come to you. He isn't able to make amends, and well, double trouble, triple trouble here. Scored and absolutely smokes that one. So almost going to say good morning to the production crew. I was going to say that I spoke to Carlos this morning, and he was saying, well, I shouldn't really be bowling. There's enough bowlers in the team. He got up in Shantu, and he's probably pleased about that. And then, as luck would have it, that happens. And ball number 3 or ball number 2, he has to come in and bowl. Probably should have got 1 wicket. Might have got 2, ends up getting smashed for 6.
Yeah, he had the same thing yesterday, when he was bowling. He bowled 1 over. There was 2 chances dropped off it. And, he wasn't having too much luck. Well, this one is going to get over the fielder. Will it bounce over the boundary? Yeah, it will. It has a rapid forward spin on it. It goes for 4. And there's nothing that Neville Talbot could do about that. Jacob Gordon, well, he's probably thinking, well, today's got to be my day. He's given 2 chances. Neither one of them has been taken. And even that one's not out the middle. He's swinging hard, and at the moment, things going his way. That's worked away. That's also going to get past the fielder. It's an impressive dive there from Fleming. But that one was past him like a flash. 4 more. And Carlos, well, the body language seems to tell you the story, saying, well, there's nothing that's going to go my way today. Tremendous effort there from Fleming on this occasion, but not able to stop it as the ball crunches in to the European Cricket Network banner.
Maybe that was a sign when we both got stuck in traffic. Carlos should have known at that point.
A U-turn.
Today is not the day.
That smashed, and too far for me. And Paulo, well, he saves it going into the bushes. Well done, Paulo. Good job there. Paulo, what's he got in his other hand there? But well, he's bringing the ice there for the poor bowler that's obviously twisted for Callum. Ice in one hand. Well, that's Paulo. He's ice cool, isn't he? He's the ice man, is Paulo. Makes a stop. This is the way the standings look. That over, by the way, goes magical. 26 come from it. Every ball goes to the boundary, but that doesn't tell you the right story. He should have quite easily have had not 1 but 2 wickets.
Yeah, frustrating start there for the skipper of Twickenham. Oh, it's an expensive over as well, not only with the runs, but also with the injury to Callum Watson. Could have gone so much better had Callum Watson stayed on, or had they taken either of those 2 catches. As it is, though, every single ball goes to the rope as they bring on Gurukbal Singh with a bit of left arm around to try and slow things down here for Banstead.
Yeah, Gurukbal Singh, we bowled well yesterday. His first over he bowled, we thought he was trying to push the ball through a bit more, but he held it back a bit and he was successful. So let's see how he goes. Changing the pace. Bowling to Ayush Patel. Patel doesn't quite get this out of the middle, and it's well saved on the boundary there by Patrick Dixon. Well, we are in England, and of course English breakfast is world famous. The full English includes bacon, eggs, sausage, beans, toast, tomato, mushrooms, and maybe black pudding, which varies slightly depending what region you're from. I didn't see you at breakfast this morning, by the way. It was too many sandwiches yesterday.
I was at the gym, Rico.
The gym? There is no gym. Did you go across the road?
I did go across the road.
You're so good. I did think to myself when I was tucking into my continental breakfast, my croissant and my yogurt, I thought, there's no tea in it. She's probably having a run somewhere.
My breakfast policy is see no evil. If I don't see the breakfast, then it's not there to be eaten.
I must admit, I quite agree with that as Singh comes in again, bowling to Patel, who uses his feet well, but there'll just be a single here as that stop there by Neville. I must admit, when I go down to breakfast, here is one of those things, if you want the full English, which looks pretty decent, you have to pay a little extra. It's only a couple of euros, or pounds, sorry. But I make the point of not looking. Because if I see the sausages, bacon, and all of those things up there, I'll think, oh, I've got to go on, just £2 is nothing, go and have some. But I won't. I was good. I had me 1 croissant this morning and I had me yogurt with berries. That'll do me.
Exemplary behaviour from you,
Yeah,
Rico.
I'm being good. Mind you, I was good last night, so I only had a Caesar salad. I behaved myself. Not like Vinny. I can. Oh, my word.
That man can eat.
My word, can he eat? Vinny, well, Vinny's probably still snoring away in bed right now. Mind you, I'm sure he'll make it in time for breakfast.
So we turned up at when you all were having dinner, and Vinny was the only one with food in front of him, and he was having a sausage roll. And am I right in understanding the sausage roll was the dessert?
The sausage roll was a dessert. Before that, there was wings polished off, there was fish and chips polished off, and a few other things. And I thought he was ordering dessert, but in the end, as you said, there was some scampi and some sausage rolls that turned up. So. And maybe he did have dessert afterwards. Who knows? But the boy Kenny, he's a growing lad.
He is.
He's a growing lad. But Vinny is one of those. Now, in fairness to Vinny, if he knows he's going out in an evening, he'll basically not eat a whole thing all day. And I'm pretty sure that's what he did yesterday. And, I can't remember him tucking into any lunch. 40 with that loss. That's the end of the power play. Not a bad over there at all from Gurukbal Singh. After, it's quite extraordinary. These are the things you only see on the network. He's going to get over the fielder and it will go to the boundary. What I was going to say, how about that? Carlos Lewis is over. Every ball went to the boundary. It went for 26. Gurukbal Singh, every ball apart from one was a single and one dot. It's just strange. It's crazy. It's only the sort of things you see in European cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Carlos Nunez can consider himself a little unlucky. 2 of those probably shouldn't have gone to the boundary.
Correct.
Probably should have been W's instead.
Mackenzie. So what Carlos has done here, after seeing how Gurukpal Singh, how they didn't really get hold of the slow stuff, they've stuck to the slow bowling. And Angus Mackenzie also, he partnered Gurukpal Singh very well yesterday. So he gets the ball, the left armour. It's a nice length he's bowling here at the moment. These 2 batters, they're quite happy just to go tiki-taka for the moment, waiting for the ball to launch. Though I get the feeling here that after going a number of deliveries without a boundary, they'll be looking to go here now. It's not a good delivery. He leaves that, genuine leave. Decides it's not worth going for. There is a fielder around the corner, and we have seen several catches taken in that position on the fine, kind of a wide fine leg on the 45. And, well, the old back of the hand arm ball that time. Bit short, but couldn't get it away. You can see a bit of frustration creeping in both these batters. They're frustrated that they're not able to get the slower bowlers away. Just the one boundary in this over, which was more luck than anything else right at the beginning of it. It's a good comeback this from Twickenham. Well, gets him reaching for it, but he still clobbers this for a big 6. Bolle, 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 kinna sona. Liking this little challenge between the batter and the bowler. Angus goes a little bit wider. He knows Jacob Gordon is going to come after him, but Gordon still gets there. It's could be the cricket this. Pushes it wider. Gordon does come out of his crease, but he keeps an eye on it, and even though that's pretty wide or that off stump, he gets enough muscle on it to get it over the boundary.
It was a big old reach, wasn't it? It was almost a hockey shot as he slaps it down the ground. Manages to get enough power on it, though.
Yeah, it's a good delivery again. This time it gets played out to the offside. Fielding gets done there by, I think that's Hamish Johnston who's out there. End of the over, not a bad one at all. A couple of boundaries from it. And goes just for the 15. And the score at the end of 4 overs, 55. So both teams, I think, will be relatively pleased. I suppose the happier team at the moment will be Banstead. They haven't lost a wicket. They've still got the likes of Luke Pearson-Taylor coming out. I still can't get over how well he batted on day 2. It's quite incredible. His scores were 61 and 80 not out and a 66. Exceptional batting from him. But having said that, they only won one of those matches, one of the 3 on day 2.
It's been a weird one for Banstead. They've had such outstanding individual performances, but it's almost like they've taken it in turns. They've never quite clicked all as a team. Even on that 215, that was because, there's another one that...
Payback time, Carlos. Oh dear, Carlos says, well, you know who's bowling here is the young man, Teddy Fleming, who had 2 opportunities to take catches. He comes on the bowl, and would you believe, you couldn't write this stuff. The man who's probably one of the safest men on the field, on the outfield, is the captain, Nunes. And that one gets through him. 4 runs. Okay, now, Edge, where's this going to land? Would you believe it? It's that sort of day at the moment here for Twickenham. Just bounces before the boundary rope and goes for 4 runs. Nothing going the way of Twickenham at the moment. Just get the feeling here, Tina, it's one of those innings where once a wicket comes, there could be a flood of them. Yeah,
they just need to stick in here at Twickenham. They've not had luck on their side. They've not really had the fielding efforts on their side either. They just keep plugging away. They've only really been kept in this game by the fact that Banstead haven't looked particularly fluid, but Jacob Gordon, 45 off 17.
Oh, that's a wild swing, which probably only just misses the top of the middle and legs stump. Wild swing, he gets lucky. We saw several batters get out in the 40s yesterday. 47 seemed to be the number that most were perishing for. All right, this is now opportunity for Patel. He knows he's got to get a move on here. 9 balls for 16. Other batters to come. I think he'll be looking for a big shot here. It's all or nothing, I think, from Ayush. Well bowled. Very good delivery. And I think this is where you know the batter wants to go after you. You know the batter's under pressure to play some big shots. And he just puts it right up there, nice and full. To pick up, and fielder is there, but he's going to go over him. There's going to be 6 runs. Good shot. Solid strike from Ayush Patel. This time he holds his position. His body nice and upright, nice and still. And pulls off a lovely shot. Well executed. Lovely hit. Good pick up. Slog sweep for 6. And now he goes over the offside. Another nice shot. Gets the elevation right. 4 more. End of the over. Teddy Fleming will go for 19. Off he's over, and the score moves nicely at the halfway point to 74 without loss. It's a good opportunity for myself and Tina to say good morning Britain. How are you all today? Nice to have Tina back. So come on, I want to hear a little bit more about your captaincy yesterday.
Well, it was very much kind of backseat captaincy. We had 12. I didn't realise we had 12, so I was like, okay, I'll bat 11. I'll let everyone else go and have a bat. Then someone turned up late, and I was like, oh no, we're now 12. Okay, I'll bat 12th. So
What do you mean bat 12? Hang on a minute.
I didn't bat.
Hang on a minute. Bat 12? What rules do you play? In the air. Could be an opportunity. Can anyone get there? No, they can't. It's that sort of day for Twickenham. 12?
So we batted with 11, we bowled with 12. So on the score sheet, well, I don't think I even made it onto the score sheet as a batter. And the problem is, so with the MCC, you have these probationary members. So for the first 3 years, you're basically on trial.
All right.
And during that time, you have to, of course, embody the spirit of cricket, be a good teammate. This one's going to be a good 6 as it goes all the way over, long on. And Ayush Patel now working up the gears, and it's the Rains Park Junior 11 out here early on this Thursday morning doing the fielding. So in those 3 years, you've got to show that you can bat or bowl, funnily enough, or wicket keep. So you have to try and give these players who aren't yet full members of the MCC opportunities to play. And of the 12 players, 10 of them were probationary candidates. So that meant I had to somehow ensure in one 20-over game that everyone had some kind of opportunity. No one's going to have an opportunity to catch that one as that goes clubbed away, back-to-back 6s this time, just dragged a little short from Angus McKenzie.
Yeah, they're not quite on that 212 score that they put on the board against the same opposition when they played in match number 1 of this series, but this partnership is looking good. It's certainly 160, I would say, at the moment, unless they can get a breakthrough. McKenzie being attacked here now, the spinner. It's another one that will beat the fielder, I believe. And goes for 6. 6 signalled by the fielder. 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras más. And Ayush Patel, well, these two now battling to see who's going to get to the half century first. Ayush moves into the 40s now. With that one, he's on 44. And Jacob Gordon on 46. Yeah, you mentioned that probationary period. Well, Vinny, as he was trying on your jacket yesterday, that caused a bit of a stir, Caused a bit of a stir. People were talking. He did come and say, I think I'll be playing. I want to play. I put my word in there. They are looking for a wicket-keeper. Oh, well, talking to wicket-keeper, right on cue. Thank you very much. There's the first wicket. Ayush Patel in the 40s will go for 44 of 16. So well done to Angus McKenzie. And with the score on 93, the first wicket does fall. We'll have a look at this again, but nice tidy work there from Mohammed Ahmed. And was never in the chance of getting in. So Patel does go, but plenty of batting still to come. Yeah, and Vinny was saying that, he's been told about this probationary period. When he mentioned 3 years, I just said, Vinny, no chance. There is no way. If it was 6 months, he may have made it. But 3 years, nah, it ain't going to happen, is it?
No, I don't think so. But, a man can dream. I don't think he's managed... You have to play 9 games in that 3 years. I don't think he's managed 9 games in the last decade, let alone in the last 3 years or in the next 3 years.
I think he just liked the blazer.
Yeah.
He liked the blazer and thought,
I had to check the back of that blazer. There wasn't any tears in it from him.
I saw those buttons popping. Mind you, you're lucky. Okay, this could be another. What did I say? There could be a flood of wickets. Oh, it's just in the gap of the two. And Gurikbal Singh just can't get there. So Luke Pearson-Taylor starts with the boundary. That's the end of the over. There was a wicket that would fall in it. But at the same time, it also did go for 23. Scored 97 for 1 after 6. Yeah, I was going to say, it's a good job he tried the jacket on before he went to dinner.
You'd have to have stitched him out of it otherwise. But it was a good day, and we ended up winning by 5 runs. And as a captain of the MCC, when you play a game, you're actually judged on how competitive the game is. So what you don't want to do is score 250 and bowl them out for 50.
Yeah.
So I was actually very pleased. It went down to the final over, and we just about squeezed in the win.
Where did you play, by the way?
It was Ampthill Town, as that one's whipped away. It's down leg side. Hamish Johnson, the new bowler, and it's an easy 4 for Jacob Gordon, which brings up his half century. 20 balls to get there. And it's been a nice effort from him. The first few overs were a bit scratchy, but he gets there, gets a round of applause from LPT at the non-striker's end as well.
Well, I've got to say, if he didn't get the 50 today, he's never going to get one after being dropped on 1 and 5 of consecutive balls of Carlos. Carlos is right in front of us. He knows it. Carlos knows he should have had him. But he's moved on now to get past the 50. And he's looking to muscle a few more as well. That's a good hit. Solid strike. Hit flat and hard. Goes all the way. Seis carreras más. And Gordon looking now to really get the acceleration in.
Well, I know you guys were talking about sandwiches yesterday. And we had the classic afternoon tea with the 3 tiers of plates and the little cakes on top. There was little biscuits in the shape of cricket bats. It was beautiful. And then we played another 20 overs. That was in between the innings.
Yeah.
We had another kind of, hour 20 of hard work. And then we had a barbecue. This is why Vinny wants to join the MCC, by the way.
Of course. He wouldn't be able to move, though. Can you imagine? You said you got to play at least 9 matches. Well, I tell you what. During those 9 matches, he would have put on a few kilos, that's for sure. Talking about putting on things, well, we're putting on 6s and 4s at the moment because there's boundaries galore. There's Jacob Gordon, after bringing up his half century, he's really taken a liking here to Hamish Johnston. 4, 6, and that's another 6, as Hansted really now looking to make sure they get past that. I mean, we were saying yesterday, myself and Vinny, 150s, yeah, will win your games, but not all games. You've got to be looking to go bigger. 165 plus, and that's exactly what Banstead are trying to do here. Johnston down the leg side, and that will also sail away. Bolle, quinta zona. 6 carreras más. Eso es una grandísimo. Eso golpe es más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras más. Hey, where are these biscuits then? How can you talk about biscuits the shape of cricket bats, which I would absolutely love, and not bring me one?
I mean, I didn't even have one myself. They were snapped up so quickly.
Everybody believes you, Tina. Everybody. Come on the chat. Do we believe, Tina, that she didn't have one of those biscuits? And I bet you did.
I didn't have a biscuit. I had multiple cakes. There was homemade scones, clotted cream and jam, and that one's been jammed over long on. Another big 6 runs, and Jacob Gordon is looking ominous here. There's already 28 runs off this Hamish Johnson over. 1 ball still to come.
Yeah, well, Monty doesn't believe you. Monty, we don't believe Tina. Who else is in there at the moment? Ash is in there. Hello, Ash at Save Derek. And Rob Thompson, hello to Rob. Yeah, we don't believe you. But the cakes, yeah. Oof. Talk to me about the cake. Come on, tell me. What's your favourite cake, by the way?
Oh, probably a chocolate fudge cake.
Okay.
I think, yeah. Go classic. What about you?
Me, I'd like a nice coffee and walnut.
Oh, yeah.
And I went to one of the supermarkets around here, and I knew they'd have it, and they did. So I've got one sitting in my room, which I think I'll open up at the weekend. I'm going to be good until the weekend. The weekend to go bad. Alex, what's your favourite? Alex, of course, our producer. What's your favourite cake, Alex? Oh, he's thinking about it.
Lemon drizzle. Ooh, yeah.
Lemon drizzle. Anything lemon. Yeah, I don't mind that. Lemon. A nice lemon meringue pie as well. Last day, as I said, of Group A. And that means that tomorrow, Group B will be in action on, of course, here at Rains Park. So what we got there, London County Cricket, Wimbledon, Guildford, and we've got Pinnacle Pro, who of course they played in Hornchurch, didn't they? And Creative Sports 11.
Yeah, they did indeed. CFS, good to see them again for the second time in England, but also good to see some new teams in there as well. Wimbledon, of course, the hosts. They've had the benefit of watching the carnage unfold this week so far, but it'll be interesting because tomorrow is a bit of a sneak preview, isn't it? We have one day of Group B, then we have a couple of days off over the weekend, and then we get down to the real nitty-gritty next week. Just starting to drizzle here. I think you can call it mizzle, can't you? It's kind of this wet rain where actually it just feels like the clouds are sitting on top of us rather than actual proper downpour. Hopefully it just stays like this. It's Upanchantu, the Portuguese international, coming in to bowl the 8th. Just went for 8 off his first over.
And, well, he'll go for 6 at the start as this one is whacked away. You can see that that part of the ground. Yesterday we had a lot of the Spanish squad in there. Maybe the damp weather's putting them off getting here pretty early. I know the likes of Jules and Sarah and Dave will eventually make their way over here. I think I did see Ian Smullen. Ian Smullen was here. In fact, I do see Dave. Dave has arrived. Good morning, Dave. And good morning to Ian, who are out there as well. But yeah, not the best of days so far. It's a little bit damp, little bit of drizzle now around, which makes it harder for the bowlers as well. That's been hit, and that's a great catch. Absolutely outstanding. And that's going to be the end of Jacob Gordon, who will fall on 81. Well, he falls as the falling fielder. That's Patrick Dixon pulls off a sensational grab. So Upanchantu takes the second wicket, and it's a good wicket to get because you just thought there, Jacob Gordon, once he brought his 50 up, he was looking pretty dangerous. He was going after everything, and that was a great catch. Absolute brilliant. They're the hardest ones I still feel, Tina, to take when you're running in from the boundary and the ball's dipping on you. Yeah,
absolutely. And he's going to his left side, which is presumably his weaker side as well. And of the catches and opportunities we've seen so far this morning, that was certainly the most difficult of them. But he takes it at a good time, just as Banstead were threatening to get away from Twickenham here. Tumbles away to his left, takes it. And that's the end of what was still a brilliant innings from Jacob Gordon, 81 off 27. We'll have to say, though, he got assisted by those 2 opportunities early on in the innings, but you've got to make the most of them when they come.
You certainly do. Right, this is Arush Wabhal, who has come in at number 4. I don't think haven't had the pleasure of seeing him play yet. Just guised this away for a single, probably thinking that the right thing to do and allow Luke Pearson-Taylor to only faced the 1 ball at the time he's been out there as Luke.
He's the one you want to give the strike to as much as possible. He can be so damaging straight at the start of his innings. He's got the opportunity here. The only ball he's faced so far, he did hit for 4.
Oh, it's a good spicy delivery. I'm liking that. A little bit of masala out there in the middle. From the Portuguese international, Upanchantu banked it in short, and that's a good ball, good spicy one. The thing is, though, he knows he can't bowl that one again. He's got 2 more to get through in this over. Clobbered. Oh, absolutely clobbered. That's gone a long way. It's going to take a little bit of time to come back, that one. It was still short. Not as short as the one before, but that has been cream crackered out of here.
That was a beautiful pickup there. That's exactly why you want someone like LPT on strike. He knew it was going to come a bit fuller, and, well, that one has pretty much gone into the pavilion.
Look where he's gone. Look where this ball has gone. That is incredible. That's the biggest distance I think the Grizzly has travelled so far on that part of the ground. I suppose it's a good job that the kids aren't playing there today. Well, not yet anyway.
That would have cleared the kids and threatened the parents instead on the far side. Monty in the chat saying, back to biscuit chat, the cricket bat biscuits, which is difficult to say. He says then, does this imply the existence of a cricket bat shaped cookie cutter? I think it does. And if you Google them, you can get one. So I think maybe next time if I'm in the baking mood, I'll bring some homemade cricket bat cookies. Because biscuits are a good colour as well, aren't they? They're pretty much a cricket bat colour.
They've got the same colour, you're absolutely right. Well, I tell you what, if you're going to do that, you might as well make some little balls as well. And we can have a little, like you had Sabutio for football. We can devise a game for cricket. And, of course, I did say in my intro that cricket, of course, worse in the 13th century, first played here in England, in Sussex. And it was some sheep farmers, shepherds. They used the crooks as the bats, and they used the pen, the sheep pen, as the wickets. I can just imagine them playing that game, and then somebody saying, "Hey, I think this could catch on, I think this could catch on."
I think Luke Pearson-Taylor could probably bat with a crook and still hit it for 6. The way he hits the ball, that was an absolute monster, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that was humongous. Right, they go back to Teddy Fleming. Went for 19 off his first, and he will also be launched out of here. This is Arush Wahar. Well, if you thought that his role was just to plod it for a single and get Luke Pearson-Taylor back on strike, well, think again. He mashes one away, and expected score. Just look at it now, around that 170 mark. So not too much has gone right here for Twickenham. There's still a little drizzle around. Hey, I'm concerned, you know. Have you realised that we are the only tent that has no sides? Everybody else is prepared for a bit of rain. We seem to be left in the open here.
I don't know what that says about us or about their forecast predictions.
Nicely played, and somebody else I just noted just hobbling there. That's Neville Talbot. Now he's got a little hobble. Yeah, he's feeling something in his knee. I just noticed Carlos saying, "Hey, bud, what's up?" He said, "Just my knee. I feel a little twinge." On days like this, all of us that have had some sort of injuries, is when you start to feel it on a, I wouldn't say it's a cold, damp day, but it's damp, and all of those little niggles, like your knees, your shoulders, and your fingers, particularly if you're a cricketer, your fingers just don't, they feel really stiff, and they're clicking and all sorts.
I think that's just old age, Rico.
It's that as well. You wait, you'll be there one day.
I will say it's kind of got this, and I don't want to jinx it, but it's got this kind of thunderstormy, oppressive feel about it. It's kind of muggy. I've had a look at the forecast, and I think we're okay for this morning. Like famous last words, but I think we'll be lucky if we get away unscathed this afternoon. There's a moderate thunderstorm warning about.
Can we have some sides, please? Anybody listening? Can we have some sides?
And some fronts and some...
We could. Why don't we just lift those marquees up there? I don't know. What are they there for? Why can't we have one of them either side of us? That would give us plenty of protection.
Those marquees weren't there before, either. I don't know where they've come from.
I don't know. Is that bit of VIP? Well, that's going to go for 4 runs. It's not quite where it was planned to go. That means that's the 150. Isn't that's going to go up on the boards here now? Yeah, I think it will. 152. Beautifully played. Clever shots. So we haven't seen too many. I suppose they've been hitting the ball in front in the V so well, and they haven't had to get funky. So we haven't seen too much funky stuff. But 152 then with an over to go. Let's see if it will be a big last over or whether Guriqbal Singh here can keep it nice and tight and at least get or restrict the score to something which can be manageable for a chase. Here comes Guriqbal. Floats it up. Doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, and it will just tamely go to Carlos, who this time puts down a long barrier and says, "This one is not getting past me. I'm not having Rico digging into me again," he says. And, well done, Carlos. Once again, should go to hand, and it will, so no boundary. And they don't, well, do they not take the single here? What happens here? They don't take the single. Now, why is that? What's the reason here they do take the single? Oh, I'm seeing things. Beg your pardon.
That would have been quite a bold move from Arish Raval. New into the side to tell the double centurion from day 2, no, I'll take the ball.
Well,
thanks.
maybe it would have been right not to take the single. It's just another single. Okay, here we go. It's great over so far from Guriqbal, and it could have been even better. This one's going to get away from the keeper. Will they try and come back for 2? No, they won't. So just a bye. So it's gone single, 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 1 bye. So 4 balls, no boundaries. An over like this, all of a sudden, brings Twickenham back into the match. Like I said, you want to be looking to get past that 165, I believe, to try and think you've got it safe. And they haven't done that as yet. And that too won't go to the boundary. Incredible. Oh, there's the old Tortuga, which allows the batters to come back for 2, but still, it could have been worse. And it takes the score to 158 with a ball to go. Desperately looking for this boundary to get them into the 160s, Manston.
Tell you what though, Guriqbal Singh going for just 10 off his first 11 deliveries. Can he get through his spell without conceding a boundary? Yes, he can. Outstanding effort from Singh. And in an innings where Banstead, well, at the start they were threatening to get themselves all out, then they were threatening to go somewhere near 200. In the end, they end up somewhere in the middle of that, and that's 159. But Gurukpal Singh, 2 of his overs going for just 11 combined. That's a brilliant effort from the left armour, and he's kept his side in this here.
Yeah, that's superb. It's a great over. Overs like that win your matches, and when you look at into the context of things, there were 125 for 1 at the end of 7. The last 3 overs only go for 33. That's a brilliant effort from Twickenham, and you know what? It keeps them, for me, it keeps them in this match. If we know that Carlos Nunes was in brilliant form yesterday with the bat, if Patrick Dixon can find his form as well, who knows? And don't forget, Neville Tolbert also is a pretty sensational hitter of the ball. So this match is very much still alive. Let's take a look at the highlights. And of course, that was not a good look. And of course, let's all hope that Callum Watson does recover from that. But it could have been so different. The very next ball could have resulted in a wicket. It was Carlos Nunes, the captain, but not only once, but twice. Fleming wasn't able to hold on to the catch, and that over then would go huge. 26 would come off it.
Yeah, it started off a little bit threateningly for Banstead, didn't it? As it looked like they were going to go big. It looked like everything was going their way, and when suddenly Carlos Nunes, who's otherwise such a safe pair of hands, lets one slip through his grasp, we thought Twickenham, they're in big trouble here. And it got from bad to worse for them, especially with Jacob Gordon at the crease, scoring 81 off just 27 deliveries. That was the end of Ayush Patel, though. The end of the opening partnership, which in the end it was worth 93. Safe pair of hands from Mohamed Ahmed. Luke Pearson-Taylor, he came in and actually didn't get too much of the strike. For a long time, he just faced the 1 ball. That one went for 4. Otherwise, he was just watching and admiring Jacob Gordon from the other end. But then we were admiring that grab from Patrick Dixon, tumbling away to his left to dismiss the opener. Ayush Wavwal came in. But those two, they kind of just didn't allow the innings to get away from them. In the end, they go for 30 between them, but 30 off 17 is actually not a great return if you want your batters to come in at the end and score some big runs. But you've got to say, hats off to the Twickenham bowlers in those final few overs to keep a lid on this score.
Yeah, they did well, and you know, Shantu coming on bowling that 8th over only went for 13. Then Fleming as well, who, let's face it, in the field he had a bit of a mare, but he bowled a very good 9th over, 13 there, and then a good Iqbal Singh, absolutely sensational, just the 7 coming off. That's last over. His first over was brilliant as well. Only 5 came off it. So when you look at these bowling figures here, I mean, let's take a look at that. 2 overs. Doesn't pick up a wicket, but only 11 runs. Already that stands out like a player of the match performance, depending on which way this match goes. But Twickenham, they are very much in it. We're going to take a short break now. Myself, Rika Full and Tina Goff. We will be back in about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the reply from Twickenham, who need to go big. They need to pull off the biggest run chase that we've seen in this tournament so far, needing 160 for victory.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a drizzly England here at Wimbledon at this Rains Park cricket ground. Well, we've got a very interesting match happening here between Barnstead, who are second in the Group A standings, and some 4 points behind East Molesey, who of course played all their matches. Barnstead have 3 to play here today, weather permitting, it has to be said. And they're taking on Twickenham, who are at the bottom of the standings, a point behind Spencer, who are 4th, and a couple of points behind Weybridge. But they know themselves that if they can get a win here, they could jump into that 3rd spot. And I think, you know, even though they've got 160 to get here, they could have been batted out of this contest, but it's not the case. They have a chance here, but they're going to have to bat well, and they're going to have to score well. Here's the first ball of the reply. And it's a good delivery as that one skids through. It's well bowled. Good batters. We know that Twickenham have. They've been, when I've looked at their results, they've been there, or apart from match number 1 when they got blown away. And this is a repeat of that fixture, by the way, when they lost to Barnstead by some 135 runs when Barnstead put 212 on the board. The other matches, they've been there or thereabout. But they've just missed out. Can they come good here today on a big day for them? Dixon. That's going to be played, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Hit that 2 straight. And the one man who's back there, just not able to cut it off. So a nice shot. That's the first boundary. Beautifully played there by Talbot. Now, this guy that we have seen the best of him, remember when they played Weybridge, he scored a fine 62 not out, so he's got the ability, he's got the talent. And gets played away, this time out on the offside. Gets played out onto the leg side. They will take the single. Got to try and take everything really that comes their way. So another single gets taken. So you've got Dixon out there at the moment. And hands a strike over. And just a few issues with the graphics at the moment. Apologies for that. We'll get those sorted out quickly. There we go. We're catching up. There we go. Catching up. We just put another pound coin in the meter. That's well bowled again, liking this from Ayush Patel. It's a very good over actually. Bowls it quickly, keeps it tidy. Just a 7 coming from it. So Patel, nice start from him. And got Dixon and Talbot out there. 69 matches since the golden ball. There's Tina does join me back. But Tina, it's me and you again. We did it in Germany, in Krefeld. We have to do it again. And reset the counter. Also, something else, while you were playing cricket, there was a reveal yesterday, by the way. I don't know if you heard about this. So, I don't know if Alex can put it up on the screen. So there is a reveal, and it was hot gossip around. And here we go. So something new is hatching at ECN. And each day there's going to be a piece of the puzzle taken away. What do you think could be behind there? Well, people, yesterday we saw the outline. Today we see a little bit more of that preview. What do you reckon, people? How does that help? Tina, what do you think?
Oh, I bet even Vinny could solve that puzzle. What was it, only about 12 pieces?
Up in the air, catching opportunity should be taken and will be taken. There's going to be the end of Patrick Dixon, who, well, we have seen him score runs, but the last few times he's been out there, he finds a way to get out. Well, I tell you what, where's the skis? Where's the skis? Look, it's not that cold. Come on. It's not that cold. Well, how about that? We've got a proper beanie out there. A proper beanie. At least it's colour coordinated. Is that a team beanie?
Yeah, it is.
It is a team
the
beanie.
Banstead beanie.
Well, there you go. It's supporting the Banstead beanie. Okay, well, wicket does fall. That's disappointment, really. Dixon goes for just 2.
It's 20 degrees, Josh Stainer. What are you doing?
It's one of those who says, I feel the cold. I feel the cold. I mean, it's not just got the beanie on. He's got like the waterproof sort of jumper on top of that as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the day-by-day reveal. It's like a advent calendar, isn't it? Instead of chocolate behind the door, we've got an extra special secret. So that one's extra specially played nicely, delicately behind point for 4 runs. It's the skipper, Carlos Nunez, who's come in. He had a brilliant day with the bat yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of work to do here for his side. I don't think it's quite do or die here, but certainly they want to get at least a point from this. And if they get 3 points, then they put themselves in a very good position to get through in that top 4. And it's going to go back-to-back boundaries. This time he slaps it away. A puff of dust just inside the rope, so it will be 4 runs. Carlos Nunez gets off to the perfect start. That would have been a wide, actually. Nico Date is bowling this one. Just too much width on offer, and a man with the power and poise of Carlos isn't going to miss out on that one.
Yeah, once again, taking a leaf, I think, out of Tucknen's book, just deploying the slightly slower bowlers. Date, it's going to be down the leg side, wide ball. Tries to go a little bit wider and angle it in. Yeah, that's the one thing that I think all the bowlers will have to take into account. It's going to be the same, I think, for all the teams that play here today. There'll always be a bit of drizzle around, and you just got to be a bit careful when you're planting your front foot down on the artificial. There'll be a little bit of give. Oh, that one's gone completely wrong. Well, this is going to go all the way. It's a minimal. Gets this one completely wrong, does Nico Date. It doesn't look right when he delivers that. I don't know whether it's just because in the back of his mind he is slipping slightly, and when he's putting his foot down he's wary about that, but not a good delivery. It was a good start. Took a wicket on the very first ball, and then after that it's gone boundary, and wide, and now 5 wide. So he's given 6 away, 6 freebies. Nunez won't be complaining. The captain is on strike. That one, once again, probably just angled towards the leg stump. A slightly quicker, fuller delivery. It's a kind of a half-hearted appeal. Leg by a signal, but you can see here this one is going down the leg side. Only the wicket-keeper asking the question. That's Gabriel Galaman-Findlay. Not out, says the umpire. That's better. But he gets it right. I mean, you can see he's very much uses his upper body. The shoulder comes into play, and he gets good carry, good lift. He gets a dot ball in. It's not the worst of overs, but another boundary here is what I think Twickenham are looking for to get a big win in this over and get themselves kind of back on track. They're needing around 17. Well, that would have been a huge wide. I don't know whether that's a little bit of luck there from Date, or it's just clever bowling. He does see the batter move a lot, and he tends to just follow him and fire it into his pads.
I think that was mostly luck. If you look at the cheeky little grin on his face, Neville Talbot returns fire with a smile of his own as he realises, well, in the end, he couldn't do much about it apart from just let it hit him and jog to the other end. So it's 16 off the over as we take a look at the standings. It's all still to play for, isn't it? East Molesey, they're of course sitting pretty, but they have all four sides breathing down their necks. They're just going to have to wait anxiously at home to see what unfolds in the action today as that one squirts through. It's not going to be a wide because it went between batter and stumps. And it will be bye signalled as we go into the third over here.
Yeah, good morning to Bethany Evans. I hope you're doing very well. And also Junaid Ahmed joining in the action there. Nice to have you all with us. And dear Maria, hello to you. It's going to be just another single, so I think Banstead are quite happy if it's just singles. And of course, hello to Monty, who's there as well. And of course, to the likes of Dave and Ian, who are here at the ground. And, a few jackets and umbrellas have been hoisted. That's hit down the ground, and it's just going to be one bounce as it bounces in front of us and to the right of the commentary position. But that 6 runs is a really good solid strike. Like the way he gives himself room to play that shot, does Tolbert. Now we know that he's a dangerous player. And that's been crashed beautifully down the ground. Kenny and Carlos Nuez get the partnership that need. I think this is a very key partnership. If you ask me, these two, if they get going, they can certainly make a big dent in this run chase. And they need to, because just with those first 2 overs, that rate has gone up to around 17 per over. So they can't hold back too much. But Ayush Patel is a clever bowler. I'm sure they'll find a way to come back, Patel.
That was straight down the barrel as well, just as well as about 2 meters to our right. We wouldn't have had too much time to react to that one, Rico. We do have our barricades out, but still got to protect the equipment and the face at the same time.
You got to indeed. Now there's a slight change in the field. They bring the mid-wicket in to push the long off back. So 2 men straight. And that's why he's been put there, and it's worked a treat. The fielding done there by Arush Wavhal. So good field change there from the bowler, and just adjusts his line and says, okay, I'm going to put it in an area where I'm going to get my straight man in play now. Okay, now he makes the changes to Carlos. Now he brings the long on up to push the mid-wicket back. So thinking about the batters and where to bowl to them. And that, though, is not going to go to the fielder. It's probably, if he had left the field as it was more of a chance for the long on the boundary to make the change. So 4 more. Carlos Nunes, the captain, doing what he was doing yesterday. He was in very good form yesterday. We saw him score a 52 of 17 in the run chase against Spencer, winning with 5 balls to go. But that was only one of his half centuries. And then, asking the question, the umpire says there's a little bat on this. I think that's why he signals. No, he now says leg by. I thought he was trying to say to the bowler there was a little initial signal here from the umpire. It's never LBW, it's going down leg side. I think that's maybe what the signal was there to the bowler. It's the end of the over. It's a good comeback actually there from Ayush Patel. He was under attack, but only the 14 come off the over, and 2 of those were byes as well. This is the way it's looking after the power play. They're not that far behind, are they?
They're not that far behind, but they do have at least that good finish to cling on to with their bowling. Only 33 runs coming off the final 3 overs, so they've got room to accelerate here. They just need to keep themselves in the game for now. And Carlos, well, he's actually second highest wicket taker run scorer in this series so far. Before this game, he was dead level with Hara Wassam, 221 runs apiece. Of course, Wassam not in the side for Banstead. LPT is in the side. He was top with 247. Of course, surpassing that with his runs he scored in the first innings. But Carlos Nunes, with a big score here, could even leapfrog LPT into first place.
Oh, that's a beautiful pull shot. It really is. Wonderfully played by Carlos. Now, this was what he was doing yesterday. And, yeah, I said that that 52 was one of his half centuries. The other came against East Molesey when he scored 85 of 20. I was sure he was on for a century there, but he would fall 15 short. Helped his Twickenham side to 152, but, of course, it wasn't enough is Mosley knocked them off with 9 balls to go. And when he got out there, that's when things really slowed down. They were on course, a little bit like this innings from Barnstead. They were on course for about a 170, 180 while he was there. But this time, they are doing the chasing. And it looks like he's timing his assault to perfection here. But he does need a good partnership going. He needs some support from the batters at the other end. And so far, Neville Talbot is doing just that. Luke Pearson-Taylor. Just some discussions here with the captain, Arslan Abbas. I wonder when he's going to have a bowl. Remember Arslan. Well, how can you forget his name? It's a good shot. Will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Trying to make the most of the way the field's been set here at the moment. No real protection apart from a backward point on the boundary. We've got no sweeper out on that offside. That's because they've got the 3 men out there on the leg side, square leg, mid-wicket and long on. And they've actually got the 4th out there as well at behind square, kind of, I would say, on the 45 fine leg. So very heavy on the leg side. This one is just going to get over the fielder. So I wonder if they will make a change in the field. This bowler there. This time it makes the stop. No issues. Bowler having a look at the captain once again. They don't seem to want to make the change. They're keeping it as it is. Talbot won't mind that. He'll be looking to do the same again. This time a quicker, shorter delivery. And swing and a miss, dot ball, an important dot ball comes in there.
Yeah, LPT is such a big game player for Banstead with both bat and ball. We've seen him open the bowling for the men in purple. He bowls the proverbial heavy ball, doesn't he? He doesn't come off too much of a run up, but he's got a bit of height about him, a bit of power as well.
Well, there's the power. It's absolutely smashed for a big 6. Well, I'll tell you who may have been able to get there, Saeed. But Saeed's in the chat. Hello, Saeed. Good morning to you. Saying unable to attend the match today. And he says that hope his buddies are enjoying the match. And they're saying hi to us and also to Sarah, Ian, Smile and Dave, Jules and Steve. Well, Saeed, I hope it's good that you're tuning in. And hopefully we'll see you again pretty soon. But Saeed was desperate to take a catch here yesterday and never really got an opportunity. And also to Raju Ahmed. And Monty was asking me, is James Pond going to make an appearance today? I don't think James Pond is going to make an appearance today, Monty. And I think he's still on his way from Krefeld, Germany. But he'll get here. It's a good day for him to be here with the drizzle and the rain about.
I was going to say, he must be rubbing his wings together in excitement at this weather. Oh, well, he's taken a tumble at third. He might have not had a chance to stop it anyway. Maybe we can take a look at this one from the main camera, because it's Neil Baker down there who absolutely stacks it, face in the dirt. It just might be caught. Oh, there we go. There he goes. Thank you for falling into shot there, Neil. Can we do that one more time? I think it's worth it.
Well, that's another minimum, by the way. So they're certainly being charitable in the runs they're giving away. Keep it, no shot, and down he goes. Oh, dear. Slipping and sliding. And that's down the ground. Where's this one going? And over to the right of us. And 6 more runs. Beautiful shot from Carlos. So Carlos and Talbot doing the job here. So Arslan Abbas, I was asking the question, how long they'll wait for before he comes on. Well, he comes on to bowl the 5th over, and he hasn't started well. 5 wides and now 6, so that's how you get 11 from one legal delivery. Right up in the air, but it will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona shukka lagya. And they seem to have targeted the bowler here, Arslan. Carlos Nunez is liking what's coming his way at the moment. You can just see how focused he is. Just walks away, trying to keep his mind focused. That ball's going to come back nice and wet for Arslan, who uses a combination of his shirt and the rag to dry the ball. 17 just off 2 deliveries. This is the over that could make the difference. Goes for it again. Now then, this is a catching opportunity. It's a big moment, and it's been well taken. And disappointment you can see from the captain, Carlos. He sort of waves his bat in anger as the catch has been taken, but that's a good catch. No catches today will be easy, but Luke Pearson-Taylor, we know he's a top performer, comes in, gets himself into a good position and holds on to a really good catch. That wouldn't have been easy, Tina.
Yeah, he was kind of sliced through it, did Carlos. Had he got all of it, that would have gone all the way to the rope, but the way the ball came off the bat there, you knew it was going to be swirling in the clouds. And if anyone is going to settle underneath it, you want it to be LPT. And he comes up with the goods. You can see there just a slice off the bat. In the end, it doesn't even really get outside the ring. So you can see how much of a miss hit it was. But it's comfortably taken, and that's the end of the Twickenham skipper. 30 off 11 for him. He'll be frustrated, and you could see the visible frustration there that he didn't get his side closer to the line here at 73 for 2.
And Abbas gets the breakthrough again, the captain. It was an over. That was looked like the one that could make a big impact in the match, because Twickenham were going after him, especially Carlos. But with that wicket now, new batter has to get started. This is Gurjit Sandhu. All right, this could be another, fielder coming in, gets there and takes a really good catch. And both the set batters gone. Neville Talbot goes in very much the same way. He also slices it up in the air. And that's an extremely good catch once again taken, this time by Ayush Patel, who had to scramble in from the boundary, but he did the hard work. He was quick off his mark, got there, got settled, and then takes the catch. And that's a real disaster, really, for Twickenham, losing both set batters in the same over. And Abbas has done it again.
It's a double blow, isn't it? When you lose your skipper, the last thing you want after that is to lose your other set batter. That's exactly what has happened here for Twickenham as they lose their third. And those are 3 deliveries which could be match-changing here for Banstead. It's a catch and a stretch there for Ayush Patel. Again, you can see how well it's mishit, because both of those catches pretty much taken on the ring, first by LPT, then by Ayush Patel. Speaking of LPT, we've had Eli in the chat giving us a few tidbits of information. So Luke Pearson-Taylor, of course, playing for Banstead this week. He plays normally for Bridgewater CC in Somerset, also playing for Exeter Uni. So for this week, he's a man in purple, and I'm sure Banstead are very happy to have him on their side.
Too right, indeed. All right, you've got the 2 Singhs out there, Gurjit Singh Sandhu and Gurigbal Singh. Let's see if they can sing a happy harmony tune for Twickenham. They need to now. This becomes a very important partnership. That's hit pretty well and will get 6 runs. 6 carreras to finish the over. That's the end of the 5th, and it's a pretty expensive one in terms of when it comes to the runs. 24 come from it, but would you give away 24 runs to get rid of the 2 set batters? I think you would, and I think it'll be Banstead that are the happier team at the moment. 80 for 3 at the end of 5.
That's the captain, Arslan Abbas, who has this knack of picking up wickets at the right intervals, and that's what he does here in over number 5. As we take a look at what's coming up on our calendar, it's the Jib 13.
Jib 13.
Vinny will be over there. We've not heard the last of him. He'll be back in England next week. But in the meantime, he's having a little Gibraltar holiday as that one gets whipped away, although probably not much of a holiday with 13 games in 2 days. Of course, he's got a new commentator to join him in the booth as well.
Yeah, he has. He's got Rash there with him. So, go well. And I don't think... well, Vinny did say he has told him that there are going to be 7 matches, so they'll go well. Though Vinny was saying that there could be some issues with the flight. That's short and horrible. It's not a good ball at all, this, from Jacob Gordon. It's an easy put away. Well, the one thing they don't want to do is allow these batters to get into some sort of rhythm. But that's back-to-back boundaries now. And not the best of starts here from Gordon. 2 balls, 2 boundaries. So the rate, they have taken that rate down to about 15.5. Well, he thinks, what am I doing playing cricket? I should have stuck to my original plan and gone to the golf course. I know there's some good golf courses around here. Of course, Wimbledon is pretty spectacular. Now, just practicing his golf swing. Well, maybe he's going to try a different technique. He was okay with the bat though, wasn't he, Gordon? He scored a fine 81 of 27. Or maybe that's where the golf swing came into good use for his batting technique. All right, here we go. Let's see. This time he does get this in a better area, but that is good fielding. Really good fielding. It's a nice, you can see that was from Sandhu saying, yeah, I'm going to hit this nice and straight, going to get a boundary. He wasn't expecting the fielder to be able to come around and stop that. That's excellent work. Really good work there. Once more from Arslan Abbas, the captain, to take just a single. Right in the air. But it's going to get over the infield and make its way to the boundary. Well, a bit of a misfield. Well, they're all fighting for it. Media. I mean, no, they didn't. Media. Well, I knew that one of those would come up with the ball. And, yeah, hello. Hello, good morning. And welcome. Well, they were fighting for that grizzly there. Just have a look at them go. It was like a pack of hyenas. After the grizzly goes one through one, but not through me, she says.
Well, we had a lot of the Rains Park Junior 11 here on the first couple of days. Kids Camp not on today, so if there's any more Rains Park Juniors, the cricket they can have is out here on the boundary. Well, that was a half stop, but it won't be stopped on the boundary there by Arjun Gill. It's a good day for sliding on the boundary. It was quite dry the first few days. The rain has come though, so you can do a good old slip and slide, but on that occasion, Gill just not able to keep it inside the rope.
Yeah, good effort. And that is, well, forget it. Nobody's stopping that. That has gone a long, long way. I have to say, though, that the bowling, the length that's been bowled here, I mean, Jacob Gordon, he just dishing up runs. And the over before from Arslan, even though there was 2 wickets there, went for 24. So they've literally scored just 47 in the last 2 overs. And that's put them really in a very good position, despite losing the wicket there of Carlos Nunes and also Neville Tolbert in that last over. These two have come out and done exactly what's required. The strike rate is quite exceptional. And, who knows, Twickenham probably, I think, here in front. It'll be interesting to see what the wind predictor is thinking. Well, there you go. We are almost very much in the golden Goldilocks zone, 51 to 49%.
Still a toss of a coin which way this one will go. Delicately poised, 57 off 24 is the equation. Start rate, run rate under 15.
All right, this should be catchable. I think if there's a fielder there, and it's going to be dropped. Would you believe it? It gets dropped. Jacob Gordon, who just bowled the over that went for 23. And the catch goes down. And who was fielding there before? Yep, you know it. Arslan Abbas, who is doing the bowling. Could have and should have had his third. That's a huge drop. That's a huge drop. Sandhu gets alive, gets dropped on 10.
Straight in, straight back out. Should have been taken, really. Just depends how much they will be punished for that opportunity in that first innings. That those 2 opportunities that went down early on, they were punished as Jacob Gordon went on to score 81. I'll be hoping here, Twickenham, that the luck is back on their side now. Make the most of that opportunity, but Banstead, every time there's a ball that doesn't go to the rope, just sneak ahead on the wind predictor.
It's hit solidly, and he's going to clear the fielder. The man who puts the catch down now has to click his neck as he watches this go over him for 6 runs, and that's the punishment. Just a little bit short, little bit of extra room, and Gurjit Sandhu muscles it over the man who put him down.
Just had a little glimpse of, I think it's Dave there, and is that Ian? Haven't had the opportunity to say hello to them yet this morning, but I think they're pleased that the rain has stopped for now. It's still very gloomy. If we had floodlights, I think we'd be putting them on.
Tipped up in the air, catching opportunity, no mistakes there. Very good catch taken by Ayush Patel. It is the 3rd wicket. And the first thing Ayush Patel does, he looks to the man who put the catch down earlier and says, that's the way we take the catches. Not the way that you did. Mind you, it doesn't matter. They do get the wicket. They do get the breakthrough. And Ayush Patel takes and holds on to his 2nd catch to remove Sandhu for 17 off 7.
Right on the boundary, that catch, but Ayush Patel, he knew he was comfortably inside. It took a sneaky peek back at the rope as he took it. In the end, though, comfortable height, comfortable catch. And Nelson strikes 111 for 4. Still 49 runs needed here for Twickenham. Certainly not out of it, but they just keep on losing wickets when they don't want them. And now it's Teddy Fleming to the crease. Gurukpal Singh, though, he's going well. He'd already bowled tremendously in that first innings, didn't he? Going for just a handful of runs. If he can get his side over the line here, surely that's player of the match. Signed, sealed and delivered.
I think so, you know. Bowling the 2 overs just for 11 runs is quite exceptional. And if he can get his team to the winning post there, but he needs some help. Can Teddy Fleming be the man to do it? He needs to change his fortunes in the day, Teddy. And played along the deck. And he's going to get 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Nice start from Ted. And, that's exactly what they need. So Arslan, he's a man who takes wickets, but he does concede runs as well. That's a really good shot. It wasn't a bad ball at all. It was kind of in the block hole. Almost the perfect Yorker. Just short and gets played away. Nice to see the umbrella there. There is a person behind that, I can assure you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's not just a floating umbrella. Camouflage.
Let's hit one bounce to the fielder. Just a single on this occasion. And that will take us to the end of the over. 116 for 4. Still very much in the balance this match. It's anybody's with the required rate about 14. They're needing 45 runs here for victory. This is what's coming up next. Of course, Twickenham will stay in action. You've got Eugene Berger coming into the side against Weybridge, who've got a fair number of changes. Charles Cunningham coming in there, Ben Choi there as well, and Freddie Faircliff also coming into the side. Weybridge had a good day yesterday. They've got a 3-2 record, where Twickenham, they know it's a big day for them. This is a really big contest for them. If they can get a win here, it takes them into 3rd spot, and that would be quite fantastic for a team that have been struggling at the foot of the table, and then they get a chance against Weybridge. But the last time that those two teams did meet, I can tell you that it was an interesting game, but Weybridge did chase the 131 with 10 balls to go to get the victory. To the fielder, well fielded, just a single, gets down, gets dirty for his side.
Arslan Abbas, the skipper, has put in a great little spell here, has the 3 for 37. Yes, slightly expensive, but those 3 wickets, every single one of them was pivotal, dislodging, of course, the captain and the set batter. Oh, well, that's going to be a wicket.
Well, Date holds on to it, checks his fingers afterwards. It's another crucial wicket. Gurukpal Singh, he's hit this pretty hard, but it's a really good catch. It's a bit of a full toss. I wonder if we should have a quick look at this side on as well. You know, it's worthwhile, because from that angle, it certainly looked pretty high. Let's see it again here. I'd like to have a look at this side on, just to make sure. I don't know if the umpires have asked for it, but I think it's okay. I like the way that he keeps the shirt out of the trousers so you can't see the waist, but I think that's out. It's a great catch. And just as we talked, Tina, I've noticed that the rain has got slightly heavy as well.
Yes, it feels like it's just going to be like this all day. As long as we hold our nerve, I think you can continue. You've got to, of course, take player safety into mind, and it's more of a cumulative effect of the moisture out there more than anything. But for now, I think it's just going to be another passing cloud, and that's a passing wicket for Nikhil, who I think was more surprised than anything that it didn't end up in the next postcode. Deserved to, but it just got punted back at him. And Gurukpal Singh, another important wicket to fall. So it's now Teddy Fleming and Hamish Johnston out there, tasked with chasing down the 43 still required. By no means out of this at Twickenham.
Interesting field as well here. Talk about that in a moment, as that one is going to be worked away quite beautifully. It's quite an exceptional shot actually there from Johnston. He gets down and gets funky and places away. It's a proper hook shot, isn't it? It's a cross between a sweep and a hook. This gets down, he sees that it's shorter, but gets into a really good position, plays that away beautifully. Yeah, the field, they've got an offside, a really strong offside field. They've got a wide third, point and cover, and long off on the boundary with one inside. So that works a treat. He's put there just for that position. So I wasn't quite expecting Date to bowl a shorter delivery, because on the leg side, he's only just got the one man back at mid-wicket. So it's a strange ball to bowl. Now that field, let's see how it changes to the left-hander here. Fleming also does like to play through the covers. They might have a very similar field to him here. It looks like they do. So just the one fielder on the boundary and leg side. They do push along one bat now as well. A very straight long off.
Yeah, lots of discussions happening in the field, and looks like deep cover will be sent back and mid-off will be brought in. So he can't afford to be smacked over his head here. I think that's what Teddy Fleming was eyeing up, but misses out.
Yeah, I think Fleming's seen that they set. There's the field for you there. So you can see the two men on the leg side. You just saw them long on and mid-wicket. But there in the offside, you can see they've got a kind of a point and a very straight long off. So extra cover is there for the taking. Full toss. And the catch is taken. It's another one. You'll have to check the height. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Where's this going to end up? Under the Iba. There's the slide and the stop. Oh, there's a lot of things to look at here. I think here the bowler knows it's probably a no ball. There's the call for no ball. But he has a throw at the stumps. I wonder if we can have a look at this side on. If it hits, it could have been a run out. Let's say this again. So he knows it's a no-y because of the height. So no doubt, I think, about that. Even though he's coming forward, I think it was always going to be above the waist. But then the throw comes in. And I think if the throw hit, he could have run him out. So here's the throw. He's not looking. And I think he would have had him. In the air, but remember, it's a free hit, not out. Free hit, not out. Some people know. Ayush Patel didn't know. He was celebrating. We got you, Ayush. We got you. Well, it's normally us who forget.
I'd forgotten immediately, Rico.
So that will just be a single. But still, I think you take that. It's a pretty decent over there from Nikhil Udate. And just the 11 runs coming from it. And that has taken this rate up once again to over that 16.5 mark. 33 runs in 12. This needs to be a big over, but we do say it all happens in the 9th.
It all happened in the 8th there as well, didn't it? It was a wicket, a 6, a no ball, a catch that wasn't a catch. It was a great grab, actually, right on the ring. In the end, it was Jacob Gordon who took it to no avail. Good catching practice, though, as it's LPT in for the 9th.
Good ball to start from Luke Pearson-Taylor. Yorker length. Couldn't quite get to it himself, so the batters do scramble away for a single, but they need a few boundaries here. I think they've got to be looking to at least get that 16, 18 off the over, then they'll try and do more or less the same in the last. Fleming back on strike. He's been threatening. Has hit the ball well, but needs to find the gaps. Firmly hit, but he doesn't find the gap. That's been the story from Fleming. Makes good contact, but straight to the field. Got the field right to him.
Thanks to Eli again, providing some information. So Teddy, he's going to be Gerard Cross's first 11 captain next season. He's played for Buckinghamshire as well. The left-hander, he's still got his work cut out here, but those bonus runs off the side of the bat of Johnston will certainly help the cause here for Twickenham. It's going to go all the down to the wire here, I think, Rico.
Yeah, very much so. Needed a boundary, get a boundary, and now that ball has ended up in the covers. Hopefully not in a puddle, but a little bit of luck, a little bit of fortune. It's not where he wanted that to go. In fact, if he hasn't hit that, that's going to go on and clubber into the middle stump. But a fortunate boundary, 4 runs, 31 becomes 27 off 9. Oh, slower delivery, clever bowling. Plays too early, does Johnston. Johnston does look to be pretty solid when he's playing on the leg side. We saw him play a cracking hook shot earlier. You can see that Pearson-Taylor trying to keep him outside the off. But this time it will be one that perhaps goes all the way. Yes, it does. The fielder's got no chance on that one. Clears him. It's a big 6. And look at that. Well, it's the Weather Girls chasing the ball this time.
It's like a scene from Mary Poppins. All those umbrellas.
Let's look at this. Oh, they're great. They're everywhere. They've got some energy. There they go. Where's the Weather Girls? Come on. Off you go. All right, 6 runs. Interesting this. Very interesting. What a very important delivery coming up here now. Can they get another boundary? And no, Ayush Patel, he will hold on to it. That's the third catch he's taken. Smart catch. Johnston will go. Goes for 19. That means we go into the last, needing 21 for victory, Twickenham.
Brilliant over in the context of the game there from LPT. Goes for just the 12 runs. And that final ball, it's a wicket. But even more importantly, actually, it's a dot ball. And that's the end of Hamish Johnston. 19 off 8 for him. Spirited enough effort. But it's leaving the two batters now, with the one new batter, of course, will be at the non-strikers end with a mammoth task here. Teddy Fleming will be on strike for the last, and it's 21 runs needed. The incoming batter, Mohammed Ahmed, the wicket-keeper of Twickenham, will start at the non-strikers. And well, he pretty much hope that he'll remain at the non-strikers, because if Twickenham are to do it, mostly be down to Teddy Fleming. Can he clear the ropes here?
Yeah, Fleming, they've got the field right to him so far, haven't they? He's had 6 balls, just got 8. And they've covered the lines pretty well. Fleming, just the one boundary in force. So, big over coming up here. Got 21 to play with. 20 gets us to a golden ball. And the bowler just making sure everything, every angle is covered. It's going to be Arush, who hasn't bowled yet. So, it's a bit of a gamble to go with a new bowler. Bang! 6. Well, that's a perfect start. Clears us, goes all the way. Teddy Fleming. Well, a few people talking about Teddy Fleming and where he'll be and what he'll be doing. He will be the captain of a club, and that club and those players are probably watching and saying, "Go, Ted." Well, that's big 6. That really does change it. That changes it big time. 15 now off 5. And the pressure now on Waval is big. Huge pressure on the bowler. It's always a gamble when you go to a bowler who hasn't bowled at all. That's because they didn't want to go back to Gordon, who went for 23. 6 off the first. Fleming wants to be the hero. And he could be the hero if he gets another full toss. That will go all the way as well. Bolle. Inna sona. Grande. Game on now. 9 off 4.
That's the nightmare start, isn't it, for Arush? First one gets battered down the pitch. Second one, he's actually lucky it's not a 7-up. Just about low enough on the full toss, but he doesn't get away with it as Teddy Fleming goes back-to-back 6s.
Now does he sneak this in? He does. The umpire's arms stay down. He shakes his head as the batter asks the inquiry. Dot ball. Teddy Fleming, remember the nightmare that he had in the field? Dropped those 2 catches. There was the missed field as well. He could become the hero as well. They're asking the question here, and he's gone. I think there's bat involved here. So that's the end of Fleming. Just when I said he could be the hero, well, after hitting the 2 big 6s at the beginning of the over, perhaps that was the case, but now 2 dot balls, which means it's 9 now required. Off a couple of deliveries. There you go, a little bit of an edge onto it. Takes the catch in the end. The keeper says, "How's that?" The umpire says it's out. And Fleming will have to depart.
He put everything behind that swing. Fortunately for him, he only got a light feather on it. He could have been stumped had he missed it, because the fumble was because of that nick. Good effort though from Fleming, 20 off 10. But it's a tough task for the new batter coming in now. It's Upan Shantu. So he is someone with international experience. He hasn't played yet in this series so far, and he's got 0 time to get acquainted with the pitch, as he needs 9 off 2. And 8 takes us to the golden ball.
8 to a golden ball. So one of these, to win it, one of these 2 balls has to go for 6 to win it. If it goes for 4, then we know what we're on for. 2 4s brings us the golden ball. As the rain continues to fall, a little bit of a drizzle occasionally gets a bit heavier. Waval trying to keep his composure. Bowling to Shantu. Shantu hits it firmly. Patel makes a stop, saves the boundary, and now only an error from the bowler can make this a possibility for Twickenham, because it comes down to a ball to go and they're needing 8. Oh, just don't bowl any extras is probably what the call is to the bowler. How well has the young man done, Arush, after being put under so much pressure with the first 2 balls going for 6 in this over? And that will be it. It will be a victory to Barnstad. They hold on. They defend the 159. And Twickenham, once again, as I've said about Twickenham, they get close and they go down by just a handful of runs once again. It's been a valiant effort from them, but you just felt that those 2 wickets falling in that over from the captain, Hassan Abbas, was the one that would make the difference, even though 24 runs would come off that 5th over. Taking the wicket first of Carlos Nunes and then that of Neville Talbot really did put Twickenham on the back foot. They did keep trying though. The 2 sings went very well, and even Fleming there towards the end gave them hope, but it was all in vain. They go down by 7 runs.
Yeah, it was just those 3 deliveries, wasn't it? The wicket and then the one that got the set batter on strike, and then the other wicket to dismiss both Nunes and the opening batter. That was just the turning point, and it was the skipper who inflicted that damage, who then was able to see his side home, despite then the spirited effort towards the end, especially by Teddy Fleming, Hamish Johnston as well. But when those 2 fell, almost an impossible task then for Mohammad Ahmed and Upan Chantu, who came in. Taking a quick look at Twickenham's next game, so no rest for them as they come back in what will be their final game, and now it is a must-win game for them against Weybridge, who have brought in Freddie Faircliff, Giles Cunningham and Ben Choi. Eugene Berger comes in, back in for Twickenham. So good to see him out on the turf again. I'll have plenty of time to look at that one, as that's coming up about 30 minutes time, just under. Go back into the highlights then, and well, it was a disastrous start for Twickenham, losing Patrick Dixon early on, who's able to hit some big runs, but only the 2 he managed on this occasion. That brought Neville Talbot and Carlos Nunes together at the crease, and when these 2 put on a stand of 67, we thought, well, maybe they'll ease home Twickenham with these 2 experienced players at the crease. It was just that one big over. Well, first, it was slip and slide time for Neil Baker. I'm sure that one will find its way onto social media. But Carlos Nunes, he didn't have the best of starts this morning with those 2 drops off his own bowling, and then frustration continued for him as he hauled out LPT. Safe pair of hands in the deep. Neville Talbot continued. Gurjit Sandhu joined him. There was a bit of golf action there out in the middle, but when the kids were not chasing the ball, it was the fielders, Banstead, who were able to take their opportunities. And the problem was for Twickenham that they just weren't able to have one player that pushed on. If you look back at first innings, Jacob Gordon, he scored 81. In this innings, the highest score was actually just the 30 from Carlos Nunes. And all of these regular wickets at regular intervals just meant that Twickenham, in the end, fell just the 7 runs short.
Yeah, they did. And despite one thing that Twickenham did also have that was helping them a fair bit was the number of extras. I mean, it's not something that Barnstad are going to be happy about. They gave 15 extras away, 11 of those in wides, and there was the 1 no ball and a couple of byes in there as well. But I just want to say well done there, really, to Arush Wafal, who bowled that last over, just 16 years old, I believe. And that was immense pressure. You know, he had 21 to defend, but when the first 2 were blasted for 6, you know, a young player can really get the yips, but he didn't. He kept his composure, and then the next 4 balls only went with just 1 run. So really well done to the young bowler, and well done to Barnstead. They get the win that they were after. Remember, they were started today 4 points behind the leaders of the pack, so that's given them now a deficit of just 1 point, and they've still got 2 matches here to play. So East Moseley will feel that the top spot that they are holding on to, it's only going to be temporary. Quick look now there at the bowling figures. So Nikhil Date didn't have the best of first overs, but his second over was really good, and fantastic caught and bowl for him. But once again, Aslan Abbas, okay, 37 runs, but 3 wickets. The captain just has a knack of taking the wickets at the crucial time. Yeah, he absolutely does, and that's on the back of his quad trick from the first day, and he's seen his side home here at Banstead, beating Twickenham by 7 runs. Banstead putting themselves in a very promising position now. They had that wobble on day 2, but they've come back strongly here, as they will have a bit of a break now. We'll see them again
in game 3 and 5 today, so they've got the long old shift, as we've just had a shower sweep through here, but just as quickly as it came, it's kind of disappeared again. The covers were gonna go on, now they're staying off. Hopefully they will remain off for the remaining 22 minutes before we bring you the next game of the day. It's Twickenham. They have to win this one, surely, against Weybridge, who of course had a few opportunities to get some points in the last couple of days, but they also need to pick up the points here as they go into their final 3 games. They're currently in 3rd place. They've played 5, got 3 to come as well, so it's all still to play for. But Twickenham, they need to win this one. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fullers will be back for that one in just over 20 minutes time, weather permitting. Hopefully the clouds clear here at Wimbledon as we go into match 17 here in ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Well, the good news is that that slightly heavy shower that we had at the end of that match number 16, the first of match day 4 between Bamstead and Twickenham, has now resided. It's no rain at the moment. The sun is trying to come out and we're getting ready for the next match. Of course, the very important day as well. It is today, the last day of Group A matches. Twickenham, they really needed a win up against Bamstead, but they fell just 7 runs short, chasing that 160, and that means that they've got to try and do it and over Weybridge. Now, Weybridge are a team that are starting to show some good signs, and they won 2 from 2 yesterday with Nathan Robinson leading the way for them. Luke Golding's been in good form as well, so they'll be hoping they can carry on going well. Twickenham, they probably feel that this is probably a last opportunity for them to get some valuable points on the board and try to make it into the top 4. Don't finish in the top 4, then you are in trouble. And just a reminder that at the moment, Twickenham are still in that bottom spot. They would have picked up just a point from that last match, and that means that they're on the same number of points of Spencer. But Spencer have got, of course, and will have games in hand over Twickenham a bit later on. So a big match here for Twickenham. We had a quick look at some of the players that will be involved. I can tell you the news from the coin toss was that Weybridge won the toss and elected to take the field. So Twickenham will be batting first. It seems to be the trend here in Wimbledon, here at this lovely Rains Park cricket ground, where teams have preferred to chase. Getting ready to bowl is Aidan Golding, bowling the first ball. Twickenham, they'll be looking to put a big score on the board. They are capable of doing that. There's no doubt about it. They've got some good players in there. The captain, Carlos Nunes, has been in good form. We've started to see Neville Talbot find his form. Gurikmal Singh also coming good at the right time for his side. And maybe someone like Teddy Fleming will go big this time as well. They've got Upan Shantu in the side. And one thing I'm noticing, especially after that last match, there was a bit of an ankle twist from, of course, one of the opening bowlers. Well, that's been crashed into the stumps. They will take a single. So, seeing that Callum Watson not listed this time round, so that's obviously because of a precaution. And let's hope that it's nothing too serious there for the Twickenham fast opening bowler. And welcome to everybody that's joining in the chat as well. Hello to Chris Smith. He was saying his hellos to everyone. Well, hello Maximo as well, as that means blasted away. Neville Talbot finds the middle of the bat. That's gone a long way. Big hit, 6 runs. It's nice to see that with the rain having stopped, a few more people have made their way over from the pavilion, and where they were tucked under shelter to get a little bit closer to the action. And welcome, of course, to all the spectators here at the ground. KG, hello KG, hello to you as well, joining us in the chat. It's another single this time. Now let's see if Patrick Dixon can get some runs here for Twickenham. He's a good player. We've seen him score runs. He scored an 80. Just needs to be maybe a little bit patient. Pick the right one to go after. That one's down on the leg side, and that'll be a good test of the outfield. But you can see there, especially that part of the ground, that it's still pretty fast. There's a slight slope actually from left to right, particularly with the ball going to the behind square to the right-hander, and anything that's been played there just rushes away to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. It's not a well-directed delivery there from Golding, but bowlers will have to, once again, down leg side. It's a tremendous leap from the keeper. Excellent bit of keeping. It's Henry Francis diving to his left to make the stop here, and does well. Otherwise, that would have been 5 wide. But yeah, I was just about to say there, the bowlers, they will have difficulty. The ball will be wet. That one's down the ground, and that will go 1 bounce and 4 runs. Good hit. It's going to be an expensive start here. Exactly what Twickenham would want. They really want to put the pressure here on Weybridge. They want to bat them out of this game. But I think to do that, you're looking, as I said before, at a score over that 165 for me. And even that doesn't make it safe, but you feel that with that on the board, you should go on and win it. Oh, misfield. It's going to be 4 runs. Disappointment there from, that's Cunningham. And it should have made the stop, but goes through his hands, through the legs, and goes all the way to the boundary. End of the over, and it's a magical one. 22 come from it. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Tina Goff. Lovely to have you with me again, Tina, and big match this for Twickenham, isn't it?
Yeah, big match. It's pretty much do or die for them here. Perfect start though, 22 off the first. Taking a quick look at the ECC. Not too far away now, just a couple of short months before we'll be back at the Khartoum Oval in Malaga. Looking forward to that one, but plenty of cricket to be played between now and then. And knocked away into the offside. Just be the single. Yeah, Twickenham, they need to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. They've lost the toss, so they've been asked to bat. They need to get runs on the board here. As Ben Choi into the side and straight into the wickets. There's a one-hand grab from the bowler. Left arm just stuck up and it sticks, and Ben Choi gets his first wicket. Big smile on his face, and it's a big wicket as well as Neville Talbot departs for 15.
Joy for Choi as he takes a jalebi catch, and high fives all around. And well done to Ben Choi. Just gets the bat on the back foot and then just sticks out the left mid straight into the palm of the hand. Jalebiya khao sare. Jalebiya खा के तो मज़ा आ जाना ठंडा दिन है ना मी पै रहा masala tea with jalebis, that will do very nicely. Disappointment for Talbot. He showed good signs in the last match, batted well, put in a good partnership with his captain Carlos Nunes, but he's going to go cheaply this time. 27 of 13 in the first, and he goes just for 15, and that means that the captain Carlos Nunes will come in at number 3. Now I think there's a big weight on his shoulders to get a big score on the board here.
Yeah, he needs to lead from the front here, does the Twickenham skipper. I think if there's such a thing as a regulation one-handed catch, then that might be it from Ben Choi. He made it look easy. That one easily goes away to the rope. Miss hit there from Carlos Nunes, but somehow sneaks away. Of course, still in the power play. So only the 2 fielders allowed outside. You see, just cloths that into the leg side. There are 2 fielders out there, both ruefully look at each other, saying nope to you, to me. As the tractor's out. The tractor boys have been busy this morning. Hopefully not running the covers on anytime soon, though. That's cleared up a bit here. That's crunched hard to point as they'll jog through for the single. Yeah, it's good to see Ben Choi into the attack early on here for Weybridge. And yeah, it was a lovely one-handed catch. Lovely tractor as well. Nice
to see Jeremy Clarkson has joined us. And obviously taking some time away from Clarkson's farm, is that one will be partially stopped. The batters think about maybe taking the second, but decide against it. Yeah, loving that banner over there. The massive banner, let's play cricket. Stronger together here, of course, in England. And right next to that, of course, is the European Cricket Network banner. 2 federations working hand in hand together. That is going to go a long way. Well, that will go over that banner, and the Weather Girls will be after it without their umbrellas this time. And there it goes. It keeps going, going and going. Well, even the dog's not interested. Said, I've got no chance. Not up against the young girls that go chasing after that. They're certainly getting the exercise in this morning, Tina.
Yeah, they're sometimes getting more exercise in than the actual fielders, because there's some big hits over here in England. And well, talk about relay throw. I think this might be about a 23 catch relay throw as it's come back from the far field. The 4 of them are after it. They're still running. They've given up throwing it, and now they're just patrolling the ball back to the right field. The dog, meanwhile, I think he's got his own ball to play with. And it does Still coming back, still coming back. Eventually it will come back as Ansarullah Nuristani is bowling the third over here. That was a good over though from Ben Choi. Picked up that early wicket. Went for just the 13 runs. Big 6 though to finish it off. It's Patrick Dixon on strike here. 50-50. Super Goldilocks zone. The ground fielding has been decent enough so far today. At the end of that previous game, maybe didn't talk about it enough, but there was that brilliant stop and the penultimate ball right in front of us by Ayush Patel, which pretty much sealed the game for Banstead. The amount of times across Europe we see ones go through legs and arms and limbs, but generally here, given the tough conditions, fielding has been good. Fielding will be good here. No, it won't. Well, that is the commentator's curse in full flow. You're welcome.
I did exactly the same thing yesterday with Vinny. I was saying that one thing I've noticed here in England, as I think you would expect, the fielding has been superb. There's been very few balls that have gone through players. Catches have been taken. And as I was saying it, that's exactly when a catch went down. So, Tina, you are not alone. All right, this is being played over the head of the fielder. Will get away. That's going to be 4 more runs. Well, if you're talking about going through things, well, you can drive through a building here in England. The house in the hole in the Peak District has a road that goes through the building. A quirk of the 18th century planning. So how about that? You're living in a house where a road actually goes through the house. How weird can that be? Right, this one coming our way, maybe just to the right of you, Tina. 4 runs.
Nice shot down the ground as Carlos Nunez gets to his work here. You don't want to give the London councils any ideas. House in the hole.
House in the hole.
Space is at a premium here in the capital. Maybe that's the next step. Have a car parking space and a bedroom all in one.
House in the hole. The Peak District is very nice though, isn't it? The Peak District.
Beautiful. I was up towards Bedford yesterday, which was also a beautiful part of the world. Lovely kind of old school cricket ground surrounded by rolling fields. Dug away there by Carlos Nunez. Should be fielded. Oh, dearie me.
Nah, I have to check. Does the ball hit the rope before the girls get involved?
Just. I think more through luck than judgment on their part. Maybe he just felt the pressure of the weather girls behind him. And there you can see it does just dink into the rope. Boink.
Just there. Oh, well.
They might have fielded it either way.
Can you imagine as a fielder, well, you make that error, you know that we're going to be talking about it, but then when you look behind you, you got 5 girls saying, oh, look, he missed it. Look, he missed it. And one of them says, here you go, I'll give it to you. Oh, that's got to be bad. I think that's worse than having a crowd behind you going, ooh, oh, well, nothing worse. Well, those girls are making their presence felt. 48 for 1 as Twickenham looking to get a big score on the board here.
There's nothing more brutal than little girls laughing at you. It's not something I'd want to wish upon anybody, but it's a bit of a filthy misfield, wasn't it? And it was 4 boundaries in a row there off Nuristani's over. So we go into the 4th. It'll be Giles Cunningham bowling it, but he'll be whipped away for a 6. So Twickenham starting to hit their stride here. They move beyond 50, 54 for that early loss. That time Giles Cunningham, well, it would have been a wide ball. Instead, Patrick Dixon says, thank you very much, I'll take the 6. Twickenham here, they need to get a competitive total on the board. They need to win this game. They've lost 3 in a row. They've only got 2 wins to their name. And you'd say, more or less, if they don't win this, I don't think it's quite curtains mathematically, but given that, of course, all the other sides will be giving and taking points from one another, Twickenham will be very nervously watching the rest of the day's play unfold. And we're nervously watching the fielders out there at the moment. That's Freddie Faircliffe, who's come into the side for Weybridge, who does manage to just stick out a left paw there. Well, ever since I've said that the fielding's been commendable, it's been a bit harum-scarum. The Weather Girls, they've been the best fielders, I think, today so far. And while that one's again just dragged down the leg side, Patrick Dixon helps himself to another 6 runs. And that's gone right into the undergrowth. Who's going to get the pole out again? I think that needs a double length pole because that one went flush into the forest. And by all accounts, I mean, us commentators, we're maybe slightly more fair weather commentators, but I've been told by those in the forest that it's pretty thick down there. So at the moment we're having an effort here from the Weybridge fielder, but again, he's very tentatively just
Don't worry.
broaching the field.
Don't worry. Look, the girls are coming. We're all right. The girls are coming. And, well, they don't find it. Another ball goes out there, but the girls will say, don't worry. Leave it to us. They'll find it. I'm telling you, they'll find it. Look at them. They've been everywhere. And now they're a bit of teamwork saying, go on, you get in there.
If you need a job done properly, as this one goes up in the air, it's another opportunity here for Weybridge, and this time it is taken comfortably. A regulation grab, and that is the end of the skipper. Big wicket to fall for Twickenham. Carlos Nunes departs for 29. It was Seb Dunn settling underneath it. Maybe he's taken some inspiration from the Weather Girls and decides on this occasion he'll take it cleanly. And Twickenham lose their second, 61 for 2.
The score is good, there's no doubt about that, but they're losing good batters. Already lost Tolbert, now you lose Nunes as well. And a new man that comes out there is Gurjit Sandhu, somebody else who we know can be pretty useful. But yeah, I think Carlos Nunes probably, oh look, he was going well. Maybe he didn't have to be so risky with the shot selection, but he will go. The catch, as you said there, nicely taken there by Dunn. Be interesting to see if we see him having a bowl, because Seb Dunn is a quick bowler. At the moment, you can see that they're just going with the bowlers with the shot. It could be another 2 and 2 straight into the hands of the bowler, and Cunningham gets another, and he is going to be on a hat-trick as Gurjit Sandhu hits it straight back into the hands of Cunningham, who says thank you very much, that'll do nicely.
It was a strange shot, wasn't it, from Sandhu? Just clubbed it straight back down the ground. Don't think he quite can believe what he's done there. He goes for a golden derrick. And Giles Cunningham, who went for 13 runs off his first 3 deliveries, comes back with a 1-2 punch. Wicket. He's got the chance here to get himself into the ECN Hall of Fame. He'd be number 31 of 2025. And of course, just the second one in England after Azan Abbas. His 4 in 4. That was just a couple of days ago. And the final day of July, Giles Cunningham has the opportunity to add his name to the list.
Yeah, he certainly does. Well, that's first golden of the day, and that's for Sandhu, so he'll get a little bit of the old... He can have duck. No Olu Prontas for him. And here we go, hat-trick ball, and it's going to be Gurigbal Singh who comes in at number 5.
Left-hander facing up the hat-trick ball, Giles Cunningham. Can he add himself? Oh, well, there's the Danny Hudacek hat-trick. Wicket, filthy old wide.
Yeah, just as he bowls. See what he does? He bowls up wide, and the cricket gods say, how could you? And it starts to rain.
Yeah, he's upset the cricket gods there, because that was a filthy one. This one's actually a better one, and he's got an opportunity for 3 and 4 here. And he takes it. It's the 2 fielders out there looking like they might collide with one another. It was Seb Dunn and Ben Choi out there. Both of them have taken a catch already in this innings. And Seb Dunn leaves it to Ben Choi, who almost takes that catch as an afterthought. Almost like he was going to leave that one. Take a look at this, Rico. They both go towards it. And it was almost like, yes, no, maybe. Seb Dunn just ducks underneath it. Doesn't even look at what's happening behind him. But what is happening is that Ben Choi takes the catch. So Giles Cunningham, well, he gets a 3 and 3 of sorts. 3 wickets in 3 legal deliveries. He just sneaked in a wide in between, though, and that's another wicket to fall then for Twickenham. 3 in the over, 62 for 4. It's the end of the over as well.
End of the over. The rain's getting pretty heavy here now. This is a little quick concerning. I can see the umpires looking at each other. And I think the third umpire, Colin, and also Ian Rummage will be having discussions. What we've seen today, though, we've had these showers. It's just like that. As I'm talking, that rain just gets a lot lighter and it starts to stop as a new batter comes in. Good catch there taken by Choi. 17 years of age. Made it look nice and easy.
Seb Dunn, who ducked under that catch, is now bowling the 5th for Weybridge. Hi to Sandy Willow in the chat, asking as well. Oh, Sandy, you asked whether that was where the Wombles of Wimbledon live, in those thick forests. Well, the girls are actually still looking now. They now have an umbrella to help them in their search. I think they just I'm not sure they're trying to help us. I think they just want the grizzly as a souvenir. And if they do find it in that thick undergrowth, then I think we say fair enough.
If they find it, you know what we do? If they find it, they can have it. And I reckon that maybe we take the ball around and get everybody to sign it and give it back to them, because they've been absolutely amazing. The Weather Girls, and they haven't quit yet. There's Dunn. Well, wondering if Dunn would bowl. Well, he might get a wicket here. No, it's nowhere near where we saw already Ben Choi take a good catch. Yeah, he's not bowling off his full run-up. That's only to be expected. I don't think anybody's going to take too many unnecessary risks here. I think you've got to use your common sense here. It's the same for both sides and all the teams today, as I said already. I think bowlers will just have to cut down their run-ups and try and just bowl off a couple of steps, and that is what Dunn is doing here. But he bowled so well yesterday. He's got some real pace, but his variations yesterday were quite fantastic. This one's going to be called a wide. He doesn't like that call. Let's have a look at it again. But the umpires, I have to say, the men in black today have been absolutely outstanding, as have those girls. They've been great, and it looks like they've given up. I don't see a grizzly in hand. A valiant effort, but they don't find it. As we go back to Dunn with the ball.
That one's flicked away dismissively. It'll be 6 runs. Teddy Fleming, who was valiant in his attempts to chase down that total in the previous game. He gets a bit more time at the crease on this occasion. And that's his first maximo of his innings. It was actually Helix that was asking about the Wombles, but no Wombles and no Grizzlies so far found in those bushes. It probably won't be the last time that we hit that undergrowth, especially a lot of these batters coming out here, 360 players at the moment. Well, it would be an option here for Teddy Fleming. There's no one really straight behind square. So a scoop is on, especially with the height of Seb Dunn, but he goes more conventional, clubs it away into the dugout, says hello to the Weybridge 10. It's back-to-back boundaries for Teddy Fleming. A good counter-punch from him. Just one short of the halfway mark here.
Yeah, it's good batting from him, actually. Remember in the last match, he was couldn't quite get the power in those shots, and he was finding the fielders. Well, he's come out a different player in this one. Here's Teddy.
He goes again. This one's more high than long. Is it an opportunity for Ben Choi out there? No, it's not, as it clears the rope. That's 666. It's the devil, Seb Dunn. He gets punished. 24 runs coming off his over. Then at the halfway mark, 86 for 4. So a decent little comeback from Twickenham, given they lost those 3 wickets in the Giles Cunningham over. And suddenly there's life in the Green Boys yet. And of course, it is in a must-win game for Twickenham as well, as we take a look at something special coming our way.
Something new is hatching at ECN. Well, we saw the outline of this yesterday, and now today is day 1 of the reveal. And you can see that bit by bit, one piece of the puzzle will be revealed. And, well, your guess is as good as mine at the moment. Welcome, everybody, to a damp and rainy Wimbledon at the moment, but the cricket does go on, as it's not that heavy. And I'll tell you what else goes on. The fight for Twickenham, because it is a fight for them. They need a victory here, and they need to give themselves some hope and keep their hopes alive of finishing in the top 4 of Group A. At the moment, currently they're sitting 5th, but a win here would move them upwards. But the thing is, the teams above them will have games in hand. So tell you what would be good for them, if they can take a 4-pointer here. That would be massive. Can they do it though? As it's Golding who comes back. Just he went for 22 in his first, and it's not a good start to his second. 6 off the very first ball.
This feels like an important partnership between Dixon and Fleming, both on 22. Fleming's got there in twice as quick a time as Dixon. He's just able to punch that one down the ground. Back to the bowler as the rain falls again here. I suppose the good news is that it comes as quickly as it goes. So at the moment, there's no real danger of coming off. We just need to keep an eye on the forecast. The clouds are moving past us relatively quickly. I know there is rain forecast for this afternoon, but if it's like this, I think we'll maybe, just maybe, get away with it. Touch wood. Hayden Golding gets flicked away into the leg side, and it's an outstanding piece of inventive fielding out there in the deep by young Freddie Faircliff. The teenager puts his body on the line, kind of takes his body out of the way of the line at the same time, but whatever he does, it's effective as he stops that boundary.
It's a great bit of fielding. I mean, just look at that. He has to make sure that the feet don't go anywhere near the rope. Loving that shot also, though. It's a little bit the old bit of old Viv Richards about that shot, isn't it? Just flicking the ball from outside the off. That Fleming can't get too much power into this one. That would just be a single. There's the rain comes and goes. Light again here now, but it's I can see some more darker clouds coming from the left. It's going to be one of those days, Tina.
Yeah, I think we just got to try and stick with it as much as we can, as that one has been absolutely cracked right off the middle of the bat. Patrick Dixon, he scores a 6 on our pitch, a 6 on the next pitch, and it rolls away all the way almost to the AstroTurf, and it's a long old march across from Nathan Robinson. He gets the extra steps in. That was a big hit off the bat of Dixon. Gets Twickenham's 100 up as well. 100 for 4.
Huge hit. 14 coming off the over. So Goldin not quite having it his own way. 36 coming from it. You know what it is, though? It's a good day for tea. I was telling Vinny this yesterday, and he was like, you what? But Brits drink 100 million cups of tea a day.
Per person.
36 billion cups a year, that is. Quite amazing. He's one of the biggest tea consumers globally. That's what we need here now, a pot of tea. A nice pot of tea to keep us going. So anyone who's listening, tea please. It's time for tea. It's got to be time for tea.
That is a crazy stat. Just had a quick Google. So the UK adult population, is that one going to go away? No, it's stopped there by Joey Field. UK adult population, 53.7 million. So that means every UK adult is on average drinking almost 2 cups of tea. I've discounted kids. I mean, kids, you have kids that drink tea. Start them young over here in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, averaging 2 cups of tea.
used to love tea. She used to love tea. Every time she'll say, go have a cup of tea. You ask her what she wants to drink, cup of tea. Gone off it a little bit as she got older, but that's another good bit of fielding. It's been busy out there as Joey Field.
It's usually the other way around, isn't it? It's usually a drink you ease yourself into as you get older, much like wine. But I've never been a tea drinker.
No?
No.
Never?
No. Not. I've tried it with sugar. No.
What about the fusion teas?
Up in the air. Could be an opportunity here. 2 fielders underneath it. Who wants it? One of them's got to take it, and the closest is Fazal Hussain. He has a laugh about it. I hope it's a laugh rather than a grimace, because in the end he gets nowhere near this one. His feet give way. I think even if he managed to stay on his feet, I don't think his hands were anywhere near it. You can see his right leg gives way. His left follows suit. He gets a face full of grass, and the ball goes harmlessly to the turf, and he's immediately sent away to the offside.
Yeah. He never wanted it. When it went up, he's looking at the fielder, anybody around that could take over, and they sort of said, no, it's yours. You're the nearest to it. Oh, that is absolutely clobbered into the stumps. That's one that would have gone all the way to the boundary from Patrick Dixon. He's unlucky there. I tell you who's lucky, the umpire. I don't know if the umpire was quick enough here. This is Ghulam. Let's have a look at it. Oh, I think the stump saved him, you know. Saved by the woodwork. Umpire Ghulam. Ghulam's out there, of course, with Andy. Oh, men in black. But that saves 4 runs for me. Dixon, a bit unlucky, but he's starting to find his touch, and that one is going to be another one that's going to be hooved away on the leg side. 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Dixon rumbling along now, gives himself a bit of room and just works that away to leg side. Yeah, I can do the kind of chamomile tea, green tea, especially if I'm feeling a bit under the weather, but tea's not something I tend to go for. I tend to like the colder drinks. And even if I go for a coffee, it's usually something foamy or caramelly.
Coffee's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, tea, sort of wherever you go. I mean, if you like a particular blend of tea, it tends to be the same wherever you go. Coffees can be so different, can't they? I mean, I'm used to the coffees that you get in the cafes in Spain. You know, they're strong, but not that strong. You know, cafe con leche, etc. But then I know that other places you go to, I mean, even here, I've had a few cappuccinos and coffees here. It just don't taste the same. Let's have a look at this. Rise and shine. Yeah, why don't we all rise and shine? Because it will be the launching ground for tomorrow's champions, the Western Shield, the 18th to the 24th of September. And of course, around the same time will also be the Meltel Shield. Looking forward to the action there at the Karama Oval. As we go back to the action, here goes right across. He stumps Dixon. He won't like to look at that again. And it's going to be another wicket for Ben Choi. Well, Ben, I tell you what, he comes on the ball and he takes wickets. It's not a bad thing. And that's exactly what a captain likes to see when he makes a bowling change. Choi, full and straight. Dixon goes too far across, and he knows the risk of that shot. If you miss it, you're out. And that's exactly what happens. Timber as the stumps go backwards.
He was tempted into trying to just flick that one behind square. Just think Patrick Dixon was hitting it so well, straighter, so towards cow corner, if you can call that straight. I don't think he really needed to go for that one. Steps right across it. The ball's always going to angle in towards you with that left arm around action. Would have been better served just clubbing it, which is what he did so well in his 37 off 19. But Ben Choi picks up his second wicket. It's been a great little debut from him so far.
That's worth an appeal, wasn't it? Probably just drifting, actually. Let's see this one more time. I think it just drifts towards the leg, but it's certainly worth an appeal. We'll have a quick look at it here. No bat involved, but yeah, it's going down leg side.
Johnston in for Twickenham with still work to do here. Work to do with a fielder. Well, Luke Golding puts in an outstanding effort. I think in the end, it's the ball that wins, and the rope takes a fair chunk of Luke with him as well.
The snake come from nowhere. I think he knew what he wanted to do here, but he just kind of gets this a bit wrong. We'll have to go back to the live action here and maybe watch that again on the replay. Nicely floated this time. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, now it's Giles Cunningham's turn to make the error. Well, maybe the one we saw when the rope got involved was perhaps an error in the flick back, but this time, well, this is a real blooper. Got to be stopping those. And valuable 4 runs. Oh, well, where's this caught him? That's nasty. I think this is bobbled up and caught him on the side of the face. Oh, yaar. Grizzly ne aage ne putte haath da thappar maar dita booty de. I hope he's all right. I mean, the only good thing about this is I don't think it was struck that powerfully. I think he'll get up. He's a young lad, is Ben Choi. And he says, he said, I've had worse than that from my mum. As he just takes a bit of time to get his composure, but it's never nice. I think it's more of a surprise than anything else. But he's taken his time to get up. It's a nasty one, really. The ball just pops up. I don't even think he gets any fingers on this to take the impact away. He's just waiting to come on. He is up. He's on his feet. That's the best signs. But of course, it will go down as a head injury. So I think it's only right that they take a little bit of time to make sure he's okay. It's nice to see that some of the senior players are there, making sure that the youngster Choi is okay. I'm pretty sure that he's a trooper. He'll want to carry on, but I think he's just saying, hey, do I look all right? There's no marks. Have I got any scars of war that I can show off afterwards? You know what the young blood are like. And here it is again. You see straight onto kind of the cheekbone there. And I wonder if they may decide that it's probably best if he comes off for a little while and sits it out. Yeah, Yoz is there. Yoz, he looks like he's been in the wars himself a little bit, doesn't he, old Yoz? Hey, we did say that Yoz, he looks very much like the older version of Blake Vendelinde. And he when I saw Blake yesterday bowling, I thought, well, that's Yoz. That's Yoz like 10 years ago. Anyway, Yoz, I think that's the right move, and you can see that the youngster there, Ben Choi, he's walking of his own accord, seems to be okay, he's sipping some water, but it makes sense, especially when it is a head blow, just to take some time, sit it out, and of course that means that this one ball will have to be bowled by somebody, and it looks like it's going to be Faisal Hussain. It will just be the one ball he has to bowl. It will constitute as an over for him, though. So let's see if he can get a moment of glory with this one delivery.
It's hit firmly down the ground. It's well fielded by Joey Field. End of the over then. And Ben Choi, despite not completing his spell, can still be very pleased with his contribution. 2 for 17 off his 11 deliveries. Twickenham moved to 119. Big 2 overs coming up for them in the context of not just the game, but their entire series. They need to get to somewhere, you'd imagine 140, even 150 to keep Weybridge at bay. Looks like they'll be turning to a bit of spin, Will Weybridge, in the form of Giles Cunningham, who of course picked up 3 wickets in his first over. 2 in 2, then a wide, then another one. So if he gets another 2 in 2, he'd not only get the hat-trick, he'd also get the fifer. Meanwhile, Twickenham need to get runs on the board here. It's Hamish Johnston. Hasn't exactly fired so far, just a runner ball 5 for him.
Yeah, I just noticed there. That's a good sign that Choi back on the field. He just went off for a little moment. He says, I'm okay. I think they've checked him over. He says, yeah, I'm good. I'm back. And he is back there at extra cover.
The sun's trying to come out here as well in Wimbledon. You can even peek a tiny little pocket of blue skies. It's nothing more than a little sneak preview, but hopefully a sign of things to come.
Yeah, hello to Jacob, Julian Dawson, also in the chat. Hello, Julian. Hope you're well. And Helix. Hello, Helix. Hope everyone is well. And a little bit warmer than what we are here at the moment as the rain starts to just get a little heavy again. Short, up in the air, catchable. But nobody really seems to want it. That's an interesting one, actually, there. I think we'll go for 6. I say catchable. It kind of just drifted and held up in the air, and then it's quite an ambitious, quite a late ambitious effort from the fielder, who looked like he decided it was always going to be 6, and then at the last moment thought, well, actually, maybe I can try and save it. He does try and save it, but Freddie Faircliff doesn't get that right. That's going to be another wide, I suspect. As you're right, the sun is trying to make an appearance.
Just a couple of freebies here from Giles Cunningham. You can see what he's trying to do, trying to dart it right across the right-hander and sneak over the top of that wide line. This time he goes straight, it skews off the bat, could be a chance for a catch, and it's comfortably taken by Ansarullah Nuristani, who decides to have a little lie down for his troubles. He took that so low on the ground, he was almost prone by the time he took the grab, but he takes it nonetheless, and that's another wicket to fall for Twickenham. They lose their 6th, 125 for 6, and it's Hamish Johnston who has to go. Kind of the pressure telling there. He knew he had to get his skates on, maybe just get Teddy Fleming back on strike.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Fleming's there, he's got a good strike rate, but he can't get on strike. That's the key. Johnston, we know, can crunch the ball big. Hey, you know what we need to have a look at? 5 wicket hauls, because that's 4 for 20. Got 3 balls to see if he can pick up a Michelle Pfeiffer. And these are the 5 wicket hauls that we've had so far. 18 of them. Of course, Arsene Abbas took 5 for 12, including 4 in 4. So will we see another here? Cunningham, he's got 3 chances to do it.
It's Eugene Berger, the new batter, and he won't get on this occasion. They scamper through for the single. I think Teddy Fleming was going to run whatever happened on that one. Has seen enough from the non-striker's end. Wants to try and inflict a bit more damage here. Still very much in that Goldilocks zone. Weybridge have their noses in front. Big flourish here from Twickenham to end, and it could be back towards that 50-50 as it continues to brighten up here. And Teddy Fleming has certainly been a bright spark for Twickenham so far, but this one's going to be just reeled in. It's a brilliant effort there in the deep by Aidan Golding.
Well, I think you see Fleming saying, I want to check that. I think it's 6. Let's have a look. And, well, wow, I tell you what, can we see it? I wonder if we can slow that down a little bit. I know I think it looks to me, the thing is with the feet, it looks to me like an incredible save. Let's see. And I think he's done exceedingly well. That's brilliant. I think that's a save. I think I can understand why Fleming wants it checked. But I think he saves that.
Yeah, my instinct was he just about reeled that one in. He certainly takes off from within the boundary, so no problem with that. And I don't think the ball ever gets anywhere near the boundary. It just drops down right in front of him.
Yeah, now, I wonder what the decision here is going to be. Now, I think the umpire is probably going to say, right, you've got to come back over here because that's not a boundary. Fleming can't believe it. Sensational save. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, that is.
That's the kind of saves that can win you games. It's the difference between a 1 and a 5. And it, importantly as well, keeps Teddy Fleming off strike. There's only 1 ball left, so it's basically a free hit here for Eugene Berger. He swats it to the leg side, and it will go perfectly into the gap. That's exactly what Twickenham wanted. They get the boundary. They keep Teddy Fleming on strike for the final over. 131 on the board for the men in green. Well poised here. If Teddy Fleming can go big in the final over, still looking at maybe a total towards 150. As the sun starts to shine here, and maybe still shining down on Twickenham as they try to keep their finals hopes alive. Interesting to see who Weybridge turned to bowl the last. Seb Dunn He's got one in the bank, but he did go magical in his first. Otherwise, they'd have to go to another bowler, given they already had to use Fazal Hussain as an unexpected bowler. You imagine it will be done to bowl the last. And he does line up at the top of his mark. Teddy Fleming on strike.
Yeah, Fleming has hit the ball well. He's changed his approach, hasn't he? In that last match I mentioned, he played a lot of shots along the deck on the offside. Whereas in this match, he's decided, you know what, I'm going to go the aerial route on the leg side. And he's been successful so far, 26 off 9. Berger himself, we saw him play last year. And scored a fine 27 not out against Twickenham. He's also pretty useful. And they want to try and come back for 2, I think. But it's not going to happen. The throw comes in pretty quickly. Very good bit of fielding. Again, quick recovery, makes the stop, and then gets the throw in quickly as well. Good work once again there from Joey Field. He's saying, this part of the field, it's mine. Nothing's getting past me.
Berger on strike now. Needs to put a bit of meat behind it. No, he gets it into the leg side, so if he doesn't get the boundary, he at least gets Teddy Fleming back on strike. Actually, the left hand, right hand is useful here as well. Just annoying the bowlers and the fielders. And, well, 2 very different batters, isn't Teddy Fleming? He's like a little left-handed pocket rocket. Eugene Berger, he's all muscle and power. Between the 2 of them, though, just trying to edge Twickenham closer to a competitive score.
Oh, that's that slower sort of ball where he bowls from the back of the hand. It's probably more effective when he's bowling pace up because you don't quite expect it. And he bowled that really well yesterday a few times. But I think when you're bowling just with a few paces, it's picked quite easily. And Fleming once again goes big, goes large on the leg side. And speaking of burgers, you're not far from the home of the burger, are you? The Beef Burger there in Hamburg.
Yeah. Well, not that I spend much time there at the moment, but I know there's burger on the menu here at lunchtime as well, Rico. That the orders have just been asked for, so
I better get mine
get
ordered.
on it. Yeah. No time like the present as that one zips through, and it'll be a precious dot ball for Weybridge here. Still 145 is possible here. 2 balls left. 139 is on the score for Twickenham. Desperately need another boundary here. And they'll get it. Teddy Fleming launches it down the ground. It's as clean as a whistle there for the left-hander. Too many times we've actually seen a left-hander hit it over long off. We actually haven't had too many left-handers at all, but this time he clears that front leg, swats it down the ground. So 150 still on here for Twickenham. 145 is the score with 1 ball left. Teddy Fleming has put in a brilliant little innings here. 39 off 13 for him. Final ball coming up. It's swatted away once more. I think he saw Seb Dunn coming on that occasion, and Twickenham do get to that 150 mark. I finish 151 for 6 thanks to a brilliant cameo from Teddy Fleming. He finishes 45 not out off just 14 deliveries. He was almost the hero for Twickenham in the previous game, and well, it remains to be seen whether this will be a heroic knock from him, but he's done all he can in the first half of this innings to get Twickenham to a total they'll hope to defend to keep their finals hopes alive. As for Weybridge, well, I wouldn't say they let that innings go, but certainly there was a few opportunities that went a-begging, and towards the end just lost it a little. Seb Dunn going magical in that final over, 20 runs coming off it. As we take a look back at the highlights, well, it was a bit of everything, a bit of slip and slide at the start. There were some big hits off the bat of Patrick Dixon and Neville Talbot. That was, of course, in the first innings where they smashed it to all parts. And, well, when the first wicket fell, we thought maybe there'd be a little wobble here. That was a brilliant catch from Ben Choi. Just stuck out his left hand. That was the first wicket as Neville Talbot departed. Patrick Dixon carried on going, smashing 4 sixes on his way to 37. And then just a curious shot that got him out, stepping across one from Ben Choi. And he was hitting it so well down the ground. Case in point there. And when he did depart, it was one where he just tried to get a little too funky. It was a nice partnership nonetheless between him and Carlos Nunes. That was the Weather Girls doing better fielding than the man in the deep. And well, Giles Cunningham, when he came on, he went in for a bit of punishment. 2 rotten deliveries down leg side, got given the treatment, but then he came back and did actually end up with 4 wickets to his name, including that of the captain. That was a comfortable catch for Seb Dunn. Carlos Núñez departed, and when Núñez departed, we actually thought the worst for Twickenham, didn't we? We thought, where are the wickets or where the run's going to come from? They did manage to continue to rebuild. That was that my catch, your catch kind of situation where Ben Choi did take it in the end, but then Ben Choi also took one in the face. We'll have a look at the big sixes who were hit mostly then off the bat of Teddy Fleming towards the end. Still though, I think Twickenham would be more comfortable if they had another 10-15 runs on the board. For Weybridge though, it's going to be a big old chase, and we haven't seen chased too often. 150 plus is always one of those scores where you think, well, it should be chaseable, but the amount of times we've seen teams fall 10-15 runs short, as Twickenham did this morning.
Yeah, well, Twickenham, they will be concerned, I suppose. Remember that at the end of yesterday, they put 152 on the board, but East Mosley did chase them down. So we have seen those 150 chases, and I think that's why we've been saying that really, I think teams will be looking to get to that 165 plus. They were aided a little bit, weren't they? There were some midfields. This one, of course, was the worry when we saw Choi get one on the side of the face, on the cheekbone. But good news was, though he did go off, he was back within a couple of balls in the X. And Nuristani made the most of that catch. He put a little bit of mayo on it. And how about that little bit of fielding there? And that could be massive in this match. If this match is won and the difference is like something like between 4 and 5 runs, that bit of fielding on the boundary was quite unique. But also what was unique was the strike rate here of Teddy Fleming. A sensational knock from him. And you're right, Tina, I think he would have been disappointed that he wasn't able to get his team the win in the run chase in the earlier match. But this time round, he certainly gave them something to bowl at. 45 of 14, a really good performance.
Yeah, it absolutely was from the youngster who's come into the side here, and maybe second time lucky he will put in a match-winning performance. I'm sure he'll still have a word or two to say with the ball in hand. There was that double trouble in the middle, 2 golden ducks for Gurjeet Sandhu and Gurikbal Singh. Good recovery though as Fleming came to the crease and picked up where Patrick Dixon and Carlos Núñez left off. I think still a frustrating day for Carlos, the skipper, as he's had 2 starts and hasn't been able to push on exactly like he did yesterday, in fact. But he'll be, I suppose, happy enough with the 153 on the board for his side. Of course, remember that Twickenham, well, they're slightly walking wounded, aren't they, after Callum Watson went down in that previous game. Hopefully Ben Choi, he'll be okay to continue for Weybridge. Taking a look then at the bowlers, that's why we have a bit of a curious case of Fazal Hussein's single delivery. Only actually went for the 1. Seb Dunn was expensive, 44 runs coming off his 2. But 4 wickets for Giles Cunningham, who started a bit shakily. 2 sixes in the first 3 deliveries he bowled, but came back brilliantly. And 2 for Ben Choi, who took 1 in the face for his troubles. But it looks like he should be okay to continue. Maybe he'll have a part to play with the bat as well. So there you have it, halfway mark. Twickenham, 153 runs on the board. With their tournament on the line here, they need to pick up a win. If possible, they need to pick up all 4 points, but they'll have Weybridge to get through first, and Weybridge want to pick up their 4th win of the tournament, and of course they want to get through to quarterfinals day as well. So all still to play for here in match 17, as we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for Weybridge's run chase, needing 154 runs here in ECS England.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The tournament is on the line here for Twickenham as they look to defend 153 runs if they want to get through to quarterfinals day next Thursday. As for Weybridge, they want to secure their spot as well, and a fourth win in 7 would surely put them well on the way to securing one of those 4 top spots to make their way to next week's competition. Delicately poised here. We've seen that the average score from the series so far is down around 150, and Twickenham just sneaked ahead of that with the 153. Still though, bonus point is in contention as well. Twickenham would have to restrict Weybridge to 70% of their total. As for Weybridge, if they want to hunt down Twickenham's total and do it in 7 overs, then the bonus point will be theirs. So 107 is the magical number for Twickenham. If they can restrict Weybridge to that, then all 4 will be theirs. Weybridge though, they've got a task on their hands if they want to chase this down in 7 overs or fewer. Out there in the middle, it looks like it will be Upanchantu, the Portuguese international, to open the bowling for Twickenham. Of course, his opening bowling partner, Callum Watson, he rolled his ankle in the previous game. He's not in the team for this matchup. We did see him walking behind the tents gingerly, to say the least. He's certainly up and about, which is a good sign, but not able to play on this occasion. Openers for Weybridge. Looks like at the non-striker's end it's Aidan Golding, who often does the opening of the batting and the bowling for his side, and Nathan Robinson is facing up the first delivery for the men in purple. And it's right on the money straight away there from Upanchantu, giving Nathan Robinson no room at all. We know he's certainly a dangerous customer with the bat in hand. He's got 2 50-plus scores, 73 not out in the win against East Molesey. That was Weybridge's first game of this series. Backed that up with a 64 in game 13, again against East Molesey, so clearly a favourite opposition for Nathan Robinson. He needs to do it here though. And well, he almost got caught out second ball there, and it's that man Teddy Fleming, seemingly always in the action, who, well, it would have been a spectacular grab if he was able to take it. A real fingertip scraper there as it was crunched into mid-wicket. Nathan Robinson got hold of that one. Teddy Fleming did well to get his face out of the way, half stopped it as well. Would have been an absolute catch for the ages if he managed to hold on. Do scamper through for 2 though, Weybridge. Upanchantu, he's such a brilliant addition to the Twickenham side, isn't he? He's a bowler with international experience. He has the natural cheat code of being a left armer. Despite not being the tallest, he bowls with a good amount of zip as well. And he's not afraid of anyone going at him on this occasion. Nathan Robinson tries to get a bit funky, tries to target that vacant backward square region. The ball only finds the gloves of Mohamed Ahmad. Interesting to see if Twickenham skipper Carlos Nunes will bowl himself in this defence. Speaking to him this morning, he was hopeful that he'd have enough bowlers to see his side through without having to have a bowl himself, but of course losing one of their strike bowlers in the previous game certainly didn't help the cause. But this has been an excellent start from Twickenham, and Upanchantu, Portuguese international, giving away just 3 runs in his opening 5 deliveries. You can see he's furiously cleaning and drying the ball after every delivery. It's mercifully dry out there now. The sun is beginning to shine down on us, but still a very wet outfield from the amount of rain we've had on and off this morning, and he doesn't get away with a blemish-free over as he's swatted away for 6 runs to end the first. And Weybridge, still a good over for Twickenham. Weybridge get to 9 runs off the first with that Maximo. That run rate is up towards 16 and a half. You'd say still maybe not comfortable for Weybridge, but manageable. When things go towards 18, 19, That's when they start feeling a bit anxious. We're feeling a bit anxious as well because it's 70 matches since a golden ball. It was me and Rico who managed to break that tally in Krefeld and haven't had any since then. And we've also never had a golden ball in England. So I think it's about time we break that duck. We have of course, had an English golden ball, so Hornchurch have been involved in one ball decider before, but never on English soil. In the home of cricket, it's only right, isn't it, that we do have a golden ball at some point. So fingers crossed for that as Gurick Singh comes on to bowl the second here for Twickenham. He was absolutely the pick of the bowlers for Twickenham in their previous game. Of course, ends up being on the wrong side of that result against Banstead, but not for a lack of trying. Gurick Singh in particular, mighty impressive. Didn't pick up a wicket, but his 2 overs went for just the 11 runs. And that included bowling the last as well. So he's someone who has to be used sparingly here for Twickenham, but he goes for runs here as that's a delightful shot by Nathan Robinson. Gets inventive this time, it does pay off for him as he swats it away on the reverse for 4 runs. In that previous 10th over, Gurick Singh went for just 7 in the last. He bowled the 3rd on that occasion and went for just the 5 singles. So that's actually the first boundary he's conceded of the day. And it required a bit of an invention from Robinson to get there. This time he goes a bit more conventional down the ground, and that's going to beat both fielders out there as well. Closest was Patrick Dixon, but he couldn't stop the runaway Grizzly there. So the boundary's starting to flow here for Weybridge. Low full toss is dispatched by Nathan Robinson. Very much still in that Goldilocks zone. Twickenham just nudging ahead, but with Nathan Robinson at the crease, this could flip very quickly. Goes away into the covers. It's hopefully where the covers will remain for the rest of the day. As Hamish Johnson has to do the long old chase, so that's 3 boundaries in a row. Weybridge starting to get into their action here, including Nathan Robinson, who you'd imagine, even at this early stage, is a key wicket. If Twickenham can dislodge him, maybe they give themselves a chance of defending this total. Remember, the bonus point could be all important here as well for either side. Particularly Twickenham, whose chances of getting through to finals day, quarterfinals day, hang by a thread at the moment as it's 4 fours in a row. Gurick Singh, having gone for just 11 runs in his 2 overs in the previous game, goes for 18 in his first here. Weybridge moved to 27 for no loss after 2, thanks mostly to the batting of Nathan Robinson. Aidan Golding's only faced the 2 deliveries. He's worked those away for 7 though. Let's take a look at the standings and why this game is so important for Twickenham. If they get the 3 points here, that would take them into 3rd place, but of course both Weybridge and Spencer would still have games in hand. This is the last opportunity for Twickenham to get points on the board. Really, even maybe 3 points won't be enough, as the captain does bring himself back into the attack here, and he gets crunched away for 4 runs through the point region. So Carlos Nunes, he's had a mixed day today so far. He should have picked up 1, maybe 2 wickets in his first over in the previous game. It was 2 drops in the hands of Teddy Fleming, and he misfielded in front of us as well, did the Twickenham skipper. We know he's got potential to be a match winner, and he needs something to happen for his side here. As Rico joins me back in the commentary box, Weybridge, 5 boundaries in a row here.
Well, I think that's going to be 6, and I took a little bit of time to get back as I was ordering my my lunch, and I've gone for the national dish, a chicken tikka wrap. The national dish here, of course. Oh well, I'll tell you what, it's a good job. That's another reason why batters have to wear lids. Beware of your own partner. Not fish and chips anymore, you know, Tina. Chicken tikka. And I was saying to Vinny that that one's going to be another boundary on the spin. So Weyborough, they are on the march here, and Twickenham need to find a way to plug the hole which is leaking boundaries at the moment. I was saying to Vinny yesterday that here in England there are more Indian restaurants than the whole of Mumbai. That's quite amazing.
I think I've been to probably about 90% of them. Especially coming from Birmingham, the home of the Balti.
Oh, yeah. I mean, is it in Birmingham that they have the curry mile or something? Is that Birmingham? It's up in the air, by the way. It could be another boundary. It shouldn't be. Oh, it will be. Oh, good Iqbal Singh. Oh, well, that's the thing about Indian food. And good Iqbal Singh has probably had too many aloo paranthas. They're normally made with a lot of ghee. And ghee, as we know, is very buttery. When you got ghee on your fingers, well, this happens. You can't stop the ball. And now to rub it in, that's going to be a biggie. That's going to be 6 runs all the way. So how many boundaries is that now? They just keep on coming. That, I think, is 9 on the spin. And this over is going from bad to worse from Carlos Nunes. As that's at 22 off the over with the ball still to go.
This is trouble for Twickenham. It's brewing, and that one's going to go all the way as well. Straight as you like. Carlos Nunes goes for 28 runs in his over. Weybridge, that's as good as a power play as you're going to get. 61 runs, 55 runs even coming off it. Not quite 61, I wouldn't put it past them. That's 10 boundaries in a row. It's looking pretty so far for Weybridge, but Twickenham, they need to find a way to get back into this one.
I tell you what's not looking pretty, the weather. And that's why I think that Weybridge, they're being smart here. They're going big, because if what I suspect coming over from my left does hit us, it could be a lot of heavy rain, and then of course DLS will be applied, because you've gone over 3 overs now, so there will be a result in this match, whatever. So I think get ahead of the game, which they've done, but they don't want to be losing wickets here, Weybridge. That's where could be the downfall if the weather does play a part in this. Yeah, is it the Curry Mile in Birmingham?
Curry Mile's in Manchester.
Manchester.
It's the Balti Triangle in Birmingham. This one goes up in the air, and it's a chance for a caught and bowled. Teddy Fleming settles underneath it, takes the grab, and that's a moment to celebrate both for Teddy Fleming, who I think is relieved that he's remembered how to catch a ball, and of course for Twickenham as they get an all-important wicket. It's that of the very dangerous Nathan Robinson. He departs for 20 off 11. And just signs of life here for the men in green as they get one. Weybridge 55 for 1.
Could be a big wicket if the weather does play a part. And as I'm saying, these clouds are coming over. The one thing that can help you when it comes to the DLS is the number of wickets you take. Because I think when you look at the score on the board, Weybridge probably ahead on that front. So pick up some wickets. And Teddy Fleming, remember in the earlier match, the first one of the day, he dropped 2 in the air off the bowling of Carlos. But that smile tells you the story. Things have got better for him. He's batted beautifully well, scoring that quick-fire 45 or 14. And now he picks up the wicket of Robinson. That's a big, big scalp to take. And gets pushed away calmly by the new batter, who is Field. Takes a single and hands the strike back to Golding.
Twickenham just need to stick in this with potential weather coming. If they can just get 1 or 2 more wickets, actually the runs aren't maybe as important, but equally they just need to try and go for the win. Chance for a catch. No, it's going to drop over the rope. It's going to be 6 runs despite Iqbal Singh lurking out there on the boundary. I think it'd be a good day for a curry, wouldn't it? The temperature's just dropped. I was having a word with Joe, our scorer, and I was saying, Joe, it feels like a thunderstorm is coming, and he was like, no, it's too warm for a thunderstorm. And then about 10 minutes ago he came to me and he's like, now it's time for a thunderstorm. I
was going to say I could feel the stickiness and the humidity in the air, but now you can feel the cooler weather and the darker crowds, and you can hear the sirens as well. Good Iqbal this time. The long barrier is in place. He does make the stop. Just a single. So, all right, we were talking Indian food. We'll continue that thought. I know it's a bit early for food talk.
Never too early.
So, Indian restaurant, what's your go-to order? What are you ordering?
I usually try and go with people who want to share dishes with me. But I tend to keep it quite plain. Chicken tikka masala, some rice, and definitely a garlic naan.
Okay.
And maybe a Parata as well, as the rain does start to come now. And this is the kind of rain where you might not be able to stay out for long because
this
it's
is
coming
exactly what
and
I
it's
was
going to
talking
come
about.
hard. They're going to stay out there for now. Teddy Fleming seeing if he can maybe just sneak in another wicket before the rain comes. Well, I think the umpires are going to have to take a look at this because it is the end of the over. It's 64 for 1. A good over actually from Teddy Fleming. Goes for just 9 runs, picks up a wicket off his first delivery. And it's rather than that drizzly, mizzly nonsense we had this morning, this is what you'd call proper rain. And while the coats are being brought out for the men in blue, they're turning into the men in black.
Well, while they're bringing their coats out, I think I'm gonna hang on a minute. No, hang on. It just lightened up slightly. I was gonna put our side back up, which I
batten down the hatches.
Yeah, which I took down because when, as you said, it got pretty humid and warm. We needed some air in here, but well, if this rain persists, it's gonna have to go back up anyway. You can see that Twickenham, they want to stay out there. They know they've got to at the moment. They probably feel that they are slightly behind. So they want to stay out there, see if they can pick up a wicket to Angus McKenzie. Bowling here to Joey Field. Well, Field goes for the big shot, and he's going to get it. This one will go, and gets out of the field. Well, it didn't look like it was going to be catchable for me. Well, you can catch him out there, but there's no point in doing so because it's always going to be 6 runs. And a good attempt there out there on the boundary. And I think that's Fleming again. He's trying to keep that one in play, but it was always going to be 6. Here comes the rain again, getting a little bit heavier with the wind behind it. And with the wind behind it, it means that the Grizzly will go a little bit further as well. Gurukpal Singh can't get there. Yeah, so chicken tikka masala do you go to a restaurant and say, well, this is what I normally have, but I want to try something different, but I don't. If there was something if that wasn't on the menu, so if the usual wasn't on there, is this something that you say, I've never tried it, I'll go for it?
I quite like the cheese-based dishes, so the paneers. I like the sags as well. So
Saag paneer, yeah. It's definite. So Saag paneer is good.
I don't mind changing things up, but I feel like chicken tikka masala, or if I'm feeling a bit spicy, I'd go chicken madras. I'd maybe pair that with a chicken tikka masala just to take away the heat. Especially if you go to somewhere in Birmingham, they're not afraid to pack a punch.
Yeah.
That's why I never go to Indian restaurants in Germany, because they just don't do it well enough.
Yeah. The spices are everything, aren't they? I mean, as somebody who likes to cook and talking about cook, that's been worked away. A little bit of swivel on this from Golding, who's going well at the moment, moves to 46 with another boundary to his name as Angus goes a little bit too short here. Yeah, but with Indian food, the key thing is you got to have the spice. That's there's no doubt about that. But you got to use the fresh spices. Using just the powdered spices doesn't work, and that's when you have the difference between a good Indian and where the chili and the spice is there, but it's not going to just burn your tongue. You're going to get the flavours as well. So you've got to get the right balance.
That ball is going to get very, very wet as it's rolled back slowly towards Angus McKenzie, and that's absolutely the last thing you want as a leg spinner. He gets the old bar towel out, trying to mop it up. Well, the test match has stopped as well, and that's at the Oval, which is not too far away from here. So you can tell that all of the capital is under a bit of a cloud at the moment as that one gets a bit of something on it. Is it going to actually stop? No, it's just about quick enough to roll away. In fact, a bit of nothing on that as that goes away for 4 byes. And Twickenham, well, at the moment, it doesn't rain, it pours for them. I'm wondering, well, I suppose it could have even been a wide in the end. There was a little shuffle to offside by Aidan Golding. That's maybe what saved the bowler. I'm not sure the wicketkeeper Mohamed Ahmed was too chuffed with that decision, but Golding here just 4 runs short of a 13-ball half-century, and he gets there with a 4 that sizzled like a chicken tikka masala straight back down the ground. He does get to his half-century. 50 not out for Aidan Golding off just 14 deliveries. Brilliant effort for him in challenging conditions. I suppose it's more challenging for the bowlers than it is for the batters, as they can just swing and swing hard. You can see the umbrellas are up as we get to the halfway mark, and Weybridge looking comfortable here, 89 for 1.
Yeah, looking very comfortable, and you can see that Twickenham, they're just starting to to feel a little bit dejected out there. Nothing's gone well for them, even the weather. And remember, for those of you that would like to, you can get involved with us there in the European Cricket Hindi as well, at European Cricket Network Hindi, there on the Telegraph channel. And, something for everybody on European cricket. I know it's been enjoyed by a lot of our viewers there that often tune in via fan code. As it's time for a bit of burger. Well, no, it's not. Chicken tikka is what we're talking about, but some people may have ordered burger. I'll tell you who has. Twickenham with the ball to see if he can get a breakthrough, but he will start with a wide as the issues with the weather continue.
I wouldn't say no to a chicken tikka burger, to be fair. Sounds pretty delicious, as that one's anything but delicious. It's wides. Will it be 5 of them? Well, no. In this case, the rain actually plays into Twickenham's hands, but it's getting heavier here. I think they've got to come off at this point.
They've got to come off at this.
Signals the wide. They've run through for at least one, but this is heavy and persistent, and I think that will be the end of that for now. Let's hope it is just a shower. You can see the clouds around. Well, there's some lighter clouds, some darker clouds, but the trouble is, Rico, is cloud everywhere you look. Yeah,
this is what I was suspecting about, well, you heard me say about 10 minutes ago, with those darker clouds coming, I could see, I could feel. I told you my knees, they don't lie. My knees told me that heavy weather was coming, and I think that's why we saw the Weybridge quite clever in the way that they assaulted the earlier bowlers to get themselves well ahead, because they felt that DLS could be pretty key here. Twickenham knew the same. That's why they wanted to stay out there. They knew they were probably behind. They needed to pick up a few wickets. They did get one, didn't they? They got the big wicket of Robinson, who was in fantastic form and has been during this season and also during this tournament. But unfortunately, they couldn't get the wicket of Golding. So 50 not out of 14, and field is going well as well. So not good to see the covers. They are making their way out. And, great work there from Mark and the ground crew as well. The umpires and match officials out there doing their bit as well. It's a sight that nobody wants to see when you're talking about cricket. What we can do, though, we can maybe have a look at the highlights of this innings so far. And then, well, let's hope that the weather gives us a break to see if the players can get out there. So let's have a look at the highlights. Oh, a bit of funky stuff with the reverse of Malachi, but it was a good, powerful start. Even though Shantu bowled a good first over, only 9 came off that one. Good Iqbal Singh, as you said at the time, Tina, he was good. He bowled his 2 overs just for 11 in the last match, but in this time he went for 18. But I think the biggest change was when Carlos Nunes came on to bowl, 28 coming off that 3rd over, and that meant that the power play was worth 55.
Yeah, and Weybridge just had the advantage of maybe knowing the weather was coming. When the weather does come in England, it comes from a long way off, and they knew if they just kept on clubbing away that either they would get the runs anyway, or they would at least keep ahead of the chase. Oh, Aidan Golding, hold the pose. Thank you very much. He finishes at the moment on exactly 50. Joey Field 15 off 5, and well, there was only that one opportunity that was taken by Teddy Fleming. Maybe a bit of a wry shake of the head from him, because he did drop those 2 opportunities earlier in the day off his own skipper. That was an outstanding effort in the deep, but you could see there the rain was falling, and it was raining boundaries as well, mostly off the bat of Golding as the skipper for the day. Joey Field came out, but then the rain came, and it's a bit heavier but also a bit lighter here. I think, though, maybe for a while we will have to take a break, and certainly Weybridge, they can be happy with where they are, because if they don't get back on the pitch, they will be comfortably ahead on DLS. 93 at the halfway stage, chasing 154 for victory. But you can probably hear now, fortunately, those are not the live pictures, because it is bucketing it down, isn't it, Rico?
It's absolutely hammering it down at the moment. I think viewers just saw that as we saw Mark, the groundsman, just coming off the field after getting the covers organised. So we'll talk through this scorecard. Of course, 50 there from Aidan Golding. He's still there, 50 or 14. Robinson gave them a good start with that 20, and Joey Field, you can see he's doing his bit, just staying out there, rotating the strike quite nicely. So the way things stand here at the moment, I think Weybridge are in front. 5 overs have been completed, which probably means that for us to get out there and complete this match, it's got to be done probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes. I can't see that happening. They'll take time for the covers to come off, then the umpires will want to do a quick inspection. So I do believe that this match is probably done and dusted already, and it looks like that Weybridge will be the winners. A quick look at the bowlers so far. You can see that Teddy Fleming does pick up the early wicket, and he'll be happy with it as well because it was a call and bowl, so he does hold on to a catch after putting 2 down in the earlier one. But disappointing, the rain has come. I know that it's been sort of hovering all day, but up until this point it's been pretty light and we've been able to continue. But right now it's too heavy to do so. We're going to take a short break. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screens. So we'll keep you updated on that, and then we'll let you know what's happening with the next match. And of course, myself and Tina, we may come on a little bit later and give you an update on what's happening in the match that's scheduled after this one, which of course is Spencer taking on Barnstad. So we'll keep you updated, but do keep an eye on the bottom of your screens for now. Okay, well, join us back in probably about 10 or 15 minutes time when we give you further updates.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Well, there's one thing that cricket lovers don't like to see. That's the rain out there in the middle and the covers on. And unfortunately, after the halfway point of the second innings in that last match, when we saw that it was a run chase that Twickenham really needed to defend. They were fighting for their lives, really wanting to get something out of that game. But Weybridge, they were going well. 93 they got to at the halfway point, and the heavens open. That match, of course, did then get it got stopped because of the weather. We went to DLS, and Weybridge were the winners of that match by 20 runs. Not the news that Twickenham needed, because what that means for Twickenham is they do go a point ahead of Spencer. So currently they are sitting in fourth spot, but of course Spencer, they have 2 games in hand over them. They are expected to be playing in this match starting at 2 o'clock. Spencer taking on Banstead. But the way things are looking at the moment, it will be a delayed start. It's still raining. I can see that the groundsmen are going out and regularly checking the field. The umpires are going out there. But while it's still raining, I don't think we are going to get any play. We will, of course, keep you updated on that, and keep an eye on the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. In the meantime, of course, we want to take the opportunity to still bring you some cricket, and we thought that you'd enjoy this clash between Wimbledon and Hornchurch. It was the European Cricket League 2024 when these two teams met, and it was an absolute humdinger of a match. So while the rain is pouring here in Wimbledon, we're going to take you to the sunshine of the Cardamar Oval and enjoy this match. We will keep you updated. Tina or myself will come on and let you know any updates about this next match. Of course, it's an important one. Spencer take it on Banstead. Of course, Spencer, they know that if they pick up 2 points here, if this match is abandoned, they'll be more than happy with that, because that would take them above Twickenham. Twickenham are hoping that the rain stops and Banstead can do them a favour. But in the meantime, let's go over to the Cardamar Oval back in 2024 for the European Cricket League. Hornchurch taking on Wimbledon. Well, I hope you're ready for this clash, because two teams that's thoroughly entertained us last night will do it all over again. Last night, we know how it went. Wimbledon batted first there, so put 183 on the board. Tim Lloyd scored 86 at 27, and it was also a very good contribution from the captain of Wimbledon, Jonathan Webb, who made 58 of 23. Mark Whitlock was the bowler that took 2 for 31, but as Vinny touched on there was several players that didn't play or really get a game in that one for Hornchurch. Billy Gordon was one of them, as mentioned. And we also didn't see any bowling there from Gavin Griffiths as well. I'm sure this time around they will be firing in. This is a big one. The winner goes all the way through to the final. Wimbledon, courtesy of that win last night, 60% to 40% favourite in this one. But I think you know what I'm going to say. It could go either way. In that match yesterday, 183, Hornchurch made 156 in reply. And we saw good knocks there from the likes of Jayapal Vijay. First time really I've seen him at his best. He was just amazing to watch. Desmond Edwards has been good with the bat as well. And Adil Malik is a classy all-rounder for them as well. 28 he made of 10 deliveries. So a little bit of stretching down there in the middle by the batters as we get ready to go. Ready for the battle of bat versus ball here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Euros of cricket. Cup champions coming together, 35 of them, representing 33 nations. Only one champion though. We know Ginebra qualified as the winners of Group A. Who will be the winners of Group B? Well, one of these two teams will be contesting for that right later on tonight. Who will it be? Here's the first ball. And it's nicely played away, but there is a fielder in that spot. And a number of balls flew in this area last night from Wimbledon, so they've got that plugged pretty well straight away. Nice stop there from Lesbourne Edwards. Billy Gordon with the ball. Same openers as last night. Lloyd getting off the mark, handing this strike over to his captain. Uppish, and just wide off the fielder. They'll take the single. So Jonathan Webb, like his partner, getting off the mark with just a single. And a lot of expectation from the chat as well, and people around the world that are tuning in. Got mixed feelings from the chat. Some are go Wimbledon, others are saying, come on Hornchurch, blow the horns. It's a nice looking shot, and he's going to have to rush here and thinks about the shy, does Griffiths. You can see he's lining up, and then in the last moment decides not to. Didn't quite back himself. Gordon back to his mark. I'm wondering, with this extra cloud cover, that wind just starting to pick up, whether this ball will start to seam about in this fixture. That's a nice shot. He holds his post beautifully. That really is a good shot. This is all about keeping your shape. And Jonathan Webb, the captain of Wimbledon, does that beautifully. Just watch this. Gets that little shuffle across, puts himself in the right area, and then executes the shot beautifully. Lovely strike. The first boundary. It'll be 6 carreras for Webb. 9 off the over so far. Still a couple of balls to come. And now he goes the other way. Once again, good early movement there from Jonathan Webb. Just gets that shuffle across outside the off. And this one gets fired in towards him, this time from the bowler, Gordon. But he's very quick hands. And gets the middle of the bat once again. So back-to-back sixes here for Jonathan Webb. So, see the Hornchurch boys trying to get behind the bowler here. Come on, Billy, they're saying. A little bit full this, a bit high. Let the umpires have a look at each other and say, yeah, we're happy with that one. So we'll finish with a dot. 15. Come off the first. There again, so and it is pretty high, but the umpires don't go for a review there. I think that's one that Billy may have got away with, but anyway, I think they're there or thereabout. But normally we see those called. This is how the schedule today looks. As I said, this is the first quarterfinal. One of these two giant teams from England, Wimbledon or Hornchurch, will make their way through to the final. The winner of this match will be in that final later tonight. The loser has a difficult match up against Huddinge, who is, well, a team that's starting to find their form. This one will be called a wide. Harry Hankins comes into the attack. You can see what he's trying to do, just keeping that ball outside that off-stump corridor. Trying to get Tim Lloyd maybe chasing at the wide one. Hasn't Harry been in fantastic form? He's bowling well. Hasn't quite hit it off with the bat yet, but I'm sure it will come. But with the ball and in the field, he's been exceptional. It goes down the ground. It's a miscue, and there's the wicket. There's the wicket. Lloyd goes, and he goes early. The man who scored freely last night, scored 86 or 27. He's going to be the first to go. And it's just good bowling. I think he holds the pace off this as well. And Lloyd goes through with a shot. He's looking to go over the man who's there in the long on position. Doesn't get it right. The catch has been taken. It's 16 for 1. Just watch this again. Just doesn't quite get it right, and it's a neat catch taken. And they know that's an important one. And the two Hankins in the action. It's a catch taken there by George. So the breakthrough. And Hankins is the man that does it again. So Harry Hankins, the bowler. George Hankins, the catcher. It's going to be 2 on the board. 2 or 3. And that's a big wicket to get. As Tim Lloyd, who cracked 86 last night, goes. Well, he goes. A new batter comes in. I can tell you that's Charlie Whipple. And also, Vinny Sandu comes in to the box, and he's bringing a guest with him who's pretty up and about at the moment. Well, I tell you what, this box will be rocking and rolling, and it is. You probably heard the screams there. Well, let's just say you can probably guess it's somebody from Hornchurch that Vinny Sandu's built up here. Charlie Whipple will go first ball, golden duck. It is 2-2 for Harry Hankins. He's on a hat-trick. He's been here once before and he was so close. That is a really good catch taken there in the deep, coming all the way across. Really well taken. Excellent catch. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Here's another one taken with those two combining well. Both the Hankins. You got to go, you got to go. He does a little bit of the biz away celebration. Wow, what a turnaround in this over. To Charlie Whipple will go, caught George Hankins, and he's going to go for a... It's going to be a golden duck. Well, I was trying to introduce him, and I will now properly. Vinny Sandu.
Well, we might be introducing a hat-trick here. Hankins didn't bowl last night, Harry Hankins, and now he's got a crack at a hat-trick in qualifier 1.
It's played out, no run, straight to the fielder. He doesn't want to take on Adil Malik. What a bit of bowling this is, though. Harry Hankins, the bowler. George Hankins, the catcher. New man who comes in is another guy who has impressed with the bat. Is Hamish Merriman.
Yeah, well, pressure. Pressure's a funny thing. There's plenty of it floating around on finals day.
Oh, good delivery. Change of angle, change of line, gets this through. Well, Merriman, certainly there's no way you can say he's not feeling any pressure here. Of course you are. He's seen off the hat-trick ball, but yet to get off the mark. A good delivery there once again.
Well, Rico, I do have a special guest. Probably bring him in at the end of the over, just for a quick one, because he's pretty invested in this. I'll tell you who that is in a second. Right now, Merriman yet to score in 2 attempts.
It's a bit too wide this time when he gets called. He just has to check back at the umpire, does Harry, but I think he does just catch some of this line as he gets that movement away.
Good call.
Yeah, but again, he draws the shot out of the batter.
Might get a little nick on that. Umpires have been outstanding, I've got to say. Oh, a tough job to do. There's a lot happening. Right now, Cockney Corner, they are cock-a-hoot with this start from Hornchurch. Hankins 2 for 2 in the second, still with 2 to go. Yeah, the Hankins combination.
I think this might be it. Well, I thought it might have been a little bluff here. He was bringing the man on the boundary behind square up, and I thought maybe he's going to bluff and then bang the short one in. He still may. And he does, but he's going to catch that wide line once again. This is pretty high as well. Might also be perhaps one for the over.
Yeah, I think it's a wide, straight over the tram line. For me, it was probably about chest high as it went past. Let's have a look. Yeah, more or less. But Hankins getting the ball to fly here. No, he's right back towards the edge of that 30-metre circle that we've got here in ECN cricket.
Well bowled, gets the Yorker and gets it past the infielder in the 30-yard circle. That's Arthur George, but he's got protection there from Lesbourne Edwards. It's just a single.
Now, we had Tom in from Wimbledon CC last night, and he was a very good guest, follows this ECN cricket, and we've got another guest here, but this one is going to be pretty animated. I know that you're pretty animated, Rico, and that's why you get paid the big bucks. Just wait till you see who I've got here at the end of this over.
Well bowled, what a cracking over it's been as well from Harry Hankins. 2 wickets, just 5 runs. Remember the first one went for 15. This one only 5, 2 wickets go down, and Wimbledon at the end of 2 are 20 for 2.
Yeah, what an over that was by Hankins. And now you imagine he'd come back. Remember, Hankins didn't bowl last night, also didn't bowl. Gavin Griffiths, Billy Gordon didn't play. Bowler Adil Malik. And what a difference it can be. Lloyd 86 last night and goes for just 2 here at qualifier number 1. That's how these teams finish, not too far between them. Wimbledon with the 1 loss to Prague CC. Hornchurch with the 1 loss to Wimbledon. And it looks like they're going to go back to Billy Gordon in over number 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximone, special guest commentator And fantastic human being coming in is the Hornchurch president and the man I affectionately call the chairman of the board, Jeremy West. Welcome, Jeremy.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny. What an honour it is to have a few words in the famous commentary box. We've loved it over here for the last few days and last year as well. Great honour to be back, and Cockney Corner is absolutely looking forward to a fantastic day today.
Now, Jeremy, I've actually had the pleasure of visiting Hornchurch Cricket Club, and I had a really good time over the bank holiday weekend last year. But what does it mean for the Hornchurch community to come back for another ECL?
It is unbelievable. When we got the news that we'll be back, everybody wanted to come. We've really got great support in the locality, the other teams around us, and we just can't wait to enjoy today, and fingers crossed we'll be back. But it means the world to us to be back here. Fantastic competition.
It's well bowled by Gordon, getting that ball to talk a little bit away from the batter. Now gets another crack at Webb. Oh, this is the one that goes the other way, bounces over the stumps. And look, Billy Gordon, he is a real talent. We were just talking about him off air.
Yeah, Billy is, funny enough, I was very much in Hornchurch when he played his first game for us as a 13-year-old. But he's just got so much talent, bat, ball, as a captain. He means the world to us, and he typifies everything that's good about Hornchurch.
I know his parents are here supporting him as well today. Now he goes full, turns into a full toss with the batter on the charge, just a single. So, yeah, obviously it's a great community there, and I know that there's a lot of good causes that that the club supports as well. No, Oddballs is something that we're seeing supported all the time.
Yeah, we're a family club. We really are a bit of an unusual club. I don't think probably a few years ago we were taking that seriously, but we've just got better and better, and everybody that comes to us loves to be part of it. We support charities, we do anything that's probably a little bit unusual in cricket these days, club cricket, but we're there in the community. We've got a fantastic social media, people love us, you know, in Hornchurch, and we're just on a high at the moment.
Yeah, well, finally Billy gets knocked away for a boundary here. Nice little shot. I mean, it's friendly rivalry, I suppose, natural rivalry with the Wimbledon club. What's that been like this week?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, good luck to them. One of us is going to go through, and we wish them all the best if they do. And it is friendly rivalry. Yeah. We were there last year. We won our 2020, and we know what it is to experience it. They do. It's their first time over here. Yeah, so it's just a different game. It's a different atmosphere. Everything about it is beyond what we could ever think it was going to be.
That's true. I mean, you've got a lot of comment, and you're right. You say one of you will go through, well, maximum one of you will go through. Because don't worry, you've still got the Swedes hanging around.
Yes,
they're hitting their straps as well.
Yeah, that's true.
This morning. Last ball of the over, another full toss. And this is dropped. Well, that ball never hits the ground from the moment Gordon releases it. It's a tough one for Malik, a real stinger on the edge of the circle, but Merriman dropped on 5. Hasn't hurt him yet, end of the power play, but Hornchurch do have the better of the first 3 overs of this one. It's 26 for 2. And well, the chairman, one thing I love about you, I call you the chairman of the board, you ride every high and every low with this team, don't you? You're really invested.
I certainly do, and I absolutely love it. We're so tight as a unit. The boys love one another, and you know, I love to be part of that. And I don't play now. My legs, well and truly done for that. But you know, I love everything about Hornchurch. Can't look into it, every single result, even the youth sides of a Saturday. And yeah, just love it.
You talk about the youth, and yeah, obviously I got the pleasure of meeting a lot of the juniors there, and I was involved in their trophy ceremony last year. But also at the other end of the scale, you've got someone like Dougie.
Yeah.
And we might have to talk a little bit about Dougie.
Well, Dougie is our legend. He's 87. He still plays now and then. He's 3 wickets short of 1,300 wickets for our club.
He's been stranded just short of that for how many years now? We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Griffiths, who's probably the fastest of the Hornchurch bowlers, but this has gone up and out of here. Well, pace in, pace out. Webb goes large. Maximo. Welcome Gavin, who we didn't see bowling last night. That's a really good shot by Webb. But yeah, Dougie
is...
How often does he play now?
Well, when he can get a game, he'll play.
But Dougie is behind the bar. He's compiled all of this material as well. Because Hornchurch, I mean, tell everyone, how far back does Hornchurch Cricket Club go?
Well, it's come 240 years, so it is probably the oldest sports club in Essex. We've had our ups and downs over the years, as you'd expect. But
that's the shot again. This time Webb is going to put that one over the tents. Maximo! What a shot. And Webb turning this innings around for Wimbledon.
Dougie probably wouldn't mind me saying, but he's probably got the quickest divorce in kind of history, because he was divorced on a Friday. I think he married the cricket club on the Saturday. And he's literally, it's his life. But he's been immense for our club. We tried to get him out over here this year, but he won't. And he didn't have a passport. And shame. But I think he's technically, he hasn't got a clue on phones, anything. But he is watching it today.
Someone will be putting him in front of a TV. I know that much. Here's Griffiths. Comeback ball, but it's just going to go the same way. This time offside. Maximo. Well, what batting this is from Webb. Things turning around pretty quickly. This form of the game, though, I've been curious to see how Wimbledon are going, because obviously you guys took a little bit of time to hit the ground last year. Probably didn't quite know what to expect. No. Wimbledon had a very impressive start, but also going down to Prague CC, I think they're finding out in real time what this game's all about.
It's completely different even to the 220, because in an over it can change dramatically. We just see 2 wickets in the second over there after a good first over.
Griffiths is a really experienced campaigner, played a good level of cricket. He goes to the slower ball there, so he won't be flapped by that start, even though 3 have disappeared. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching back in Hornchurch. I'm sure they'd love to be here.
They would.
Cockney Corner's been a different dimension, something we've never really seen here at the Carlton Oval. Bringing so many people. That must be a great experience for everyone.
It is. When we knew we were coming, we only knew December time, but I think, the flights were kind of booked up the following day by about 60-odd people, and that's the support we've got.
That's a pretty good shot as well. Throws the hands at this one. I think it might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo. 4 in the over. And Griffiths not getting the kind of assistance from the wind maybe at his back than he did earlier in the tournament. That's a really good cricket shot, though. 4 sixes out of 5, and this time it's Merriman that whacks him away. Anyway, how nervous do you get, though? You must get a bit nervous.
Very nervous. I actually woke up this morning and having gone through last year where we got through the first round on run rate to get into the super final.
That's true.
It really is, I am nervous.
That's okay. Well, I'll only hold you up here one more over because we want to get a look at you. But Griffiths goes for 25 in that over. Wins the last ball, though. 51 for 2. I'll put your cricket brain on now. What do you think's a past score here between you two teams? And similar in a lot of ways, obviously the type of cricket you're typically playing through the season. What do you think?
Well, having come here last year, I think if we got maybe 120 to chase something like that, we'd fancy it. But because we have got the batsmen. We've got, unfortunately, George Hankins this year hasn't really kind of fired. Last year he was 40s, 50s, 60s, more or less every game, which got us off to a fantastic start. But we've just got to hope and back our batsmen. But I think it is going to be probably 120. Hopefully no more that we'll have to chase.
But what I would say, with the talent that both teams have in both departments, because one of these games, I think anything's chaseable and anything's defendable, depending on if one team can really hit their straps. Adil Malik gets an over here in over number 5. This is hit pretty powerfully, and it's outside the range of the fielder. It's 4 more. Merriman. Don't forget, he got a life earlier on, and making the most of it. 4 runs. Adil didn't bowl last night. He's another one of those players. No. He is a class act, isn't he, Adil Malik?
On a grass wicket, for our leagues, I think he's been the leading wicket taker in the Premiership of Essex for the last 2 years. And
well, right now, he's going to disappear maybe back to Essex, because that one's gone a long way. Maximo, his partnership growing for Wimbledon. But yeah, those pitches at Hornchurch as well, they do take a bit of spin, don't they? He really makes the most of those conditions. But a handful.
The one thing that we've seen in this game, catches win matches, and 9 out of 10, Malik will have caught that one there. But that's this type of cricket.
Hang in there, Jeremy. Stay with me. Anyway, could come back a little bit shorter. And Merriman misses out. Tell us a little bit about the community, though. I know that you're a big supporter of Dag and Reds as well. I'm always keeping an eye on them in the football.
Yeah, my company's been the main sponsor of Dagenham and Redbridge for 20 years. It is a great club there. It's a club that's done...
Oh, Chance picks it up, goes the long way, just gets home. Bat plug victim is Merriman. Murray did really well to jump on that. Now, Murray had one of the all-time shockers last night, and won't mind me saying that. But look at that. He swipes and misses, and the bat was nowhere to be seen. And believe it or not, that's an opportunity.
It is. Big opportunity for us.
Merriman gets lucky again after being a bit unlucky. Last ball, the 0 from Malik. It's been a good one, all things considered. 12 off it, plus this. And it'll stay at 12. So at the end of 5 overs, the score is 63 for 2. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box. And, well, kind of one of my dreams coming true. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with the chairman of the board, Jeremy West. And I got to tell you, I got to say thank you as well. You invited me to be a part of your club for the Charity Day and the Sponsors Day last year. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it gave me a taste of where you've come from. And it just reminds me that every single club has a story. And your story is an exciting one. I know you're pretty on edge today. It's a huge day in the calendar for Hornchurch CC, isn't it?
Oh, it is immense, yeah. And it's a great honour to be. We can't believe what a fantastic competition this is. Last year we were all bowled over with it, and this year, when we knew we were coming back, I mean, it was like going, all your Christmases come at once. We absolutely love being here. We love you, Vinny. We love the commentary team. We love everything about it. And, you know, I can tell you our boys are 100% up to trying to get through to the next round. But that's cricket.
That's cricket. And the beauty is the unknown is what makes it exciting.
It is.
It's interesting that saying you love the commentary team. They've heard that you've got some that you love more than others. We won't go into that just yet. But, look, we're ready to start the 6th over. I'm going to keep you here for one more over, Jeremy, and I'll let you get back to your people. And it's going to start with another headbang. Well, it's been a good week to wear a helmet, hasn't it? And this time it's Merriman who's been dropped and then was almost run out. Now he gets shaken up because that first ball from Arthur George lids him. Pretty pacey pitch, this one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Anyway, I know a lot of people are following on. And I was just going to say that you do a magnificent job, Jeremy. Once I learned a bit more about you and through your company, Western Co., which is a very, very trusted and important company in the area. You really do a lot of things to try and support the community. Well, that's smashed. Well, get hit, then hit back. And that's exactly what Webb does. He gets the strike back and puts it over the ropes for 6. This game, though, it can change so quickly, can't it? It can change so quickly. We've already seen 2 or 3 momentum shifts in the first 5 and a bit overs of this one.
Yeah. That's the nature of the game, isn't it? It is literally an over, can swing it round one way or the other. I might just go back and tell everyone, they might not be aware. So typically the winner of the ECL is invited back automatically for the next year. And in the history of the ECL, it's only ever been the winner that's been invited back. As we see George come in again. This is pitched up and is hit very, very well. Wind not really a factor today. That one travels Maximo as Webb moves to 47. Yeah, so just if you're not aware of the Hornchurch story, Hornchurch ended up finishing 2nd last year, losing the final to Dreux, who'll be here in the next week. I'm sure you'll look forward to seeing them. And so at that stage, you thought, you'd have to re-qualify through the English T20, which is, we're talking literally hundreds of clubs feed through that competition. So you thought, oh, that's our best chance gone. But because of the expanded format next group this year, there was an extra spot, and so it was decided to give it to the runner-up. So you only found out, was it October last year, that you'd be able to come back. And I know you were desperate to come back. As George gets him jumping and sneaks it inside. So what was that moment like when you found? Because I know you've said, isn't there any way we can come back? Isn't there any way? I said, look, it's not really a choice thing. A bit lucky to get away with that. Maybe Milkesh thinking that the batter moved a bit. No, as I said earlier, when we actually knew that we were coming back here, it was just all our club, from our junior section right the way through. It was just sensational.
That's good batting. He gets a bit of bat on it this time. Takes an early jump there, and Webb reaches 50. He does in 18 balls. A class player. And, Jeremy's right next to me here. And he knew this is going to be tough to qualify through this group. A lot of people calling it the group of death. This game's taken a few twists already.
It has.
Well batted by Webb, brings up the 50 in 18 balls. And anyway, Jeremy, I just want to say big thank you to you for joining us here in the commentary box. I know you're desperate to get back to Cockney Corner.
Yeah,
Watch this last ball from George.
Yes!
Well, there you go. Teddy Coney! Unbelievable. Well, we've heard some loud commentary in the commentary box here at
Catch of the
ECS.
match! Catch of the match!
Never mind catch of the match. That's probably the catch of the week so far. Because Webb was up and going, and 51 is all he'll do in qualifier 1. That is an incredible catch. Teddy Coney.
Teddy Coney!
He's a very good fielder, Teddy.
He is.
We don't
He
always
is.
see him out there in the 11 here at the ECL, but that is a game-changing catch.
Unbelievable catch and unbelievable, and always even better.
Look at that. That is a worldie. This will be a great shot of it. Goes full extension, protects the ball.
Fantastic.
Uses his other hand to break his fall. And there we go. This is the real time. And you've got a third arm there. There's Rico in the bottom. That is unbelievable. How about the backflips there?
Oh, fantastic.
From Arthur George. Well,
Yeah.
there's plenty to have a look at there. This is ECL cricket at its peak. That is an incredible piece of fielding. And as if it couldn't get any more entertaining. How about the backflips coming from Arthur George? Hey, take nothing away from that innings from Webb. He really turns it on. 7 sixes in his 51. The score was 80 for 3. Well, Jeremy, no better way for us to end our conversation. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me both of you. Pleasure and fantastic. Fantastic. We look forward to the rest of the game.
Yeah, well,
Thanks.
we'll be keeping an eye on you, the chairman of the board, and maybe we'll see some of his trademark marches. Oh, I mean, not only a great catch, but saves 4 as well. Gives us a chance to breathe. Tatum, the new batter, comes out at number 5 as we welcome Rico Full back into the commentary box. And Rico, right now, the win predictor saying 50-50 contest.
Wow, well, I've just picked myself off the floor after that catch. Well, we were all excited in there. What a catch that was. An absolute humdinger of a catch from Ted Coney. And that then swings this back in the balance, because let's face it, I know Merriman's played some nice shots, but it was all about the captain, Jonathan Webb, that seemed to be taking this match away from the Hornchurch. This is another opportunity, and it's another wicket. So Tatum will go. Well, Tatum in tatters. He'll go for a duck, a 2-ball duck for him. Malik picks up the wicket. And now we can really see a downslide here from Wimbledon if one of the batters doesn't get going. I think all eyes now have to be on Hamish Merriman to really just keep them going and see if they can get to this sort of, I mean, they should be on for a 140 type of score here, but wickets now falling pretty regularly. Nicely done.
Safe. I mean, technique's so important. He does everything right in front of the head. And sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. Tatum goes for a 2-ball duck. And Malik breaks through with a wicket. It's 81 for 4. Well, Rico, I've had the pleasure to commentate, I think, over 2,000 matches with you. And I've heard some pretty loud things, but I don't think I've ever heard a scream from a co-commentator quite like Jeremy West. I mean, he really lives and breathes Hornchurch Cricket Club.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's why we have to be neutral, otherwise we'd be a bit like that. Okay, well, to take the single here. So this is going to be pretty key here now. I mean, takes the single, James Weir straight away. But all eyes now on Merriman. He's got to try and keep the attack going. Yeah, what a wonderful moment. What a great bit of cricket we just saw there. And you can see that he's playing for it was Webb. He played the shot earlier, tried to do it again. He thought he got away with it. But it was a great catch. And this is a great shot. It's a slog sweep for 6. Well, that man almost loses his dinner. What's going on? He said, why are you all shouting duck? Well, he's walking with it. Duck, what for? Oh, he almost loses it.
This has been chaos, and I'm loving it, to be honest. Batter comes back and fields the balls. The new one's thrown out, saying, I'm keen to get on with it. Merriman, he got lucky a couple of times, don't forget. Now, a few comments coming in as well. Now, Murray, just bending the rules with their helmet. He has to keep in a helmet if he's up to the stumps. He's gone for the jockey lid.
Yeah.
Pretty big one as well. His last ball of Malik's spell.
Just take the single, that's clever. For Merriman, he moves to 30 of 16. He'll keep the strike. So James Weir is his partner at the moment. Not a bad spell there at all from Adil Malik. 1 for 21. I'm sure he'll have a big part to play with the bat as well. So 89 for 4 at the end of 7 overs.
Yeah, looking at some of the upcoming events. And yeah, Portugal the next stop, with the Western Shield to take place for the first time on the 6th and 7th of April. But of course, we've got a 3-week ECS round. Then in France, the likes of Nabi and some of those tour players, as well as some of the national team players, I think will be taking part in the first ever ECS France. Then we're going to Brescia, of course, Gina Brescia. I expect them to be a part of that one. Estonia for the first time in 4 years as well. Then Greece, first time in 3. Great to go to all these different locations. Stay with us. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. You can watch it all for free. All right, time for a new over. Griffiths comes back. Another catching opportunity. They've held him, Hornchurch. Now this time it's Arthur George that takes the catch. And Harry Hankins actually comes on to bowl over number 8. That's his 3rd wicket, all caught in a similar area of the ground. And Wimbledon, there's been runs, but there's also been wickets. It's 89 for 5.
Great captaincy. They know that this is the wicket you want. He takes a single off the last, doesn't need to go and strike. And I think that's when the captain, Mark Whitlock, says, okay, I'm going back to my strike bowler. I need to remove Merriman. Get rid of Merriman and anything can happen. That's the 5th wicket to go. Now I get the feeling that Hornchurch will be trying to tighten the screws and keep him under 120. As soon as he hits this Hamish Merriman, he knows he's in trouble. And he's very, very annoyed with himself for playing that shot. So he goes, and now we're going to see just how much resistance that Wimbledon have at the lower end of the order. 89 for 5.
Yeah, good catching though. We saw one go down, didn't we? We saw Adil Malik slip. Let one slip. That was a tough one. It was at him, but it was hit pretty hard. But apart from that, they've been pretty good in the field. And I suppose that easy drop is countered by the fact that Ted Coney pulls out a ridiculous catch to his right. Hornchurch, this is very them.
I wonder if Ted Coney knows what a jalebi is, because that was a jalebi catch, I'm telling you. You know what a jalebi is? He's smiling. He says, no idea. Somebody should buy him a box of jalebis after that catch.
It's well bowled. Hankins has bowled really well in this tournament. And this time it'll just be a single. But, of course, it's not quite the final yet. And there's still a few twists and turns. These two would be the favourites, I suppose, to meet in the final regardless. But hitting it, just that kind of wild card team at the moment, aren't they? That are starting to hit their straps, waiting for the team that doesn't win this game.
It's up in the air, it's catchable, and it's taken. There's no mistakes, and that is another wicket for Harry Hankins. He's now taken 4, and he's got 3 balls to go to see if he can take a fifer here. We've seen one in the ECL 24, and that was it was from Aftab, wasn't it? Afghan, Arafat, beg your pardon. Arafat Afghan has taken 5. It's only the 2nd time when he took 5 that we're seeing that on the European Cricket League. Are we going to see it for the 3rd time?
Yeah, they've held the catches, like I said. I mean, most of these are regulation at this level, but Weir, unfortunately for him, can't get going. It's Les Edwards that takes the catch. And it's 4 for Harry Hankins, all caught. And Wimbledon have hit the skids a bit. It's 90 for 6.
Yesterday, these are flying for 6. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, true.
But today, I mean, as soon as he plays that, I said, yeah, that's going to go. But of course, yesterday it would have, not today, been snapped up. Good catch. So, well, wicket starting to tumble here ever since that wicket there off Webb.
Could he get 5?
Good looking shot, and this one ain't going to be stopped. That's 4 runs. That's a delightful shot. The new batter that comes out, Jonathan Speller, gets one pitched up and he plays it beautifully. 4 runs.
That's the thing. I mean, these are quality cricketers. I mean, you're going to get down. Okay, Speller's come in at 8, but that's a cracking shot, and they decided to keep the mid-off up. This is to do with what this wind has been doing. Now, it's a light breeze at the moment at most. It was pretty calm this morning. So they've kept the deep third back. They've kept the mid-off up, but just meant that straight drive went all the way to the ropes.
Goes back to that shorter ball outside. This is the go-to ball, isn't it? This is what Hornchurch, the length that they've bowled so well, which some of the other teams, the like of Hooding, the likes of Prague CC and the Micklin Eagles really struggle to deal with.
Well, there you go. Afghan, the only 5-wicket haul of this ECL so far. Only the 2nd 5-wicket haul in ECL history, although on ECN this year we've already had 6. Of course, we started the season on the 17th of January, and Sohail Ahmed did it on opening day. Can Hankins get a 5 here? Last chance.
And it's just going to drop short off the fielder. So it won't be this time. Lesmond Edwards is not going to be able to snap that one up. But what a spell of bowling. Huge applause for Hankins. He's bowled brilliantly, 4 for 11, sensational.
Yeah, I mean, not just the wickets, but also the runs. Bit of trivia, the first 5-wicket haul in ECL was Fasi Chowdhury of Albi Zalmi. He also got hit for 5 sixes, and he had 5 wickets, 5 sixes and 2 dots in his spell, well. 5 for 30. Don't think they ever bowled him again. But anyway.
They didn't. You know, you're right. They didn't. It was quite amazing.
2 overs to go. I mean, let's see what the expected score is saying. I would have imagined about 120. It'll click on in a minute. Here it is. 116. Okay, yeah. Maybe the 6 wickets just dragging it down a little bit. But that 120 is going to be an interesting score because at Wimbledon, they've got some pretty good bowling options as well. They've had the classic mixed bag. Really, that's what this ECL is all about. I often say teams never have it all their own way during a group. It is Griffiths that comes back now for over number 9.
And he strays down the leg side, and that's just an easy put away. And you can just see the disappointment there from Whitlock as that one gets past him. It's not where he wanted. His main strike bowler be putting it. Gavin Griffiths hasn't had the best of time so far. His first over, remember, went magical because Webb took a liking to him. Gets a bit of comforting word said to him there by Adil Malik.
I wonder what his tactics are here. I mean, he's been able to kind of blast through a fair few batting lineups just with his pace and with the wind at his back. Now they're going to put the third up and the long off back. It tells me he's probably going to bowl fuller. I've just been keeping it simple. I've been trying to nail a Yorker.
He's going to go probably shorter outside the off. That's why Cooney goes back up.
A slower ball instead. That's the other option you could go to. They're not really picked, I think, by Speller. 120 is going to be an interesting kind of total because Wimbledon could easily turn the tables with their attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, just remember that Hornchurch, when they haven't batted well, they've been able to defend with their bowling scores around about that. So Wimbledon, they've got the same amount of firepower in their tank as well. So this is going to be interesting. But I reckon if they can get to that 120, that'll be it. They'll settle for that, Wimbledon.
Great contest here in qualifier 1. Now slow ball and diddles him again. Now they're going to run. There could be a chance to run out here, but Griffiths fumbles the return. That's actually quite clever running because it takes a long time to get to Murray because it is a slower ball. This is actually a tactic we've seen a little bit creeping into the game.
Yeah, I wonder if Richie Lamb is seeing this length that's been bowled and thinking, you know what, I fancy it better. Speller's already shown he's pretty good hitting straight.
Should it be, look, to be honest, Griffiths throws that. It's the 7th wicket. Wickets do tend to matter even when at this stage of the innings because they're 6 out, they're 7 out. You start being able to think you might be able to bowl them out. Anyway, change of striker. Let's see what Lamb's got on the menu.
He hits this pretty well, so expecting a shorter one, I think, Lamb. And I think that's why he's keen to get up there. Maybe he fancies himself more of a puller and a hooker than Speller, but he doesn't. He gets a full one. All right, back to Speller, and I think this is where Gavin Griffiths goes back to the shorter delivery outside the off.
Yeah, well, I mean, beat him with 2 slower balls. So now, do you surprise him with a quicker one, or you just stick with what's working? You've got to try and get in Speller's head. Is he expecting a slower ball, or really, in the end, it's a bit of cat and mouse going on here. Griffiths none for 30, but he's been a lot more effective in this second over.
It's well bowled again. It's going to be a single.
Goes pace on again there. That's the risk because back of Speller's mind, even though he's thinking, look, this might be a slower ball, I'm going to kind of set myself with my timing for a slower ball. But it's very hard to then adjust to the quicker one because then you're not really getting a big shot on it. You're kind of just keeping it out. That was a nice drive, but couldn't get under it. Gets 1. It's been a good comeback from Hornchurch. They've taken wickets in clumps, haven't they? They took 2 quickly, and then they've taken 4 pretty quickly in the second half.
It's going to be a wide ball, I believe. Yeah, it's gone all the way over the head off the batter. I actually, even though this is the wide, I actually think this is slower. I don't think this is.
It's a slow ball. No, it's a slower
ball, but it just pinged off the surface.
We saw one. It might have been Katawala that played the most ridiculous jump hook yesterday. It was about that height, and he just, it's like he was slam dunking a basketball with a cricket bat in his hand. It went miles. One of the shots of the week. Anyway, Griffiths to close out his spell. Sovers only had 8 come off it. One of them was a bye.
Okay, trying to get it in the gap, but he won't. It will be fielded out there by a little man himself. I'm looking forward to seeing him with the bat again, Jalpesh Vijay. End of the over, and it's a, remember, it started with the boundary, but he recovered from that very well, Gavin Griffiths. After that, it was tiki-taka, and a score at the end of 9, 104 for 6.
Look, and you see the class of Griffiths there. Remember, he got whacked in his first over, but it's cool head. His guys played professional cricket. It shows. And recovers from adversity. 4 for 11, though. Harry Hankins steals the figures. Adil Malik with a wicket in his spell. George was used for 1 over, but it looks like they're going to go for Les Edwards. I actually think he's got a bit of pace about him. Les Bourne will also probably bat in the number 3 spot for Hornchurch. 104 for Wimbledon. This is where if they could somehow just wangle a magical over here, get mid-120s, something like that, they'll feel they're hitting with a bit of momentum. But right now, got to say Hornchurch have had the better of this qualifier 1. Let's see what Les Bourne is providing us here. Last overtime, seatbelts on.
So swing and a miss, and maybe there was an opportunity to steal a bye there, but there's obviously the feeling here that maybe Richie Lamb is, despite him being on 3 or 4 deliveries and Speller on 10 of 7, there obviously is a belief that he's the better batter. So
yeah,
that's, I think, why they don't scramble that bye.
Yeah, maybe. Now you're running. Probably run out. Do you throw it? You do. Welcome to the ECL. 1 will bring 2, or will it? Oh, well. Pretty close. I think he's just in.
Yeah, I reckon he just makes it in. I think the bowler has a little bit more time, you know.
Yeah, well.
The first time round.
Had to throw from his knees. Oh, he might be out, you know. He is out. Look at that. Just out. I mean, a big cheer goes up, but they probably should have got 0 out of that. In the end, they get 1.91. Here we go. I love it. He takes a bit off the throw, thinking it'll make it more accurate, but often that makes it less accurate. And does well, recovers, and Speller finds himself just short. It's 1 by and run out, and Wimbledon 105 for 7. Hey, and these ECN moments, they don't just happen with some of these teams, you know, when we get down to quite amateur cricket. They'll happen even with some of the better players going round. But still, Speller started well. He ends up contributing 10 to the cause as he goes. It's 105 for 7.
Yeah, he makes his play. I suppose he does the right thing in the end, trying to get Richie back on strike. And now let's see if Richie Lamb can reward him for the sacrifice of that wicket and ping one out of the park. He'll try, and he will. So there you go. That's what the sacrifice brings. It brings a boundary.
Yeah, but look, it does work, I suppose, getting him back on strike. Again, I like that Wimbledon are picking up these tactics pretty quickly. I mean, the fact that they're running to the keeper, running over throws, just trying to squeeze every last one out of this innings. Les Bourne, I think his one's hitting the line. It'll be called a wide.
All of these, with 3 balls to go in the innings, are very valuable runs.
Now, if you think that that's an easy throw from the bowler, and it was, you just go and look on YouTube, you'll see guys like Kane Williamson missing from about a quarter of that distance. So that's the thing. In the moment, can get in your head, especially when it's like, oh, this is easy. I shouldn't be missing from here. It's funny. Some very good people have missed those stumps, trust me.
Good slow ball. It's only going to be a single, though. They think about it, and, well, they're going to get him. That's very smart cricket. Very smart. The batters, though, do hesitate, and I'll be interested to see if they didn't hesitate. The hesitation gave the fielder the time to think and throw it to the right end. So, in the end, they get the key batter who's trying to get back on strike, Richie Lamb. They'll get 1, though, so 114 for 8.
Yeah, and it also gives Murray more time so that he doesn't have to throw at the stumps. See, he basically just goes the full-on diving like an NFL running back. He goes to the line, and he does the business. Yeah, Murray, he's been solid in that position during this 10 overs, but pretty handy little 10 as well from Lamb. It's bits and pieces at the moment for Wimbledon, trying to get a score on the board. 2 balls remaining. It's 113 for 8.
Yeah, good work there by Harry. But again, I think the batters, they just hesitated. Back to the action. And they're running again. In comes the throw. And this time they make it.
I wish that had gone quicker back to Edwards, because I wanted to see if he shaped up to throw again or whether he just eats it after he's missed the stumps from about 5 metres.
Good running.
They'll be happy with just a 1 here. Now, It's going to be Matthew Benning to have the last ball. Wimbledon, Maximo takes him to the 120. Game on here at the Cartama Oval with an automatic spot in the final of Group B on the line.
Yeah, left-hander. Here's Benning. Now that field does change. 2 men go out on the leg side.
I feel like he's a bit of a minimo risk just with the shape he was getting, especially if he's going around the wicket. And let's see if he can get it right and make the adjustment to the left-hander. Very tall batter, Benning. Both these two expect them to bowl in the second half.
Gonna be gone, gets a little snick. No mistakes there from the keeper. Murray takes the catch to Benning. He will go without scoring. Second ball, is it, or first? I think it's his first.
Yeah, that's
gonna
a golden
get a first
duck.
ball, golden.
Golden duck to finish.
But he knows that his job is not with the bat, is with the ball. So watch out for him. But what a crazy innings that was. It started well, didn't it, from Hornchurch. Then we saw Jonathan Webb start cracking the ball all over the place, put a good partnership together with Hamish Merriman. Remember, those two came together with the score on 16 for 2. And then you saw Webb go, and Merriman went, and then, well, you saw Wimbledon just couldn't get going again. It was a great, I would say it was a great exhibition of T10 cricket. It shows everything and anything can happen.
That's a really good way to put it, actually. I mean, they were 80 for 2 with 25 balls remaining. But from that point, they only get 34 more, and they lose 6 wickets in that closing part of the innings. And it's got to be advantage Hornchurch here, but still plenty to be written here in qualifier 1. But didn't we see some good stroke play as well? And it really was the third wicket partnership of 64 that sets up this score. Without that, I think it could have been trouble for Wimbledon.
Yeah, but you know what? There was when the El Presidente was up here and Malik dropped the catch, he was saying, you know what, catches wins matches, and Malik putting that catch down he would normally take. But remember, that was when Merriman was on 5. And if catches win you matches, you got a catch coming up here that you're going to see, which does win you matches. I don't know when we got it queued up for you, but it was an absolute stunner.
Yeah.
And it was to remove the danger man, Jonathan Webb, who just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it because he played for that shot. That was a nice one there, struck by Merriman when he started to click. But
it was the turning point, really. Like I said, there were 80 for 2 before that. Before that, there was a few balls that might have brought the rain. Hopefully there's no rain that's going to join us here on Group B Finals Day. But Webb, well, he is powerful, and he took on quality bowling, and really he made them pay with a lot of these strokes all around the ground. He's made good choices. Yeah, so he got to 50, and though this is just before the end of over number 6, he went across, he was able to angle it across, but Ted Coney, oh, what a catch that is. And, well, the chairman of the board, he was thrilled. And, well, so was Arthur George, who went the full backflip. Hornchurch were never really looking back after that. And despite the odd blow, they kind of got that one boundary and over for the last 4, but it doesn't really help you. You need to get those subsequent boundaries. They never really came. Hornchurch held their catches from there on in, and despite the odd blooper in the field, I think they're pretty comfortable chasing 115.
Yeah, I think so, and yeah, you know, so go back to what I said, catches do win matches. What a catch that was from Ted Coney.
Here
Unbelievable.
It is. ECN moments, cue the music. It don't have to be based on the continent. It did actually end up in a run out, believe it or not. Pretty good kind of emergency keeping there from Lesbon. Well, there's the chairman of the board. He looks pretty thrilled. But Wimbledon, I'm telling you something, they are very, very confident they've got what it takes to defend this score as well. Murray did well. That throw skidded off the pitch as well, so he did well to block it, ran it back in. That was a good option. Last ball, thick edge, caught behind, and the score remained 114. Those last 3 overs, Harry Hankins only concedes 6 in the 8th. Griffiths only concedes 9. Remember, he was expensive early on.
Yeah.
And Edwards only 10 in that 10th over. Looking at the scorecard, Webb 51 off 19, but only lasted 1 more ball. One of the catches of the week by Ted Coney. Apart from that, Merriman 30 lived a charmed life, but his luck ran out on 30. Pair of 10s. It's a moderate starting hand in Texas Hold'em, but Lamb and Speller will provide that 10 extras as well as Wimbledon strike 114 after being sent in by Hornchurch.
Yeah, I think Charlie Whipple and Brendan Tatton will be disappointed. I mean, they're key positions, and when they don't click, well, then you're leaving too much for the tails to do. Richie Lamb and Jonathan Speller getting double figures there for them, but it was a great performance. These two teams provided us with a high-scoring extravaganza last night. Well, this one is going to be a low-scoring epic. It has that feel about it.
How about Hankins with 4 for 11, backed up by his teammates, including the fellow Hankins out there, who I think we'll see opening the batting. Of course, I'm talking about George Hankins there. Also, wickets for Adil Malik. And towards the end, we saw them closing things out pretty well. George with a wicket, Les Edwards with 1 for 8 off his over as well. We'll take a break. This is exciting, so don't go too far. We'll be back in a moment, and we'll find out which of these two English clubs will go straight through to the final, and which club will have to go the hard way through Hoodinga, who are waiting for them. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying Group Finals Day as much as we are. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for what could be quite a spicy end to this match number 2 on this finals day of Group B. Match number 12 between Wimbledon and Hornchurch. Wimbledon, well, it was a bit of an up and down innings. They started badly with 16 for 2. Then we saw a fantastic 64-run partnership between Jonathan Webb and Hamish Merriman. And that partnership came to an end because of an unbelievable grab, and then everything changed And Hollandchurch ended up going back on top. At one point, it looked like they could be chasing around about a score of 145, 150. It's not to be. It's 115 required for victory, but it won't be easy. We know that Wimbledon, they'll be throwing everything at this. What's up for grabs? Very simple. The team that wins this match makes it all the way through to the Group B final. And that means they avoid a rather uncomfortable clash against Huddinge, who are playing some good cricket at the moment, the Swedish champions. Here's the first one. Just played straight back to the bowler, Oliver Pike, who was very good last night, who was getting the ball to move around. And he opens up. So they go to Pike before they go to Benning. He also has a lot of pace. George Hankins, chairman of the board, who was in here, was saying it's a shame he hasn't yet clicked with the bat. Maybe he will when it matters. It's going to be a wide. It's a great take by the keeper, James Ware, diving down the leg side. Just tries to tuck him up a little bit here, but strays down leg side. Gets away with it, really. It's one that you'd expect the batter to put away. Hankins is out there with Billy Gordon, who's the non-striker. Let's play it away. It's going to be a chase for the fielder. He's not going to get there. It's going to be cuatro carreras. Well, Cockney Corner will like that. They start applauding. The first boundary of the innings. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. Once again, just trying down that leg side. Gets in a good position early. That's George Hankins. Pike back to his mark. Starting to get just a little bit more overcast now, getting a bit darker out there. Wait, it's the call. Fielding down there by Merriman. Yeah, a few more clouds about. Maybe some people saying it could be a chance of a bit of a shower. Hopefully not. I mean, sometimes we've been very lucky in this part of Carterman because of the mountains around us. Oh, well, that's going to be a minimum. That's not a good delivery at all. And this time, there's no way that James Ware can get to this. So that hurts you big time. In a low-scoring contest, to give 5 away like this, that ball does move pretty late from Pike. I mean, it looks like he's heading towards the batter. Then it starts to get away. Oh, that's a Gandhi one. That hurts you. It's that wind just starting to pick up a bit now as well. So this one's going to get over the batter. They will take the single. Yeah, I was mentioning the mountains, the Sierra de Cartama, quite often keeps the bad weather away. We sometimes have a little oasis of good weather here. Well, let's hope that's the case here. A lot of cloud at the moment, which probably means that the old Grizzly may seem about a little bit more than normal. Pike just maybe a little bit too quick, that one for Gordon. He goes to play the shot, maybe just a bit late on it. So gets a dot ball in. If he can finish with a dot, he'll be quite happy with just the 11 coming off this over when you consider it's been 6 runs given away in wides. It's uppish, but it's over the infield. It'll be 4 runs. It will be 15 off the first. And Billy Gordon hits his first boundary as well. So both the openers are off and running. And Oliver Pike, it's not the best start from him. And you can see that it's going to be Richie Lamb who surprisingly gets given the second over. 23 matches since the golden ball. Well, could it be, people? Could it be? Could the 2 English teams provide us with a golden ball? Well, one man who would love to see a golden ball because he's wearing his golden shoes is Vinny Sandu, who joins me back in the box.
Yeah, good day for it. Got a little bit of gold on you as well. Here's Richie, over number 2.
Got absolute beauty. He doesn't have to move when he hits this. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Boom! Shaka Lagia.
That's a pretty confident shot. I think Hankins is a little bit more careful early on tonight. I think he knows if he bats a good chunk of this innings, they should do this fairly easily. I think the Minimo helps him out as well in the first over. Now Hankins, he's a guy who scored a double century in a 50-over match earlier in the year, I suppose last year now, and he's a key to this batting lineup. He's a key that hasn't clicked yet.
And he scuffs this, but he gets lucky. Just out of the reach of the fielder. I think that's better, that's there. This could have gone anywhere. So he tucks him up a little bit.
Yeah, 12, 0, 5 and 16. That's what Hankins scored in each of the 4 group matches. I'm telling you, he's a lot better than those figures indicate. Gordon, interesting choice to open.
He wants it, and he'll get there.
What do you think's behind Gordon opening here? I mean, you've got someone like Jalpesh Vijay who's done that job and done it very well. To be honest, seems like the most in-form Hornchurch batter. Do you think there's a strategy between not opening with him?
I think they know that for them to go well, that he needs to get some batting in him. And I think they know that Jalpesh is going good. He's in good form. And they're probably saying to Billy, right, okay, there you go. It's not a huge score. You can pace this. And that's why he gets given a go. I quite like it.
The other thing is that Gordon, well, he's got a hamstring that's dodgier than the 3 a.m. chicken curry left over. And just the extra workload concerns me a little bit. But I have gone with him and he's looked okay. Hasn't had to do too much so far. Just 3 balls faced and hit 1 boundary. 85% here, Hornchurch. Lamb trying to move those numbers.
Shot. That's an absolute beautiful shot, George Hankins. And we know his class. I mean, those figures that you just called out, they don't really belong to a batter of his ability. He's done everything right apart from click with the bat. His fielding's been sensational. Some of the catches he's taken have been great. And it's only a matter of time. And you know what they say, you know, form can come and go, but class is permanent.
Yeah.
Now, this guy is class.
Good shot, nice little pickup shot, got real low for that one.
Yeah, you're right, though. He's not rushing into his shot, is he? Like that one there, he doesn't try and power it. He's just concentrating, getting bat onto ball, taking the single. And a score like this, chasing a score like this helps and allows him to do that. They need to go just under 11 and over. So this is pretty comfortable at the moment. But Wimbledon know the same way that Hornchurch put the pressure on them by taking those wickets and changed everything around. Wimbledon are more than capable of doing the same.
Things can go south pretty quickly. I mean, we saw that Prague EC about this time yesterday against the Eagles, for example. Both these teams finishing on 11 points. Wimbledon winning last night, but it's got a different feel, this game. Yeah, I think with Hankins, I think he can afford to be a little bit more selective. Now, you don't want to reinvent the wheel. You don't want to think your strategy's all wrong just because you have, say, 4 failures in a row, because it's the kind of game where it's inherently risky. But so far he's made pretty good choices. Benning comes on. Can he break this opening partnership? Last over of the power play coming up.
Starts with that Yorker. And it's well played, well watched, nicely dealt with by Billy Gordon.
Hornchurch have a bit of a reputation for just finding a way to get it done. It's not always pretty. Had a couple of ugly wins in the group stage, but here on finals day so far, I have to say they're playing the better of these 2 teams. Still a distance to go in this one though.
And this is going to go for 4. It sneaks it in between the man at backward point and point. It's 4 more, and the applause and cheers all around Cockney Corner. I mean, they're confident but still nervy at the same time. And every time the ball goes to the boundary, there's a roar.
See Hankins, he's fired up. He bangs his bats. It's a great shot, Billy. Keep it up.
That one's on the knee of the fielder. Doesn't get away from him though.
Yeah, get your body behind it. That'll be a stinger though. Gordon's just got a very easy, simple technique. You know, he stays fairly still. He's playing the ball on its merits. He hits through the line of the ball really well. He's nice at also opening up his wrists to access point.
Shot. What a good shot this is. It's that Yorker length delivery just gets it slightly wrong. And against good players, that slightly wrong means it gets whipped away for a boundary. Look, just going down the leg. And that's quick hands, great movement, great shot, great timing, 4 more.
Again, we see a lot about his premeditating and having these kind of triggers that sometimes aren't helpful, but Billy, stay still. That was the correct shot for that ball.
And you can see there, they know the numbers. They know the numbers. They know what they've got to do. As soon as they get those 2 boundaries and over, they know they don't have to take any risk. If it's not there, they don't need to take the risk. They're going at 10s, they're needing 10s, and they're doing it at the moment pretty easily.
Would you go straight to Whipple here in the 4th end of the power play?
It's a risky one, really, because if he goes for plenty, then it could be the match. So they probably want to go and keep with
maybe
the main strike. Yeah,
Pulsar with the left armers.
Pulsar probably first. 4 more. Gets a bit of whip into the deck. No chance for the fielder. Cuatro carreras más. It's the end of the 3rd over, the end of the power play, and they are well ahead where they need to be. At this point is when Wimbledon was struggling. They were 26 for 2 as opposed to 44 without loss.
Well, it's finals day where dreams are made and hearts are broken, and I can guarantee you both those 2 things will happen on this Saturday on the Costa del Sol. Consistency. That's what to get out of those first 3 overs. Consistency, not necessarily trying for huge overs, but just staying ahead of the rate. And it looks like they may go to Whipple. The reason I think this is a good move, it was my instinct, is look, you need to do something bold to change things. And I think Whipple is your kind of X-factor bowler. He's not easy to pick. He bowls a lot of wrong-uns, and he's got a lot of balls that, you know, they look like wrong-uns that kind of skid straight on. So I think he's something different. Let's see if he can break through for Wimbledon. Gordon on strike.
It's a bit of a false shot.
You can already see there, I mean, where he puts that is perfect because Billy's not quite sure if it's going to turn into him or if it's going to go straight. And you can see, but credit to Billy, he doesn't swing away. He knows, okay, that's a good ball. I'm happy just to knock that 1 for 1, make sure he gets some bat on it.
He uses his feet well, gets there, plays it away, nice shot again. And it seems to be plenty of cheers at the moment from Hornchurch and their spectators. Look at that, good footwork, gets to the pitch of it, plays it away. And one thing, Vinny, is that, and they know at Hornchurch, that's why they're happy at the moment. Yeah. You do not want to, neither one of these 2 teams want to be playing Whittinger at the moment. Whittinger are on a high. That is not going to be an easy match. Gundy ball, tries to do something different, gets it wrong. Oh, well, she was cheering 1 minute. Next minute, the ball's on the floor. She almost ends up on the floor. And she gets a little bit of spice here from the Grizzly. Watch this. Watch out, watch out. There's a Grizzly about.
Yeah, well, we saw the knee buster. There might be the ankle buster as well. That's one that they'll be happy to take for the team down there. That's one that Whipple, you said it was a bit of a gamble. I mean, that one gets away from him. Wrist spin is not easy.
And there again, you see, they've got the 2 boundaries. And once they've got those 2 boundaries, they're just thinking, right, unless it is a Gundy ball, unless it's one that's right in the slot that we can guarantee putting away to the boundary without taking any risk. You don't have to. They don't have to take any risk. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. For the 2nd time in the innings, it's going to be a minimal 5 wides. Wimbledon, they've sort of hurt themselves here as well, haven't they? Remember, we saw that in the very first over from Oliver Pike where 6 wides came off. So
tough one for the keeper, I mean, because of the bounce he gets, and also it's not particularly easy to pick as a keeper either. And that one was the wrong end. He's outside the body. Things kind of falling apart in the first 4 overs for Wimbledon.
Nice looking shot, and that's wide off the fielder. He's going to have no say on that as well. That goes all the way. Bolle, brrr. Shaka Langel. That's the man with the jalebi fingers as well. एंड चलो होंचर्च वाले ने मुंडे नो जलेबियां खिला दो कहंदा मैं कदी जलेबियां खादियां नहीं go on give him a jalebi or two let him know what the jalebis are after his jalebi catch. And there you go again, just respects this one, takes a single. It's a magical over. And Vinny, this is what I was afraid of. I just think in a low scoring one like this, if you go with your spin and it doesn't come off, if it goes magical, it's the game gone.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Doesn't seem to bowl too many or any genuine leg spinners, does he, Whipple? It's just his natural thing to bowl out of the back of the hand. But again, good decisions made there. And I think, I suppose Wimbledon, they haven't really been their best friend here either, because they are bowling at least one or two balls that are kind of hit-me balls and over. And if they weren't doing that, then the batters are kind of forced to make something out of nothing. So I don't think Wimbledon have really bowled to their potential in this innings so far, and the numbers would reflect that. 66 without loss after 4.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Hornchurch haven't had to take any risk. Their batters have just batted purely and played ball to merit, and there's been too many bad balls. There's been too many extras, and Wimbledon know that. And they're trying to get themselves back into the contest, and they're hoping that Jack Polser, who is given the ball here now, can make the difference.
Okay. Now going to go to Polser, lefty. Still, we've seen games lost from here, haven't we? We've seen that one wicket can spark something. Can Wimbledon play the way back in, one ball at a time? Polser trying to move the needle in over number 5.
Short, gets pulled, but to the fielder. There's a man out there. So it'll just be a single. So Hankins more than happy to give the strike back to Billy Gordon.
Yeah, just looking in complete control at the moment. But you're up, you're down. Every game's different. Plenty more to happen on finals day.
Short one again, so same shot now from Hankins. So they're not going to be too bothered here at the moment. They can afford, I mean, they're so far ahead. That rate just around about 8 required. They'll take their time and they'll go after the right ball. Polser wants a breakthrough. And he's going to be another single. So bowling to his field. But both batters looking so comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. It's tough. You can tell a lot by body language here at Wimbledon. And they're trying their best to kind of keep the game face on, but I think they felt the game slipping away here. Maybe conserving their energy for potentially 2 more big matches tonight.
Okay, maybe first chance. Wiss is coming down. Going, gone. Well, that's the difference a day makes. Yesterday, this is staying 10 or 15 metres inside of the boundary rope with the wind blowing. Today, it just keeps going. 6 runs.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is one that's blowing back yesterday, but 24 hours is a long time in European cricket, and Hankins gets the 6 moves to 40, and now 40 required for victory.
Oh, shot! What a shot this is! That's a blast! Que guay! Que genial! Que grande! 6 carreras. He moves early. The bowler goes for the shorter one, says, where you think you're going, sunshine? And, well, that's the reply from George Hankins as he blasts that one away. 6 more, and look at them. They're up and about. They're having some fun. They're looking to put their place in the final. Remember, there was heartache in the final for Hornchurch last year when they lost to the French champions Dreux. They're looking to make amends, and this one's going to fly over as well. It's been called a wide, so it's another minimal as Polser bangs this in out of frustration, I think. And it's going to be 5 more to go onto the total. And Wimbledon, it has to be said, they're hurting themselves more than they're being hurt.
Yeah, 5-star alarm.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and that's a good sign. The covers are off. Final inspections being made there by the tournament referee Ian Rummage, who inspects everything and says we are ready to go. And the update is that the match between Banstead and Spencer will be a 5-over-a-side match. And we'll have some there we go, the fantasy dashboard coming up, giving you some team news there. So some changes there for Spencer: Gus Grant, Ted Landry, and Sharar Alam and Ruben Kelly, as well as Archie McPherson coming in to the side for them. And Banstead from the team that was victorious earlier in the day. It's Sam Thorpe who makes an appearance for the first time here today. Banstead, of course, have already, you would feel, have booked their place in the quarterfinals, and the one thing that they're looking to do is finish top of the group, just a point behind at the moment of East Moseley at top spot. And one thing that we will also know, with this being a reduced overs per side match, that there'll be no bonus point available. So I suppose as far as Spencer's concerned, whatever happens in this match, they will get a point, even though they're underdogs, as you see there, 70% to 30, and that point will be enough to get them above Twickenham. And remember, they still have another match to play. So that's the details for this match. 5 overs per side, 2 over power play, and of course that means using 5 different bowlers. Not ideal, having to watch the rain first of all disrupt the second match of the day, which it has to be fair to say, Weybridge looked like they were on their way to winning quite comfortably against Twickenham, but DLS of course came into effect there, and they won by 20 runs. And this one, we've waited and waited. Every time we looked like we were getting on to the field of play, the rain came and washed away those ideas. But for the moment, we do have a break in the weather. It's probably the brightest it's been since that first lot of rain that we had that took us off the field of play. So we are ready to go. And see, the umpires will be making their way out there very shortly. And welcome to everybody. I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's been on the chat and keeping everybody updated. It's frustrating, I know, for you all as well, as it is for everybody at the ground. But I hope you enjoyed that encounter between Wimbledon and Hornchurch. We left that fairly evenly poised, didn't we, with Hornchurch looking like they were going to get a comfortable victory. And we'll just leave that saved where it is, and if we do have some more issues with the weather, we can always go back to that. But welcome to the day. It's a day where, back in 1965, British author J.K. Rowling, the creator of the immensely popular Harry Potter series, was born. So many people say it's also the birth or the birthday of Harry Potter. And today is also Uncommon Instrument Awareness Day. This day is a reminder to music lovers that there are many special and uncommon instruments just waiting to be discovered. And I don't know about you folks, well, I always enjoy finding a tin or a can or something to tap along to and make some and play some tunes along to. What about yourselves? Have you got an uncommon instrument on this Uncommon Instrument Awareness Day? And also, I think a very important day, we'll mention as the players are making their way out, Park Ranger Day today. May not be the first thing that comes to mind when you hear that it's World Rangers Day. You may more likely have visions of an army of rangers like Texas Rangers or New York Rangers. But World Ranger Day is not about military or sport heroes. Today we pay tribute to the park rangers, also known as forest rangers, the unsung heroes who protect, preserve and defend the world's dwindling wilderness and land resources. So we commemorate rangers on this day. We are ready to go. Rico Full is here. The umpires are just checking that the scorers are ready to go. And the news, of course, from the coin toss is that Banstead, having won the toss, have elected to, that's right, have a field first. Has been the pattern of what's happened at the coin toss. So it will be Spencer having a bat. Here's the first. And it's down the ground. It's going to probably go into the side screen. Yep, one bounce does go over the rope. Well, we've waited a long time for the cricket to start. When it does start, it starts with a Maximo. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna, Sona. 6 runs to start off with. A lovely, cool hit straight down the ground. And I know it's 5 overs aside, but knowing some of the talents that we've seen with the bat, I still expect it to be a high-scoring one as we see 2 in 2. Boom! Shakalugya. And, well, Ted Alandre is making a good start here, isn't he? Just getting the ball pitched up to him. And Ted, on that occasion, just has to take a little step forward. But hits it well, hits it hard, hits it for 6. 2 balls, 2 sixes. And, well, Oliver Lee wasn't quite expecting this kind of attack. And Ted, good start from him. He's got to Ruben Kelly with him at the other end. Ball number 3. And this time a little bit fuller, gets worked away, and the batters will come through for a single to the relief of Oliver Lee, who, well, when your first 2 balls go and get hit for 2 big sixes, you feel that it's going to be that kind of a day. Welcome back. Hello, John Hesham. Hello to Enrico, who's in the chat as well. Luke Belgium has been patiently working and waiting as we see another boundary. That one gets worked away. Yeah, hello, Luke. Hello to Sandy Willow as well. Many people were wondering if he would get back on or not. Gurav, hello, Gurav, who says, yeah, finally we're back on. We're as happy as you are. It's going to be too wide on this occasion as Lee tries to hide it. Ruben leaves that one alone. Yeah, I still feel it could be a high-scoring one. I'm going to say that these players that we see are more than capable of going around 20 and over here. Wickets don't matter. You're going to go for it. And it's going to be another wide. So I can still would say that a score anything from 80 to 100 is what I'm saying that the team will be wanting to get here. Spencer, of course, batting first. They made a good start. 18 on the board so far. And, well, that will turn it into a magical one as Ruben Kelly also hits his second boundary. Ted hit 2 sixes, Ruben 2 fours. And that one takes the score now. 23 off the over with still a ball to go. Here comes Lee. Full. And this one probably, well, they're taking it on and, well, it's going to get through the fielders. A long chase. The slide and stop. As that one gets past the fielder. Be disappointed, really. You could see there was maybe a chance even of a run out there. Sam Thorpe. And I think Thorpe had one eye on the batters here. You can see he just had a little look up because the batters were uncertain. They wasn't the most convincing of running, but that was enough to cause the mistake there from Thorpe. So 22, 25 off the first over, 25 without loss. Let's take a look at the Challenger Division. Of course, this will be, we're calling this the sandwich, the filling between the Premier Division and the sort of finals of the Premier Division. And you can see teams that we know very well. In Group 1, of course, Czechia, Bulgaria, Croatia. These are all teams that we know very well, places that we visited. Well, appealing, likes it, wants the decision, thinks he's going to get the decision. He's celebrating even before the umpire has made a decision. He feels this is plumb, but you can see that is always drifting down the leg side. So nice try from Ayush Patel, but he doesn't get the breakthrough on this occasion. Ayush Patel was pretty good in the earlier matches, certainly with his catching and his fielding. That one gets played away. And good time to welcome back to Tina Goff as well. The beanie is still there. Well, there you go. There's the beanie watch from Ajum Gill. It's not that cold, Tina, is it?
It's not. It's been a bit rainy, but it's dry. And, well, according to my watch, it's 22 degrees. So we might need the sunglasses. We might need the umbrella. I don't think we need the beanie, but it's a stylistic choice. And, well, speaking of the Banstead kit as well, this is a shout out. It's a call to arms for any Banstead fans or, I suppose, dignitaries watching. I didn't realise the sponsor of Banstead includes my name. It's some kind of solicitors, something Goff. So I would like a shirt, please, Mr. or Mrs. Banstead.
Oh, God. Well, I don't know. Yesterday you wanted a jacket. Today you want a shirt. All right, we'll have to see the skills of Alex in the production house, in the engine room as we like to call it, to see if he can get a zoom in one of these shirts.
I will say, if I were that solicitor firm, I'd have chosen a better font. Because, come on, that's Sam Thorpe. He's got to turn around. Because I didn't notice it until I got up close and personal with the shirt. And then I thought, oh, that's my name.
This one should be out. It should be straightforward, and it will be straightforward. Catch gets taken. And, well, he's happy about it. Here's Baker. And Neil Baker takes the catch, throws it up in the air. And Ted will go for 15. And that's 29 for 1 at the end of the over. Good over there from Ayush Patel. And he didn't get the LBW decision that he was after, but he will get the wicket in the end. And Ted gives his team a good start. And Spencer will be hoping to keep the momentum going. 2 overs off the 5 completed.
It's a wicket for all the fashion fans. It's Ted Baker. Ted goes. Baker takes the catch. 15 off 7 for the opener. I suppose it was just a bit of pressure telling there. Ayush Patel, a brilliant over from him. When you've only got 5 overs to bowl and one of them goes for just the 4 runs, not even a boundary in there, then you can be very, very happy. Surely we'll see Ayush Patel again. Picks up a wicket on his final delivery. Ruben Kelly, who's been out there from the start, will face up this over to be bowled by Nikhil, and Rufus is the new batter at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, this is Nikhil Date. Again, a very good first match. He's going to start with one that's just a little bit too wide. So we did see him have a few issues in his very first over when he just went a little bit too leg-side-ish. But when he got it right, he was useful. So he does start with a bit of a wide this time round. 2 for 26 in the earlier match to win against Twickenham. And that's a well bowled again, likes it, and the umpire is impressed and says, yep, there was definitely something there. And there's the wicket. So both the openers now gone, both of them made starts. Ruben will go for 11 off the 6 balls that he faced, and just before him it was Ted who would depart for 15 off 7. So 30 for 2. Spencer, after a lively start with 25 coming off the first over, have lost both their openers just within a few deliveries.
This has been an excellent comeback from Banstead, having been hit for 25 runs in the first over. It's another wicket to fall. Ruben Kelly goes. Jens Wagstaff comes in. He scored some runs yesterday. He needs to find that form again that saw him get 56 off just 18 deliveries in game 11. He's up against it here. Banstead really have their tails up. Spencer 30 for 2.
This clips that one off the pads. It'll just be a single. So coming back into this and coming back into it well, Banstead, after Spencer did get off to an absolute flyer.
You can see the towel working in overtime here to try and keep it as dry as possible. Must be so wet out there. It's getting brighter and brighter. Fingers crossed. I know the forecast is still a bit iffy, but while the sun shines, we'll make hay. At the moment, Spencer aren't really making hay at all.
No, it's an incredible start, and I was talking about 80 to 100. I'll be expecting teams, if it was a 5-over contest, to try and get to, but it's not happening, and they're just not picking this length. Being bowled here by Nikhil Date. Really good bowling. Keeping it nice and tidy, and certainly has got them all sorts of issues at the moment. And that's the Yorker delivery after bowling those 4 deliveries outside the off. He's short outside the off, good short of a length deliveries with the ball rising, changes it up and darts in the Yorker, has to be dug out. It will just be a single. What a cracking over this is. Great comeback. Ayush Patel, his last over with a leg behind it, only went for 4, picked up to Wigan and Date, and only gone for 2 so far. And then there's the funkiness, and he gets it right. Well, I've never seen a batter running to point and hitting the ball to the boundary for 4 on the leg side, but that's exactly what Jens Wagstaff does, and he will finally get a boundary in that over. But still, even with that boundary, just a 6 from it. And Spencer, after a cracking start, they're 36 for 2 at the end of 3 overs.
Finally a few runs, and they were dearly needed. A drought of, well, exactly 2 overs, 12 balls between boundaries Finally they find one, but still an over that very much goes Banstead's way. 7 runs coming off it, including that boundary. 36 for 2. Only the 2 overs left, and well, if they're not careful, they might not even reach the 50. Banstead have really put the strangle on here. Unsurprisingly, Arslan Abbas continues with the spin, and he gets himself into the wickets. First ball just tickles the top of off stump, and Rufus was pretty much through that shot before it even got to him. It's that angle again. Right arm around across the right-hander. Just slides on pretty much from Abbas, but it's enough to dismiss the third batter for Spencer, and they find themselves struggling here. 36 for 3.
Yeah, wickets falling, and Arslan Abbas, doesn't he have the knack of picking up wickets? Was in the wickets early as well. 3 for 37 he took against Twickenham. And the captain just seems to always have the batter's number. Now making some changes to the field as the next batter makes his way out to the middle. And this is Shahir Alam. Needs to stick around and try and, well, not just play some good shots, but also give some support to his partner at the other end. Jens, it's going to be a swing and a miss from Arslan. And, welcome back to everybody in the chat. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Abawan Vanakam to all of our viewers watching via fan code. Gives himself a little bit of room, punches it down the ground, but it's well stopped and not getting past me. Ayush Patel says he's a very good fielder. We saw him take some excellent catches earlier. And my first question of the day, I know that a few people are saying that no questions yet, Rico. Well, we haven't really had a chance, but my first one of the day to get you into the swing of things. Which player took a hat-trick during the 100th test that was played at the Oval? That's up in the air, and that will go all the way. 6 runs, bully, bully, bully. That's a bit more like it. That's what you need, and that's why you need to get Jens Wigstaff on strike. As you said, Tina, he was in good form yesterday.
Just a bit too much width on offer there from the Banstead captain. Lifted up and over. Beautiful shot over the covers.
This time he plays the sweep shot, strikes it well, but can't beat the fielder. Good bit of ground fielding. I'll take just a single. And Arslan will look to wrap up another tidy over here. So after this, remember, just the one more to go. 5 over a side match this. It's whipped onto the leg side, trying to get it in the gap between the two fielders. Not going to succeed. I would have liked to maybe have seen a little bit more hustle from the two batters there to try and get a second. And probably you would want to keep Jens on strike, but both batters guilty of a rather casual approach with the running. The over comes to an end. They do just take the single. It's 45 for 3 at the end of the over. So one more time, which player took a hat-trick during the 100th test that was played at the Oval? I'll leave that out there. Maybe give you the answer to that at some point in the reply from Banstead to the score that Spencer put on the board. They'd want a big over here, wouldn't they? Expected 60. Let's see if they get there.
Yeah, it's a strange one to turn down the single there. I think even if it ends in a run out, it's not going to impact the score. Yeah. You still would have got that single. Beggars can't be choosers at the moment for Spencer. 45 on the board. Just the 6 balls remaining. And they don't start off the 5th over with a boundary either. So, well, you'd hope from this position they'd get to the 50. But a run rate or strike rate of just about 10 and over is not what you want to go at in a reduced over game.
Now remember, 25 of those runs came in the first over. So that goes to tell you just, I suppose, how well, you've got to give credit to Banstead, just how well they've bowled. Ayush and Date and also Arslan Abbas, very tidy. And that's been hit firmly, but there is a man out there, and straight to his hands. You can see Jens disappointed that he's not able to beat him. It's just a single.
Maybe they won't get the 50 after all. But this, you got to say, Spencer have got a pretty fearsome batting lineup, but this has been impeccable bowling from Banstead. Really, when it's a 5 over game or any kind of reduced over game, it feels like the bowlers are just on a hiding to nothing. Just there as bowling machines. But this goes to prove once more on the network that the bowlers can often have the last laugh.
High in the air, catching opportunity. Well, Ayush probably wanted it, and he gets called off it. Says, look, you've had too many catches already in the day. Let me have this one. And Ayush does oblige. So there'll be another wicket. And Luke Pearson-Taylor, who has already proved himself to be a very good all-rounder, picks up a wicket here. As was reaching for it was Shahir Alam. Never really got to the pitch of it. And a nice, comfortable catch taken in not the easiest of conditions here in England.
It was Azan Abbas, the skipper, settling underneath that one. Shooed away Ayush Patel, who was in the vicinity. Takes it comfortably. And still not over that 50 mark yet. Excellent start to the over from LPT. Just the 2 singles and a dot ball. Precious one, which is of course also the wicket. So 47 for 4. The ends must be cutting a bit of a frustrated figure at the non-striker's end. This is now Archie McPherson facing up.
Well, how about this? It's a little bit of class. Oh, put that on your list of highlights of the day. What a cracking shot this is from Archie. Oh, that is just absolute top draw. He couldn't have hit this straight behind the keeper either, could he? I mean, there's no way anybody's stopping that, even though you got a few to bat there. And well, worst case scenario, the ball also goes into the slippery wet covers. That is our 1xBet shot of the day by far.
The audacity to come out and do that. First ball when you're under pressure, brings up the 50 for his side, still well short. Can he do it again?
Now he gets tucked up. It should be an easy catch, and it will be an easy catch taken. So, well, Archie, he shows us a little bit of class when he plays the sexy shot, and this time, well, he gets tucked up by Luke Pearson-Taylor with the short ball, and he's not able to get it over the inner fielder, who takes a fairly easy catch. That's, I think, young Arush Waval, who holds on to it. 51 for 5. It's just a ball to go in the innings, and Spencer, who made such a great start, having scored 25 in the first over. Well, in the next 4 overs so far, they've only managed to score just 26. So what was looking to be a high scoring, promising start from them, well, they've been reduced to around about 10 and over, which you would expect Barnstead, especially with the batting that they've got, to knock those off pretty comfortably. So big delivery coming up. And it's Elliot Deeks who comes out to face the last ball of this 5 over innings. And bat on ball, it'll only be a single. So what a great comeback this is. It's the man with the beanie that makes the stop, Arjun Gill. And Spencer, 52 for 5 after their 5 overs.
So they do just manage to sneak over the 50. Thanks to that audacious fall, which I'm sure we'll see again on the highlights from Archie McPherson. But given that they scored 4 boundaries in that first over, subsequently they only managed 3 in the remaining 4 overs. And that's thanks to outstanding bowling from actually 4 different bowlers: Patel, Date, Abbas and Taylor. All 4 of them conspired to really stop Spencer in their tracks. 52 for 5 they finish on. And when you've got the likes of Luke Pearson-Taylor and the captain Azan Abbas, of course Josh Stainer as well, to come in and bat, you'd say at a halfway stage, Banstead very happy with their day's work so far.
Very happy indeed. And the way that first over went, I think they were getting a little bit concerned and worried, but then Ayush Patel, who's been sensational, came on and bowled the second over and picked up a wicket, just 4 runs, and Date did the same, a wicket, just 6 runs. Arslan Abbas, who's a wicket-taking machine, he bowls the 4th, just the 9 runs off that. And that last over from Luke, also going for under 10, 7 runs, and he picks up 2. So Spencer just couldn't get the momentum going. And Barnstead, well, they will know that they are in control of this one. There was that glorious shot there from Archie. Sensational shot of the day, but he couldn't do it again second time round. He doesn't get the same delivery. The bowler tucks him up, catch easily taken. And you can see that Spencer, they'll be a little bit disappointed that they don't finish on a higher score. I still feel that with the batting that they had and the start that they got, they certainly would have been looking to be in that 70 to 80 mark. There's that scorecard. The 2 openers did their job early on, didn't they? Ted and Ruben got them off to a good start. And then, well, it was a case of Jens came in a little bit too late. Too many balls already being chewed up. Only faced 5 himself. and he got to the score of 12. Let's take a look at the bowlers, and I suppose you've got to say, Tina, apart from Lee, all of them bowled brilliantly well.
Yeah, it's never easy as a bowler coming into a reduced overs game where you're slipping and sliding potentially in your run-ups. You've been sitting down, having a cup of tea for the last couple of hours, and suddenly you're out there in the heat of the middle. But hats off to Patel, Date, Abbas and Pearson Taylor. Ollie Lee, well, it's not his best of overs, but it's not an easy one, and I'm sure he'll come back stronger. But they bowled impeccably against the Spencer side, who just never really had the answers for them in this short innings. Still though, Banstead need to get the runs. They want to register their fifth win of this series. As for Spencer, well, they've got a level record so far, 3-3, and they want to certainly keep it positive. So quick turnaround as we'll be back for the shortened run chase here, with Banstead needing 53 runs for the victory here in match 18. So come back in just a few moments as we take you through the run chase. Tina Goff here with Rico Fall in Wimbledon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The players are making their way back out there for the reply here from Barnstead, knowing that they need 53 for victory in 5 overs. Making their way out to a bit more drizzle. You see the umpires, they're on their way out, and the 2 batters making their way out as well. It's a good time maybe to give you the answer to my question, which player took a hat-trick during the 100th test to be played at the Oval. 2017 on this day, a hat-trick by Moeen Ali sealed England's resounding win over South Africa in the 100th test to be played at the Oval. It was the first hat-trick in a test at the venue and the first by an England spinner in 79 years. The groundwork for the 239-run win was laid on day 2 of 3. First, Ben Stokes slammed an attacking 100 to help England up to 353. Then debutant Toby Rowland-Jones took a fifer as South Africa were bundled out for 175. By the final day, South Africa were in a hole and not even, and Dean Elgar's fighting 100 could salvage a draw. So back on this day, 2017, a hat-trick by Moeen Ali, the 100th test to be played at the Oval. So getting ready to start here, so that rain's still about. You can see some of the umbrellas in the background. The umpires ask the scorers if they're ready. The scorers say, yep, Rado. The official timekeeper has given them the heads up. So the first ball to be bowled by Gus Grant. And batters wait patiently, and as the rain just starts to get a little heavier. Let's play, they say. So here's the first. And gets worked away in the gap between the 2 fielders inside the circle. It's going to be 4 runs straight away. And Luke Pearson-Taylor, probably the right guy to be out there. And he's got another good player with him there as well. Both are very good all-rounders. Ayush Patel and Luke Pearson-Taylor looking to make light work of this run chase. Needing to go just over the 10s. That's pitched up nicely. Hit down the ground. Could be coming in here. Tina, that could be yours, I think. And he just catches just by your feet. Just behind it. It's behind you. That one sort of came under the table. So hit one of the boxes here. And it spun around Tina. She didn't know you were doing a little twirl there. Tina will join us back in a moment. 4 runs. And that one does come in into the cube. Well, there's Tina. It's behind you, Tina. It's behind you, Tina. Well, there's Alex. Alex always gets us in at our best angles. Thank you, Alex. I think Tina will be grateful for that. All right, in the air, catching chance. Has got to fight with the rain. That's coming down heavily, and well, down it goes. Well, I said the rain is coming down heavily. Well, that goes down heavily as well. Look, I'm not going to say it was an easy chance. I think on a normal day, maybe so, but when it's raining like this, well, that ball is like a bar of soap. Down it goes. Grant, well, this time is not going to be a catching chance, and the fielder who puts the catch down is now going to have to go. Well, I thought he was going to have to go a long way to get that, but he's been saved by the man who's at mid-wicket. He said, don't you worry about it. You keep your hands nice and dry. I'll get it for you. Well, remember, though, it was a high-scoring start also from the batters of Spencer. You can see now the bowler is just having a discussion with the umpire. I don't think he's happy and saying, look, it's raining. This is not good. I think the umpires will probably be saying, well, look, you know, it's 5 overs. It's the same for both teams. So he's not a happy chappy, though, is Gus Grant. Bowled 4 balls. 15 have come off the over. 3 boundaries and a single. And he comes again. And he's going to be even more unhappy as this one is going to be walloped over the lakeside boundary. 6 more. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras más. As Tina joins me back, ready to go in a rather wet, but at least we've got a nice roof over our head in the comedy box.
Yeah, it's more than can be said for the Spencer players out there, and it's a tale as old as time, isn't it, Spencer? They don't have the runs on the board, and they're saying, come on, we've got to go off. To be fair, it is pretty heavy out there. I think the umpires are doing a valiant job to just try and get this game done. Everyone wants to see the cricket being played, don't they? I feel for Spencer because they are having to mop the ball up every time. I will say they're not doing the best of jobs of keeping the ball up off the ground. But yeah, I understand Gus Grant there showing signs of frustration. Banstead, they're just racing to the finish line at the moment.
Yeah, good finish at least there from Grant. Gets the dot ball in, but not before the over does go for 21. So the perfect start there from Banstead. But you got two good batters out there, haven't you? Luke Pearson-Taylor and Ayush Patel. Both of them have been very good. Hey, we're in the 70s now. 71 matches since the Golden Ball.
That was the house number when I was growing up. So 71, I like the number. I'd rather see it being a 0 though. And we have had some reduced match and reduced over thrillers. Of course, our previous Golden Ball, that was in a 3-over game. Don't think we're going to see one here. My gut says that Banstead are looking to grab the points. Having said that though, Spencer, they got off to a very similar blistering start and then tailed away in pretty spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I just see here Grant is now talking to his fellow bowler who's about to bowl here and saying, hey, Harshil, do you really want to bowl in this? And you can see that Grant and Harshil are now having a chat with the umpires. They don't want to be out there. The thing about this is, though, I suppose, and, you know, the umpires are just saying, hey, look, come on, we've got to carry on now. I can see that the umpires are now getting onto the walkie-talkie here to, of course, the tournament referee Ian Rummage. And I think, yeah, here we go. You can see that umpire now.
Maybe they've been on the phone to their friends at Hornchurch.
Oh, don't you start that. Don't start going there, yeah. Umpire Golam is having a chat now with, I think probably first here with Ian Rummage, just trying to sort this out here. And you can see players not keen to be there. I think it's one of those where I think both sets of captains and players would have been spoken to when they agreed the 5 over a side and said, look, it's the same for both sides. But I suppose now, probably Spencer saying, but it's raining now and it's really heavy, where, you know, during the innings, perhaps when they were out there, they didn't have the same conditions. But I don't know. The umpires have, for the moment, said, come on, we've got to get on with it. So it looks like it will be Patel to bowl this next over. This is Harshil Patel. And bowling to Luke Pearson-Taylor. And it's a short one, which has been pulled away quite handsomely for a big 6 over that the European Cricket Network banner.
I think that ball was very much bowled in anger by Patel. It's one of those where I think if you're not on the field, you don't go on the field. And once you're out there, you try and stay out there. It is quite heavy. It's also quite bright. So it's the reason why we came off earlier as well. It was heavy and it was getting darker and darker. If we look away to our left, you actually see a pocket of blue sky.
Yeah.
And the weather is coming from our left. So you can understand the umpires almost being caught in two minds here. Banstead, they're eager to continue. They're only a handful of runs away. As for Spencer, you can fully understand why they don't necessarily want to be out there.
Yeah.
But there you can see there, just to the left of your screens, there is the pocket of blue sky. Thank you very much to our friends at Two Circles.
It is much brighter, mind you. That's not gonna please Spencer too much. I suppose it does, because they will be playing the next match as well. That one has been. Well, how can you call that a wide? Okay, the umpire now calls that a no ball, because I think, well, what's going on here? Was the first one called? There's too many signals here. I'm confused. It definitely wasn't a wide if the batter hits it, so it's definitely not a wide. It can be signalled as the one for the over, but the umpire gave that everything. The umpire gave it a wide, then he gave it a no ball, and then I think he signalled 4 when I think it was, well, was that 4 or 6? I don't know. Well, the umpire's a little bit confused here now, probably checking with the fielder. Yeah, it was massive signal. There you go. The umpire now does give the signal of. I think this is just a combination of having, first of all, Grant and then Patel in his ear. The umpire just gets a little bit flustered. And it's down the leg side now. This one will be a wide. And called correctly this time by the umpires. Patel does try to go a little bit straighter, so 2 6s and a wide, so it's 13 off 2 deliveries. And that's hit pretty well as well. I think it's going, and it's going to be an incredible catch. How about that? That is well, never mind about getting the ball back to the bowler. See, it is wet, but at least he didn't have that problem when he was taking the catch. That's quite outstanding from Elliot Deeks. There was no way I was expecting this to catch up with this. It was going, and here he comes and takes quite an amazing catch, actually. That's quite remarkable. Then watch this. When he wants to give the ball back, whoops, that's not the way I wanted it to go. And, well, at least Spencer do have something to smile about as the first wicket does go, and they do get the dangerous Pearson Taylor out for 21 of 6 deliveries.
It's one of those for Spencer where if you don't laugh, you cry. It's a great catch from Deeks. He does all the hard work and then the easy job of throwing the ball back and it goes backwards. But Patel, he's making hard work of this over so far. It's another wide. This time Arjun Gill on strike, the new batter. Of course, there's no bonus points on offer here for Banstead. For them, it's just a case of trying to get the runs quickly. You can do it in 6s now. It's 18 required.
Yeah, and the thing here for Banstead is they know that a win here takes them to the top of the standings. That's clipped away. It's a very nice looking shot there for Gill to get off the mark. That's going to be 4 runs, clipped away beautifully. And that takes 18 off the over so far. So the way the tables are looking before the start of this match is that Banstead were just 1 point behind is Molesey. They have a much better net run rate. So even if they were to lose the match and get a point, they would still be top. But of course, they want to win the match and go top. And then with 1 to play, that will be the last match scheduled for today against Weybridge. They would want to cement that position. And I don't think anybody, if they win this one here, would really be able to catch them. Rain just now, even though it is getting brighter, it's staying fairly persistent. Patel still got 2 balls to get through in this over, taking his time to try and get that ball nice and dry. Slightly slower, hit firmly, no run this time. Nicely stopped by the man who took that incredible catch, Elliot Deeks.
You can see by the body language of the Spencer players that they kind of just want to get off the park here. I think Harshal Patel's maybe making a bit of a point with his bowling. He's not exactly what you'd call steaming in, but he's all friends there and gives Arjun Gill a friendly pat on the stomach as he gets to the end of his over. Banstead 40 for 1 after 2. And now just a handful of runs needed. Of course, 3 points here would take them to the top of the table, as you said, Rico. And for Spencer, well, they've got to get 1 point, or they will get 1 point from this, and their run rate is better. So they'll creep up the table. I think Twickenham, they really sealed their own fate this morning, didn't they? They needed wins. They didn't get wins. They weren't assisted by the rain, but really, when the rain came in that second game of the day, their fate had pretty much already been sealed.
I don't know where the umpires are once again now having discussions. They're both together. They look like they were walking in the direction of the dugout, and well, still some I think they're now talking to the batters and asking the batters what they want to do. I reckon the batters are saying we'd rather stay out there. We're happy.
It's brighter now than it was at the start of the previous over.
Yeah, and well, looks like, well, what's going on here now? I'm not too sure. I thought the umpire was going to take the bells off for a moment. He doesn't, and looks like we are going to carry on. Yep, we are going to carry on. The batters, of course, they want to stay out there. They're probably thinking, no, we're good. And they, 1 or 2 of the bowlers and fielders, Grant seems to be the main one, Gus Grant, who seems to once again be making himself heard by the umpires. But we will carry on. Max Hunt, only 13 required for victory. Hunt to do the bowling, start off the 3rd over.
It's just 13 runs needed, so in theory this could be finished in 3 deliveries. As the sun comes out now and the rain has pretty much stopped. So there's absolutely no reason not to continue here.
Bit of pad on this. And Ashil Patel does some relaxed bit of fielding, it has to be said. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if they were walking off there after one or two of the Spencer players wanted to come off and the sun comes out, and the umpires would have just said, well, we're going right back on. This one probably will be a wide, I suspect. I don't think, well, they missed the opportunity to turn it into two. Well, in fact, no, it does catch a bit of the pad through. So, glorious sunshine now. You wouldn't believe this weather. Just remind you of what the English cricket season was all about. That one is again straight on the leg side, but this time after catching the pad on a couple of occasions. This one is out the middle of the bat and will go all the way to the boundary. There's Arjun Gill trying to make the most of his opportunity. That's why Gill doesn't want to come off. He thinks I'm getting a chance to have a hit. I'm staying out here. I want to hit the winning runs. Well, that's his plan. That one gets whipped away after a couple of leg byes. And that one will go to the boundary. 4 runs there, meaning just 7 runs required of 15. Gill on strike. Max Hunt seeing if he can try and take it a little bit further. Now, yeah, just wants to make a change in the field, bringing up one of the fielders that was at extra cover, and then pushing back Harshil Patel on the fine leg boundary. It's another one that strayed down onto the leg side. This time the ball will make no contact with the pads, and is signalled wide there by umpire.
Just not getting his lines right here is Max. Even if he is trying to target those pads, I don't think it's necessarily the right tactic. You can see we've descended into walking cricket here, with the captain being Harshil Patel, just strolling up to collect that. Again, it's the same line. Might be an alright line to a left-hander. It's never going to work to the right-hander. Misses out on that occasion, Ayush Patel, but had he got a hold of that, probably would have ended up in the bushes. So now it's just 4 needed for the win. Can Banstead finish it off on this delivery? Well, that's a better delivery. And well, they'll jog through for 2 as Gus Grant will walk onto the frame in slow motion.
Yeah.
Well, they ran through for 3 in the end. Banstead now need. They ran through for 3. Maybe it was only the 2. In any case, this game is very much meandering to a conclusion. I think Spencer almost staging a stand-in protest here at the conditions, which is a little ironic given that it's now sunny.
Well.
And that will be the end of the game. They did run a 3, then they ran a 1. So
yeah.
A strange end to that game, Rico.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, yeah, I kind of understand where Spencer was kind of coming from there. But the fact is, there's 2 things the way I look at it. Number one is, I think it's not one of those matches where if you don't win, you're doomed. The 1 point that they will receive here will get them above Twickenham. They also have another match to play there, right back on against Weybridge, where again, they're hoping they will get, or whatever happens, they'll get something from that match, you would assume, and that means that they will finish in that top 4, so they will be taking part in the quarterfinals. I just feel that when you put a performance like that in, and it's, you know, you sort of half-heartedly play, that affects you going forward. So I wonder how that kind of negative vibe and energy will affect them when they play Weybridge in the next match. And this, of course, is that match coming up. Weybridge with a 4-2 record. Spencer, they do go down in that one. They are unchanged, so those players are going to have to pick themselves up and re-energise themselves when they go out there. Weybridge, well, we saw them play earlier. Oliver Cossart is coming into the side, and Jack Tricker is as well. Weybridge, remember, they did go down a little bit earlier to Twickenham. 153 to that 93, but I say went down, don't forget it was DLS came into play, so in fact though that's what you're seeing on the scorecards. What you need to remember is that Weybridge, the rain came after 5 overs, were well ahead on DLS. So were victorious, and that rain came with Aidan Golding on 50 not out. So watch out for him. He has been in good form. Quick look at the highlights. Once again, it's a big first over, and that was enough to give them a comfortable start. And then they didn't make the same mistake, really, that Spencer made. They continued and they got the victory. But before they did, we had this first a classy catch and then a comical moment also from Elliot Dees.
That will make the social media highlights one way or another. Unfortunately, I don't think the rest of the game really will, as it leaves a bit of a bitter taste in the mouth when a game does end like that. I fully sympathise with Spencer. When that rain was falling, it was hard, and you could make a justifiable argument for saying this is not exactly ideal cricket weather. But then the weather improved. It was sunny, but at that point it seemed like Spencer were no longer interested in competing in this game, and it's frustrating to see. And as you were saying, Rico, it only really harms them, doesn't it? With they've still got a game to play, and if they're just going to meander around the field, they might as well just throw the victory now. And I hope they do drag themselves back together and put in a bit of a more spirited performance, because we want to see competitive cricket. Of course, we want to see glorious sunshine. Fortunately, the weather is the one thing we can't control, but I think the individual players can control their performance a bit more. So I hope Gus Grant gets his side together and regroup ahead of the next game. But that's match 18. A curious one comes to an end as Banstead beat Spencer by 9 wickets. A very one-sided affair, which was probably won in the end by the weather as well. But of course, we do have 2 more games to come, all being well. And the next one is coming up in just over 10 minutes time. So a slight delay on that one because of the delay of the rain. But Weybridge will be playing up against Spencer, who hopefully come back energised and reinvigorated. Hopefully the sun comes back out as well to greet us as we take a quick break before going into the penultimate game of the day. It's game 19. It's the penultimate game, of course, of this Group A as well, as Weybridge face up against Spencer here in this ECS Wimbledon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where we're into match 19 between Weybridge and Spencer, and we're hopeful of the full 10 overs either side, with Weybridge winning the first little battle. They have won the toss on this occasion and decided to field. Spencer, of course, we saw them just a few moments ago. They remain unchanged. As for Weybridge, Oliver Kaksar comes in, as well as Jack Tricker, who will take the gloves for Weybridge. Spencer, well, they've had a few moments to regather themselves, have a little chat, and hopefully for the pitch to dry out as well. You could see at the conclusion of that game, the Spencer players, and well, in particular it was Gus Grant and Harshal Patel, who were not particularly happy with the conditions. The attitude there seemed to suggest that they didn't want to be out there. Well, they're going to have to go out there this time with the bat and see if they can put right the mistakes of the previous game. That game was, of course, a 5-over one, but they were on the wrong end of it, and that's why maybe Weybridge then just edging the win predictor. Spencer, in that game moments ago, they got off to a blistering start. They had a magical first over when we thought from there, having hit 25 in the first, they would go on to score a competitive total off their 5. But they just fell away and only able to add another 27 runs in their remaining 4 overs. The rain started to then hammer down. Spencer wanted to run for cover, but Banstead and the umpires had other ideas. Banstead cantering home within 3 overs. Of course, no bonus point on offer on that occasion. But with the full 10 here, hopefully, with the rain staying away and maybe, just maybe, the sun coming out, Spencer have the opportunity to redeem themselves. And Gus Grant, who was the chief architect of the frustrations for Spencer, is out there, the skipper of the side, facing up the first ball. He's been joined out in the middle by Archie McPherson, who only had a couple of balls in that previous game, but scooped one memorably straight over the keeper's head for 4 runs, looking to recapture that. As for Weybridge, it's Ben Choi, who had an eventful game earlier today, who starts off with the ball and starts off with 5 pretty filthy wides down the leg side. Bonus runs there for Spencer. Ben Choi, remember, he took that spectacular one-handed grab. He also took a nice catch in the outfield and then took a grizzly to the face for his troubles. He had to then go off. Of course, player safety comes first here. He was then cleared to carry on. Then the rain started to come. Weybridge, of course, have also had their game today affected by rain. They didn't mind too much, though, beating Twickenham comfortably by 20 runs on DLS. By the time the rain came, they were already charging their way to victory. So I think the weather gods were just on that occasion. I think both sides here looking forward to scrapping it out in the full 10. And Gus Grant gets a bit of a feather on that. That's going to race away. Ben Choi just not getting his lines right early on here. 17-year-old bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Grant, maybe just put off slightly by the Spencer skipper, shuffling across his stumps there. It's the second time in the over the ball races away to that part of the field, this time thanks to the glove of Gus Grant. Steps across again, this time Ben Choi is equal to it. Make sure he gets his hand in the way, not his face, as was the case in the previous one. To be fair to him, there was not much he could have done about it. It was very much an unexpected turn. The grizzly is not something you want to be getting in the way of, especially with your cheekbone. Again, this one goes through everyone. I think that hits a bit of Gus Grant's leg on the way through. So it's 3 occasions in this over the ball has raced away to that boundary behind the wicketkeeper in 3 different ways. We've had 5 wides, we've had some off the bat, this time off the thigh. Doesn't matter how they come, though, for Spencer. And they've got off to a positive start here. Gus Grant, I think, boosting himself up the order just to maybe bash out a bit of that frustration. Here we go again. This time it's the 4th different way. This is pure ECN. We've had wides, we've had 4, we've had leg buys, and now we have buys. I think the bingo card has already been chalked off on the first over. We've still got 1 ball left. What else could there be? I suppose there could be 5 no balls. We could have 7 no balls. What have you got, Ben Choi? It's been an absolute pick and mix of deliveries so far. And it ends with a dot ball. Well, that's how Ben wanted to finish it. So an eventful over comes to the end. Spencer gets 17 runs off it, and Rico joins me back in the commentary tent as we take a look at the ECC. The format slightly rejigged from last year, starting with the Premier Division. Then we have a Challenger Division sandwich before going back to the Championship group, which will round out what promises to be, well, over a month of action over in Malaga.
Yeah, it'll be absolutely fantastic. And don't forget, of course, before that, before the Euros of cricket starts, they will also have the Meltel Shield and, of course, the Western Shield. I'm just thinking about that over, you know. There's, well, a little bit of funkiness here. That is going to make its way all the way over for 6 runs. Well, the weather may not be sunny, but there's always time for a little bit of sexy cricket. Or maybe the sexy cricket will bring the sun out. That's a lovely shot there from Archie McPherson. He's a joy to watch, Archie. He does bring out all the tricks. I'm just trying to think if I've seen an over like that before. 5 wides went to the boundary. A 4 off the bat went to the boundary. 4 leg buys and then 4 genuine. I don't think I've ever seen an over like that before. I really haven't. Because even if, like you said, the no ball, if there was a no ball and it goes to the boundary, it still goes down as buys, doesn't it? It doesn't go as 4 no balls. So I don't think there's any other way that you could you? There is no other way.
It's the full set.
It's the full set, yeah.
And then, well, we get the 6 in pretty much the same spot in the very next delivery, and that one's going to go down the ground. So we are able to see that Archie McPherson can play it in front of the wicketkeeper. His wagon wheel before that was just a straight line. Luke Golding coming in to bowl this second over here for Weybridge. Archie McPherson equal to it, just dancing down the pitch. Bit more of a conventional shot on that occasion from him, and he beats the sprawling dive of Giles Cunningham.
Yeah, slithers past him as we say hi to the Trippy clan in the chat. Hello, nice to have you with us. John Heasham is tuning in. John, I think you're right, Johnny. You made the right decision today to watch from home. It would have got a little bit wet, damp and soggy if you were at the ground, though the sun is trying to break through again. But nice to have you all with us. We have Spider-Man also in the chat. Hello, Spider-Man. And, well, that is clobbered. Oh, for a moment. Who's up there in the tower,
That's
Tina?
Martha.
Oh, Martha. I think Martha would have been shaking just a little, because I get the feeling that's gone through the bottom part of the tower where she's standing. Martha will have a good shot of this grizzly coming her way. And, yeah, that's kind of gone through. Martha, you good? Martha always likes to give us a thumbs up and show us her magnificent nails. Oh, there's Martha. And hasn't had time to do her nails this time.
Rude.
Martha always has. Martha, what's going on? Normally always has the best nails in the business between Martha and Karina normally.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because Martha was at Sixes, the Cricket Social Club, the other day, and she had to get her, 6 hitting nails on. And they're maybe
That's
a bit
right.
more conventional than the fashion nails.
Oh,
that one's been nailed.
That has been nailed, isn't it?
All the way over Cow Corner.
The birds have to get... Hey, isn't it great that even the women around us, 2 circles, talk about Martha, Dana Oros, now you are also, as well as working for the European Cricket Network, you're also playing cricket. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Vinny gave the stat recently, didn't he? It's almost a quarter of the games shown on the network are women's games, whether they're ECIs or ECSWs, and I'd love to see it. Of course, we've had the one ECSW in England so far this year. Fortunately, we don't have one on this occasion, but looking more forward to more women's cricket action across the network. Of course, the final event of the year will be the flagship women's event as well, the ECCW. This one's a nutmeg, as it's Ansarullah Noristani who comes on to bowl for Weybridge, and this time it's the skipper of Spencer who tries to get funky. Doesn't quite emulate Archie at the other end and just I think gets a little bit of a inside foot on it through to the keeper.
He says, well, anything you can do, Archie, I can. Gus Grant, though, is struggling at the moment. 6 balls for 4. Archie, 22 off 6.
Slower ball. And, well, I suppose the argument Gus Grant can make is that he faced that first over. And
I haven't seen a wide call on that. He must have caught something, didn't
yeah,
he?
I think that was a bit of a foot on the way through. That's certainly what the bowler seems to think. He's arguing the case that it certainly shouldn't have been a wide. And
He must have caught something. Let's
there's
have a look at this again.
boot. Yeah, bit of pad on the way through. So Gus Grant did face that first over that went for 17 runs, so he can argue he's contributed, and that's certainly a positive contribution as he flicks that one away for 4 runs, so ends the little drought of 2 dot balls in a row. This time it's almost like a little paddle as he flicks it away.
Yeah, you can see that Ansarullah Nuristani does try and say, right, if you're going across there, as soon as you do it, I'm going to jam the Yorker in. The only problem was it still allowed the batter the room to play it away. Probably wanted to be more on his toes.
So, well, Gus Grant plays about 13 different shots by the time the ball arrives at him. In the end, he goes with the air shot. It was a well-disguised slower ball, actually, just misdirected. Despite his best efforts, Spencer skipper just mows at thin air. Hi to Glenn Perry in the chat saying, hi Rico and Tina, enjoying the coverage as usual, thank you very much. Thunderstorm in Gosport at the moment.
Oh.
Well, hopefully not. The weather's not coming from that neck of the woods as that one flies away. Everything's gone down to that neck of the woods. There are the covers. They can happily remain there. Sometimes I'll look at the weather forecast just to know what we're up against. Sometimes I'd rather just not know, Rico. If you don't know, then you can't have that impending sense of doom. I mean, the clouds to the left look significantly better than they did earlier.
Well, you touched on the fact a bit earlier when that last match was happening, and there was a few argy-bargies going on saying, well, you know, look, there's blue skies, the sun's coming over. The sun did come over, the blue skies are still there. Let's hope that they keep coming this way. And that's played away, up and through the covers. It's going to be another boundary. And Spencer, this is more like it. Be positive, get out there, play some shots, and if you are frustrated, and then take it out on the Grizzly. And that's what the captain, Gus Grant, seems to be doing at the moment. And he's got a good partner with him there as well, Archie McPherson. This turned out to be a good partnership, a good power play with the ball to go in it. They've already got the 50 on the board, 52 without loss.
Gus Grant slightly happier with life than he was about half an hour ago. He gets a couple of boundaries and then marches down the pitch. This one should clear the inner ring, and it just bursts through the hands of Luke Golding. They scamper through for a couple. Not sure if actually he got hands on that. It was a difficult one as he had to scamper backwards, turn his back on the action, and try to grab hold of that bar of soap. And I think in the end, yeah, he doesn't get his fingers close to it, but he at least avoids skipping away for a boundary. 15 runs coming off that one with the 2 ran at the end. So they've at least got to past the 50 mark. They've done it inside 3 overs. This is more than they achieved in 5 overs in the previous game. So slightly changing fortunes here for Spencer. As for Weybridge, they need to find a wicket from somewhere just to break this partnership. It's a decent power play from the men in blue.
Weybridge have been in good form though lately, haven't they? I mean, we saw them go down to Banstead at the end of match day 2, but then yesterday they won both their matches, as that one is going to be hit away hard over cow corner. It's going to be 6 runs, well struck by Archie McPherson, who is looking pretty dangerous at the moment. He wants to put a big score on the board for himself and for his team. But yeah, going back to Weybridge, they've got to win, of course, against East Moseley when they chased down the 100 that they needed. They then won against Twickenham yesterday, and then earlier today we've seen them win against Twickenham the second time round. So they're on a bit of a high, of 3 on a spin. So they'll still back themselves to try and contain Spencer in the remainder of the overs now. Now they've got the extra players out. Well, there you go. You know he likes to play this shot, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. He's kind of played this one. It's almost gone past the head and the helmet of the keeper.
I'd love to see this one again. I don't know how it ends up going at that trajectory. Yeah, he kind of wrong foots everyone, I think, including the wicketkeeper, who was expecting it to whistle over his right shoulder. It whistles over the left, but it's another beautifully executed shot from Archie Macpherson. And that shows he's not just all about the deft little dabs, he's also got brute force as he muscles that one away. Skips to the boundary, I think just shy of that 6. Pretty much flat as you like here. Slightly too much width on offer from Giles Cunningham. He's had a successful day so far, though, picking up 4 wickets in that DLS win against Twickenham earlier today.
Yeah, one thing that when you've got a batter like Archie Macpherson, it becomes very difficult to set a field to him, doesn't it? Because, all right, he plays the scoop shot really well, so you think, do you want somebody back there? But if you do that, there's nobody here. This one is going to be wow, that's a brilliant catch. It really is. Sensational. Well, I was getting ready to protect the equipment, thinking that was going to come in here on the bounce, but somehow Nuristani has got to it and taken a catch. He's made this look so easy, Tina.
It was just the most casual of spectacular catches. Pretty much had to scoop it up off his shoelaces. We were ready to take cover, and from nowhere Ansarilla comes whistling into shot and takes an absolutely spectacular grab. And it's a much needed and significant wicket as well for Weybridge, as the dangerous Archie Macpherson goes. 36 off 10 for him. But a moment for that catch, because that was spectacular and yet so casual from the fielder. Worth taking another look at that one. Maybe get that on our social media, because that's certainly up there as one of the best catches of the day. As Freddie Haller comes in, and he probably gets away with this one. The miss hit saves him. It's Henry Francis lurking out there on the long on boundary. Freddie Haller just knocks it up in the air and straight back down. So another wicket for Giles Cunningham. His successful day continues. And does he get another one here? It could be a chance. And it's taken and it's dropped. It's a good effort from Henry Francis. I think he probably just about saves the 6 instinctively. I think he throws it away in time. He's got a rueful smile on his face. Would have been a spectacular grab if he threw it up to himself. You can see he knows the rope is there. He gets rid of it. I think that's safe, but unfortunately for him, all of his momentum is then on his back foot, and he's not able to dive back into play and catch that one. But a brilliant boundary save nonetheless.
I think he saves the boundary, but I think also he kind of knows that he had the opportunity to be involved in a sensational catch. But he does flip it back. But I think you're right. I think most of the momentum, most of the weight is pushing him backwards. And even though he does flip the ball forward, he just hasn't got the spring to spring himself forward and take the catch. But does save the boundary. 71 for 1 after 4.
We'll go into the 5th then. And it will be Oliver Kaksar into the team here to bowl the 5th. If I'm not wrong, this is the first we've seen of him, unless I missed his first appearance yesterday.
No, I think you're right, as I don't remember him having a bowl before. So good luck to Kaksar.
Left arm, always a good option to have in your bowling attack. And good bit of deception there at Gus Grant. Clearly not seen much of Oliver either, as this one zips through to the keeper. He bowls just with a nice flick of the wrist, and that one actually just beats Grant for a tiny bit more bounce than he was probably expecting. So good previous few balls here. Giles Cunningham, having been hit for boundaries, comes back with the wicket, but this might be another boundary to add to the collection. As it bounces away, that's the kids' boundary, so don't be deceived by that. It already flew away for a Maximo off the bat of Gus Grant, who likes shuffling across to the offside. And well, I'm not sure who that celebration was aimed at, but he's saying, what's the problem? Well, I think Gus Grant has emotions to get out here, and I'm glad he's doing it to the ball and not to the umpires or to the opposition, as we might have seen in the previous game. Well, this one's gone up, and I think it's going to go over the keeper. Might not have the legs on it, and it won't, as it's fielded there in the deep by Aidan Golding.
Yeah, first time we are seeing Oliver Kaksar on the network, so we do wish him well. It's always great to see new players. What I'm loving already, I think, Tito, about this series is the number of youngsters that we see in play at the moment. Of course, I think a lot of them will be, of course, on summer break as well, so we are seeing more of the youngsters, but all teams do seem to have several youngsters in their side and batters, bowlers, and all performing really well. So that's a joy to see.
Absolutely, and it's what we actually said when Nish and I were calling the Hornchurch series. We pretty much could have put out 1 or 2 full teams of teenagers and not just making up the numbers. They would have been a competitive side. Hornchurch in particular have a whole raft of promising youngsters, and it's a similar story here. As Gus Grant again steps across to the offside. Weybridge, they have a very young team, the 2 Goldings, 18 and 16. They go for a 2 here, and he slips and slides his way on all 4s to safety, does Freddie Horler. Oliver Caxa, he tries to flick the ball back onto the stumps. It was a bit of a suicidal run in the end from the Spencer pair. Gus Grant again just stepping right across to the offside. It was an ambled first. I don't think Gus was actually too interested in going for the second. And then they thought, shan't we? By the time they decided, Freddie Horler was up the creek without a paddle, and then he goes slip and slide and gets back in. Meanwhile, Oliver Caxa misses the stumps from about 10 centimetres.
Yeah, well, there you go, Clyde. You're not the only one. We did say yesterday it's the norm when the European cricket comes to town that we have things like this. So, missed opportunity. And that one's down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide. It will go all the way to the boundary, 5 wide.
Yeah, looking at the Weybridge side in particular, we talked about them on the first day. I think they fielded 6 teenagers on that occasion, and the likes of Giles Cunningham, who's picked up 5 wickets in 2 games so far. He's just 18 years old. Seb Dunn, he's 19. So it's great to see all these youngsters showing us what they can do. Freddie Horler knocks that one away. He's one of the older heads in the Spencer side at 24 years old. So it's great to see all the talent on show here in England, and maybe at some point we'll have to have a teenage series just to see who's London's best teenager.
I think, you know what, I think that's probably something that will pretty soon be on the cards. I know that just a few years ago that we really did want to showcase and plug women's cricket. It was something that a lot of our viewers wanted to see, and it's great as we look at the statistics, and that's going to be another catch taken. A little bit of mayo on the dive, I think, there from the fielder, but it is a wicket, and it's going to be the end of Freddie Horler, who didn't quite settle, did he? Even when he played his first ball, the way he got off the mark, he kind of just pushed the ball up in the air, and luckily for him, there was nobody there to hold on to the catch. But, well, all right, he's not going well. The thing is, though, he hasn't chewed up too many deliveries. He'll go for just 5 off the 4 balls in the end that he faces. But yeah, just going back to what I was talking about, we wanted to see more women's cricket. I think a lot of our viewers wanted to see more, and I think you were saying that the stats were that 22% of the cricket that we've shown recently has been women's cricket, which is fantastic. And I think, you know, pretty soon it'll be same with junior cricket. I think we will get there, and all of these youngsters that we're seeing making contributions playing in the men's game, I think they'll get their opportunity in the junior format pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely is. Well, speaking of teenagers, the next one comes in. It's Jens Wagstaff, 19 years old, and pummels his first ball for 6. The catch taken there, incidentally, was Seb Dunn, also a teenager, also 19 years old. So it's great to see all of this talent on show. That was a brilliant way to start the innings there from Wagstaff. It's Ben Choi who's come back to bowl his second over here. He stakes a claim as one of the youngest players in this series. He's just 17.
Yeah, that's the beauty of what we're seeing here. Just to touch on it again, you got a youngster under 19 bowling, you got youngsters batting, and when we see them in the field, the energy and the enthusiasm, the dynamic fielding from there has been absolutely superb. It's been wonderful to see, really. And yeah, maybe perhaps that one day that we will have a European cricket series where we will have under 19s or under 21s all taking part, and that'll be fantastic. That'll really be a showcase for the future of European cricket.
Absolutely. Still in the Goldilocks zone here, by the way, 53-47 the percentages. Currently just about favouring Spencer, but a couple wickets in the last few overs have dragged back the momentum. That one will just be a single to finish the 6th over. It goes for 18 runs. Ben Choi finishes with figures of 1 for 27 off his 2 overs. A good return for him, given that this is his first day on the network after he had an action-packed first game with the one-handed grab off his own bowling, the spectacular catch in the outfield, and of course the grizzly to the face, so he's already had it all. It looks like he'll be replaced by Seb Dunn, who took that brilliant catch off the bowling of Ben Choi. Now gets the opportunity himself.
Yeah, Dunn, like I said, yesterday with no issues with the wet outfield. He was steaming in and he was bowling good, and he's got who he reminded me of, as this one is not the best of starts for him. It's going to be 6 runs down the ground and absolutely smashed by Jens Wagstaff. So the 2 youngsters going head to head here. But he reminded me of the first time I saw Sebastian Bratt, because the way that he bowled and all his variations, bowling back of the hand, the slow slow bouncer which got him a wicket yesterday. I think today he's had to obviously modify his action to suit the conditions.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And that one is dug down into the pitch. Gets away with it though. It should just be a single. It shows maturity as a bowler as well. You know, I often see teenagers, especially if they start getting hit for boundaries, their variations go quicker and then quicker. But Seb Dunn, he's not afraid to just bring things back, slow it down. There, right on cue, is the back of the hand slower ball. On this occasion, Jens Wagstaff, in fact, Gus Grant should have known by the shuffle across to off stump, sees it coming and flicks it away. But I'd rather see this as a bowler that you try different things and they might not always come off than the definition of insanity, which is trying the same thing and expecting a different result.
Yeah, the other thing is the maturity. We've seen several bowlers, young bowlers, where, the overs hasn't always gone well. But they've never, the head hasn't gone down. They haven't thrown a tantrum. They've been very mature in the way that they've come back. And, of course, we saw that in the earlier match, didn't we, where the youngster was bowling the last over and 2 sixes off the first 2 deliveries and came back and won the match for his team, held his nerve. So it's good to see that not only are they performing well, but they've got a cool head on their shoulders as well. It's tickled away, but this time it will be stopped. So Gus Grant, who is scoring a fair number of his runs behind in that sort of deep third, deep fine leg area, this time doesn't get a boundary. So Dunn looks to want to finish the over well here. 115 for 2, so they haven't really got away, but that will help, as that will put the 120 on the board. 121 at the end of the 7th over, so they want a big finish here. I think you're looking to go again the same way you started the innings here, Spencer. They got 54 to be precise in the power play. That's off the first 18 balls. I think you want to finish the same way here and really try and push on a 160, 170 score.
It's Gus Grant who's leading the charge for his side at the moment. He's 38 off 22. A slowish start for him, but slowly working his way up through the gears. Jens Wagstaff providing good coverage as well at the moment. 21 off 6 as that over goes magical. 22 runs coming off it. The 7th bowled by Seb Dunn, so they turn back to one of their frontline bowlers, himself only 18 years old, but always throwing the ball at pivotal moments, and that's Aidan Golding to bowl the 8th here, but that one's dragged short, and Gus Grant again punches that one away, and that'll be another 6 runs as he moves into the 40s now, just one big hit away from his half-century.
Yeah, Grant leading the way, the captain this time, and focusing on trying to get his team to that big score that they can defend here. Spencer, Weybridge, remember, a team who are in form currently themselves, and when you look at the tables, Weybridge, they would know that if they can get a win in one of their matches here, to one of the last 2 matches they got. So remember, we will see them play Barnstead as well, but I would think that this is the one they really feel that they can get a win here. Get a win in this one, and let's say you even take a point away from Barnstead, you could finish second, and that's what they got their eyes on here. They could finish ahead of the team that's sitting top at the moment, East Moseley. So that's what they got their eyes set on here. So everything to play for them. And remember, when it comes to those quarterfinals, technically, I don't always believe it is the case. Don't know what your views are on this, Tina, as we see another shot played in that area, and Grant now gets even closer to his half century. It just, would you by now have already have changed? Well, he's holding his helmet up like he's got his half century. I don't think he has. I don't think this goes for 6. It's going to go for 4. Almost steps on his stumps, puts the helmet on the bat, but that takes him to 48 by my calculation. So there was a little bit of a weird celebration there from Grant about something. Maybe we'll find out a bit later on, but
maybe he had a dare to play that shot. Well, don't think anyone dared and play that one, which is a big swing and a miss.
Would you have changed the field slightly to Grant the way he's playing these shots? Would you at least put like maybe somebody behind the keeper for all of these shots he's playing in that area?
Yeah, I think so. I probably would have put a deep third out, maybe bring the covers in. He hasn't often looked to crash it through the covers, and when he plays a shot like that, then you've got to put someone back there, as he does get his way to the half century. Now he can take his helmet off if he wants. 54 not out for the Spencer skipper. It's come at a big time as well for his side. He was clearly not happy with life and the world in the previous game, having gone down in pretty spectacular fashion in that reduced overs game against Banstead, but they've come back with a bang here. Gus Grant, well, you can see by the wagon wheel exactly where you should put your fielders, and there he goes again. And I promise you, I didn't look at that wagon wheel before I said you don't need someone in deep covers.
Yeah, it's look, I mean, what myself and Dina just started discussing there was about the field to somebody like Grant, and you can see he's just toying with the bowlers. I mean, he knows what he wants to do. I mean, it's an exceptional reverse sweep to bring up his 50, by the way, but they just haven't, or you've got to say that the captain of Weybridge, who's doing the bowling here, just hasn't been able to put the right feel to him. Now, maybe that is a little bit of inexperience from the young man, but that's another over that goes magical. So the last 3 overs have gone 18, 22 and 20. Spencer 141 for 2 of 8.
Turning on the flare there, Gus Grant, and Jens Wagstaff, he likes to go more towards the power, and that's exactly what he does on that one. It's the first ball of the 9th, gets crunched away. It's being bowled here by Oliver Caxa, who's come back on for his second. His first went for just the 9. The 2 batters out there in the middle now, it feels like the confidence is flowing through them. Gus Grant in particular seems to be enjoying life now again, which is good to see. Weybridge, though, I'm wishing that maybe he had his mood on again, because he didn't look like he wanted to play much cricket a while ago. Now he's turned it on. It's a good piece of fielding out there in the deep. Might have to just check that one to see how close Seb Dunn was to the boundary rope here. He chucked the ball away, so he knew he was close. His right foot there, and then his left foot seems to be okay. He throws the ball away, goes across the boundary rope, comes back. By my reckoning, that one looked clean. Yeah,
that's well done. It's well fielded. It's a good technique shown there by the young man. Oh dear, this one is going to make its way close to the rope. It does just hold up, allows the fielder to get there, but it's going to be, well, that's not good, is it? A couple of times I've noticed this actually, why Kassar is, once he bowls, one thing he needs to do is remember to get behind the stumps. Remember, he was missed out on the run-out opportunity where he didn't really get himself in a good position early. And that one again there, once he bowls, he's sort of halfway down the track. He needs to get himself into a position where if the throw comes in, he's there to deal with it. It's another good shot there by Grant. And this time he's showing his ability, especially with the ball that's not a Yorker length delivery. Anything that's slightly short, he's finding a way to manoeuvre the ball to all pockets off the ground now, not just behind there at third or fine leg.
He plays with such, in the best possible way, arrogance, doesn't he? Like, he knows exactly where he wants to play the ball. That one had a bit of the helicopter whip about it as well. And when he's on it, he can really turn on the style. 64 off 29, a couple of wides in this over, helping along as well. Spencer looked to post a big total here. It's already looking like it will be a tough run chase here for Weybridge. Steps across again. This one's more high than long, though. Who wants to take this one? Settling underneath it is the fielder, and it's taken well by Seb Dunn. sigh of relief from him, and he says, ouch, that hurt, but it would have hurt more if you dropped it. So that will be the end of the Spencer skipper. He goes for 64 off 30. His stylish innings comes to an end as he launches that one into outer space. He knew as soon as it left his bat that he might be in trouble there. And it's a good grab by Seb Dunn as this partnership comes to an end. It's a good one as well, worth 60 as Gus Grant departs, and Spencer 158 for 3.
Yeah, and well done to the young bowler as well. Oliver Kassar picks up his first wicket on the European Cricket Network. And once again, the youngsters do combine. A lot of youth in the side for Weybridge, and two of them combining very well there, the bowler and also the catcher there. Seb Dunn holds on to a very good catch. We have seen some go down today on a difficult day for the fielder, especially with that ball being wet and slippery throughout the day. But no mistakes. That's played nicely down the ground. That should be cut off though, as fielder comes across, and just noticing there for the first time that Henry Francis seems to have a slightly different top on than some of the other players. It seems to be in all black. I've noticed there's one or two others that have the same.
Yeah, we were wondering this the other day, maybe if there's a Weybridge first and second kit and there's a combination of the two. A direct hit here would be interesting. So Jens Wagstaff was just meandering his way to the non-striker's end as the throw was darted in there by Aidan Golding. Yeah, they've got a few black shirts and a few purple shirts, have Weybridge. I think probably a few jumpers out there as well, alongside the woolly hats. Spencer 159 for 3 going into the last. Jens Wagstaff, he's well poised, 29 off 9. A few bowlers to choose from. They've shuffled the pack here, have Weybridge used 7. It looks like it'll be down to Ansarullah Nuristani to bowl the last, who took, remember, that beautiful catch earlier in the piece, but he starts off with a 6 that's flicked away by Jens Wagstaff. He moves to 35 off 10 deliveries, and Spencer putting on an imposing total here.
Just the more that we see of the youngsters that are performing out there, and this guy is one of them, Jens Wagstaff, the more you tend to think, well, you know, in a few years' time, as these guys get stronger and they play more cricket and get more experience, where will they end up? You've got certainly many stars in the makings here, split between these sides at this European Cricket Series in Wimbledon, England. This time will be a single. That's good comeback delivery there from Nuristani. Gets it pretty full and straight Yorker length.
Single's probably not a bad result for Weybridge there, as they get Shahir Alam on strike. I suppose the left-hander here, he just has a free roll of the dice. See how many more he can add to the collection. He also goes to the Gus Grant school of shuffling across the stumps. This time he gives himself room to leg. Just gets the single, which is, I suppose, his job done. Gets Jens Wagstaff back on strike.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. So 166. And it's still got 5 balls to go here. And this is the sort of score that I've been saying that teams would want to be trying to get to. We've seen a few in the 150s, teams batting first, and we always said that they're probably never going to be enough, as that one is going to go into the sight screen, and that now takes the score into the 170s, 172. Couple of balls to go then, so we're going to see probably the highest run chase for a victory if Weybridge are to do this and keep their good form intact.
Oh, 4 and a 6 here would take Wagstaff to a half century as well. He's been hitting it beautifully so far. Slower ball comes out, should be stopped on the rope, and it's a good pair of hands there from Oliver Kaxar. Almost an absolute bullseye there. Jens Wagstaff ducks and weaves out the way of that. That would have been an absolute haymaker.
I actually think, I mean, he was struggling here to make his ground. I think he was going to be short if that ball hit the stumps, and it doesn't hit the stumps, but it nearly knocks him out.
Yeah, he does like a little jog to the other end, does Jens. It's twice now he's almost been caught out, but it gives Shahir Alam the final ball. It's clubbed away, or maybe with the wide. Actually, there's 2 balls left, and that one's dropped. Could be a costly drop as well. In fact, they go for the 2. I'm not quite sure that's the right call, and now he goes down, slips and slides. Looks like he's okay. He'll have to take his way off the pitch anyway. I think is that the last ball?
Well, I don't know. Well, unless the score, it must have been the last ball because they're walking off. So I think the scores were just a little bit behind there. So we'll just have to wait to see what happens here. You can see that on the graphics there. And the umpires are still out there. Now, I hope they've got this right. Otherwise, the players could be coming back out again. Can we see that run out again one more time of the shot? Because I tell you what, it almost looked to me like it was a double hit. I don't know if we still got that, but he was done by the slower ball, and then he had to wait for it. It almost sounded like a double hit. The catch went down, and they did come back and take the two. So, oh, well, umpires are now walking off, so we will get the right scores for you at some point there. So things just went a little bit crazy there. So we don't. I mean, the scoring system said 2 balls to go. In front of us, we had 2 to go. It's still not updated yet, so we will have to come back with you with the right score. Apologies for that. We may not have the scorecards up right at the end of the highlights either. But if we do, we'll get them for you straight away, and we will confirm the score. But I do feel that it's probably 175. But bear with us on that as we have a look at the highlights. But it was a good start, wasn't it? The power play was good with 54 coming off the first 3 overs. And the good thing this time, though, with Spencer, remember in that shortened match, they got a good start. They then fizzled away. Well, no such chance this time. And the man who made sure that wouldn't happen was their captain, because Gus Grant, he led the way, didn't he? 64 off 30 with 4 sixes and 8 fours, but it was the way he manipulated the field that was great. They just never really knew how to set the field to him, and myself and Tina did believe that really Weybridge allowed him too much time to toy around with the bowlers and play those dinky little shots that he plays that third and final leg.
Yeah, absolutely. Gus Grant got his swagger back after a miserable time for him and his Spencer side in the previous game. There was that brilliant catch, though, from Ansarullah Nuristani. That marked the end of Archie McPherson, who was looking mighty dangerous. He got 36 off 10. But Gus Grant kept on going. He clubbed 8 fours and 4 sixes on his way to 64. A bizarre celebration when he got to 48. He eventually got to 50 with an impeccable reverse sweep. He then went all aerial with the helicopter, turning on the style. It was then cut short as he eventually holed out. This one was up and away, straight into the hands of Seb Dunn. Still time, though, for a nice cameo from Jens Wagstaff. He finished 41 not out off just 13 deliveries. 30 of those runs coming in sixes alone. A bit of a everything final over from Ansarullah Nuristani. We thought there was a wide in there. I think the correction was to take the wide to a single, which means that the final score is 174 for 4. So Weybridge set here 175 for the victory. So in the end, a decent final over from Nuristani to back up his brilliant catch earlier in the piece. Then taking a look at the batting scorecard, and it was the skipper leading the way and the wicketkeeper, his able deputy, opening up, putting on a brilliant partnership worth 69. As McPherson then fell in the 4th over. Freddie Haller wasn't really able to get going, but then Jens Wagstaff came in and put a bit of a gloss on the scoreline. But look at those extras, 25 extras. I suppose a few of them were buys and leg buys, but 16 wides is pretty criminal at any level, and we have high expectations of the players here in England. So that's why Weybridge find themselves chasing a score in the 170s as opposed to probably in the 140s, 150s, where they'd certainly be more comfortable. Fair few bowlers used, just weren't able to match up with the flair and the style of Gus Grant, which means that Weybridge have a big old chase on their hands. It'll be the biggest chase of this series so far if they do manage it. 175 needed for them, thanks to a stylish innings of 64 from Gus Grant and ably supported by Wagstaff and McPherson. Match 19 then, hopefully we'll have the full 10 overs, or as many as Weybridge might need to chase down this total, as the sun is trying to come out, the blue skies are coming, and match 19 will come back with the run chase in just a few moments' time as we go into the penultimate run chase of the day here in this ECS England Wimbledon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where the clouds are clearing and Weybridge have a tough chase on their hands as Spencer posted 174 for 4 in their allocated 10 overs. It's the full 10. We're hoping for full 10 for the rest of the day here, and it was Gus Grant, the captain of Spencer, who led the charge, scoring 64 off 30. And a little cameo at the end from Jens Wagstaff, 41 not out off 13. Posted a big score then, and it would be a record chase, at least for this series, if Weybridge were to get themselves over the line. And, well, maybe they even have a little bit of 4-pointage on their minds. They'd have to get it in 7 overs or less. As for Spencer, 121 is the magic number that they have to reduce Weybridge to if they want 4 points to stay with them. Well, it's all still to play for here in Wimbledon, but really it's all about placement. Who can finish where? At this stage, we really know that Twickenham's fate has been sealed. They're at the bottom of the table with 11 points, and they're not going to get any higher because they've played all of 8 of their games. Spencer, this is their final game. They're also on at 11 points. They have a better net run rate. I suppose if they lose this one and lose it very, very badly, then the net run rate could go below Twickenham's. I haven't quite done the maths, but that would require Weybridge to score an incredible amount of runs in an incredibly short amount of time. Spencer certainly be eyeing up a win here. 3 points would take them closer up the table towards Weybridge, but of course Weybridge, if they pick up a consolation point, they would stay ahead of Spencer. So there's lots of maths and calculations that could be done, but I think for now we just enjoy what could be an exciting run chase here as Aidan Golding faces up that first ball and gets himself immediately off strike. Freddie Faircliffe is facing the second ball here, and it's a big swing and a miss. Freddie Haller bowling, and the bails have been whipped off, but the umpire, that square leg remains as still as a statue, which I think, to be fair, is what Freddie Faircliffe was at the crease. Was there any back foot movement there? No, there wasn't. As we go back to live, and that one is lifted up and over the covers. So it'll be the first boundary of this run chase. It comes off the bat of Freddie Faircliff, so it's a teenage combo doing the chasing here for the men in purple. Aidan Golding 18, Freddie Faircliff a wiser 19. Freddie Horler opening the bowling here for the Spencer side. He's picked up a few wickets so far in this series, got 2 for 20 in the win against this very opposition back on day 2. That one's clubbed away to the leg side. The fielder out there won't catch up with it either as he slips and slides. I think that's Jens Wagstaff out there in the deep, who we sometimes see with the gloves in hand. This time it's Archie McPherson who has the duties behind the stumps. It's a better delivery from Freddie Horler as well. The sun's out, so the joggers are out and the dogs are out as well. They've probably been scratching at the door trying to get out all morning with the rain around, but it's turning into the best part of the day, and that's the best catch we've seen in a good while, as that came straight back with heat at Freddie Horler. The battle of the Freddies is won by Horler as Faircliff has to depart. That one came back at him spicy and just stuck, well, both hands up to it. If he hadn't stopped that, would have gone for 4. You could see the crowd in the back there. The guards of our gate here, they were appreciating that one as the over comes to an end with a wicket. It's a good start for Spencer, even though there was those 2 boundaries in the middle. Not much else to speak of for the Weybridge side, and of course a wicket to end it. So 1 down for Weybridge, 9 for 1 as Oliver Kaksar comes in at number 3. And it's Harshal Patel who, alongside Gus Grant in the previous game, were, let's just say, not too happy to be out there in the middle while the rain was falling. Interestingly enough, Harshal Patel, he's steaming in with a bit more vigour now. Got a spring back in his step, as of course does Gus Grant after his 64 off 30 deliveries. So Spencer seem to be more fair weather cricketers, and they're happy now with the sun shining down on them and with runs on the board to defend. The early wicket certainly helping their cause as well. Direct hit would have been interesting there, but Elliot Deeks, who took that spectacular catch in the previous game, not able to pick the ball up cleanly. Club down the ground. I don't think he has the distance on it, and Elliot Deeks took a spectacular grab in the previous game. This one very much more regulation for him, and Harshal Patel, the smile is back on his face as Spencer claim their second victim. Weybridge, well, this is the worst possible start for them. 11 for 2 with both of their openers back in the shed. It's the skipper Aidan Golding who departs for just 2 off 3. An enormous run chase here becomes that much more difficult, with Weybridge now relying on the youth of their middle order to try and see them over the line. I suppose they can at least console themselves with the fact that this game maybe not as significant as it might have been, given that Twickenham have already fallen away. But for Weybridge, they can still secure second place, maybe even first place, if they went on a bit of a run. And they've still got this game plus another game, and while they might get the 4 points from this one, because this could be 2 in 2, and it's a regulation catch for Archie McPherson, and it's a golden duck for Ansarullah Nuristani, who comes in and goes straight back out. Weybridge 11 for 3. Harshal Patel suddenly loves cricket again. He's on a hat-trick now. Nuristani knew as soon as he hit that one. Don't think he quite knew where the ball went, but he knew it wasn't going very far. A very regulation catch for Archie McPherson. So Weybridge 11 for 3 here. Harshal Patel, the chance here to get himself in the Hall of Fame for 2025. He ties up his laces in preparation for this potential hat-trick. It's Fazal Hussain who has to see it off for Weybridge, and well, not only that, try to get at least, you'd say, to that consolation point margin, 122. Here we go, hat-trick ball. And it's played out, blocked away from Fazal Hussain, who slams the door in the face of Harshal Patel. And the slips are removed once more. Go back to the conventional feeding position after we had 2 slips in. Not something you see too regularly on the network. That required rate for Weybridge already beyond 20. So almost after 2 overs at the point of no return. Maybe it's just a case of consolidation here and trying to get a point on the board, because if they lose all 4 points here to Spencer, Spencer would in fact leapfrog them into 3rd place. Weybridge can console themselves with the fact that they do have 1 more game to play. But as we saw in Hornchurch, the difference between finishing 3rd and 4th, 1st and 2nd can be significant, because you never know who's lying in wait in Group B. And of course, for Group A, they won't know that until end of play on Wednesday. So it's a long odd wait for them. All they can do is try and pick up as many points as possible to give themselves hopefully the most favourable draw for them going into quarterfinals day, as Max Hunt comes on to bowl the final over the power play. That's a low full toss that's been given the treatment by Fazal Hussain. That is in fact the first Maximo of this run chase. Weybridge still struggling along here though, 18 for 3. As Rico joins me back in the commentary tent, and well, the sun's out, so we've even been able to debunker ourselves and at least get a bit of fresh air coming in here.
We've taken a bit of the side down, and well, I'll tell you who else prefers the sunshine. That's Spencer, no doubt about that. They look like a different team out in the sun, and yeah, they have got Weybridge under a lot of pressure. They've removed the likes of Golding, and who we know is a key player. He has been scoring big runs. Remember, Weybridge, they still have the opportunity. I said at the time, if they can get with the 2 matches they had left, remember they play 1 more later against Banstad, the final match of Group A on day 4. But if they could have picked up 4 points, they could finish 2nd. So, but they've got to get a point out of this one, you feel. It's not over yet. They've still got plenty of time. That one won't go to hand. It's just going to be a single. But yeah, 122. Keep an eye on that. That's where they need to get to, just to at least ensure they get a point. But I think they would have felt that if they were going to get the 4 points, then this is one that they would have felt they could have got a win against. But they've got a massive score to try and chase. 175 required, and then also they've lost 3 early wickets.
It was a disastrous start for them. They're still actually in the power play here. They've at least stopped the wobble for now. That's 5 balls without losing a wicket. And well, that run could come to an end. Does this have the distance on it? No, it does not. So the 6th ball does produce a wicket. And it's the safe hands of Elliot Deeks, who takes his 2nd grab of this innings, and Weybridge lose their 4th, 20 for 4. Still 1 ball left of the power play, and this is looking like probably the worst power play of this series so far. We've seen some spectacular ones. Spencer in the 1st innings had a pretty decent one themselves. They finished their power play on an impressive 54 for no loss. And Weybridge pretty much the opposite here, 20 for 4. As Fazal Hussain goes for 8 off 6.
Yeah, as soon as he hits it, you could tell his whole body language told you the story. We're quite blinded, actually, when it comes to anything at long on and mid-wicket. We've got the side screen. We're the other side of the side screen, so we can't really see. But the body language told you that Deeks was getting ready to take another catch. So 4 down here now. And this is the last ball of the power play. Now that could be another. It should be another. The bowler wanted himself, and he will hold on to it. So Hunt will finish with 2 into himself. So keep an eye when he comes back on. The first one that he bowls will be a hat-trick ball. And Weybridge, they are 20 for 5 at the end of 3.
Oh, a bad power play gets even worse. Max Hunt goes for the double punch. This one goes straight up in the air, and he does well to hold on. So it's the second time in 2 consecutive overs that Weybridge have lost 2 in 2. We take a look at the Telegram channel we have for all our Hindi followers and those maybe learning Hindi or looking to learn Hindi, like James Basley. Head on over for all our latest content highlights and updates. And well, there are a few interesting updates coming from the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got our big reveal, advent calendar reveal.
Yeah, we have.
I also saw the news that I think Ross Taylor, he's returning to the Western Shield alongside, of course, Kevin O'Brien, who was confirmed as returning just a few days ago. So there's so many exciting announcements coming from the European Cricket Network world.
Yeah, well, those gentlemen, both of them, thoroughly enjoyed themselves at the Western Shield, and they were absolutely splendid as well. I love the way they interacted, not just with the players but with the spectators. Says it will be great to see them once again there at the Cardam over there in Andalusia. A quick look at the fielders. That one will be a big wide. As this is Rufus, who's coming on to bowl. Burlow starts with one that's too wide.
It's the real Rufus as well.
The real Rufus, yes.
He was being an imposter early in the week, or really Freddie Haller was being an imposter, but we have a Rufus and he has to do his own fielding here as this one's knocked away into the leg side. Amongst all that carnage, it was Oliver Kaxar who's now on a runner ball 3, and Giles Cunningham coming out to bat. He will now face his first delivery. It's just been an absolute procession here so far for Spencer.
He's making some changes to the field. Below gives himself some protection now on the offside, and then he bowls it full and straight, and well, Cunningham is going to be another who's going to go without scoring. It's another golden duck. It's another. It is a good day for ducks as the Tribute clan is going quack quack quack. Well, there you go. That's especially for you, and that's another one that bites the dust. 6 down now here on Weybridge. You get the feeling that they're going to concede all points here, and that will be disastrous for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I suppose if you're going to get a big collapse out of the way, do it in a game which might not have as much significance as, for example, a quarter-final, but you just never want to be 22 for 6 at the best of times. Weybridge, that's exactly what they are here. Jack Tricker comes out. Can it be the 3rd time in a row that we have 2 in 2 in an over? Oh, he plays it nicely into the covers. It's equally well fielded there by Shahir Alam.
Yeah, well fielded. And talking about bowling leads me on to a question. What's the best bowling figures ever by an England bowler in Ashes history? I know most of you will probably know this and get the answers in there straight away, as that's going to be 4 runs. There hasn't been too many boundaries in this one. And that's calmly done and picked up there by the man in shades.
And that was Oliver Lee of Banstead, who was the only bowler in the previous game that got any kind of damage inflicted on him by the Banstead bowlers, as Spencer really fell away there. But it's Weybridge who are doing the falling, and this one is going to be another wicket. It's a nice tumbling catch on the a pretty soft and wet outfield, but still has to put in the dive, and he gets his whites or his blues dirty. Here's Freddie Haller down there. So it is the Freddie Rufus combination. In fact, it might be Ruben Kelly. It's difficult to tell with the taped on numbers. In any case, it is a good diving stop, and it will be the next to fall. 26 for 7, and this time it's Jack Tricker who departs. We just got a question from Trip in the chat asking when the Western Shield is. It's in September, as you suspected, but the European Cricket website now has this brilliant calendar function. If you haven't seen it, go to the European Cricket website and go to the calendar, because you have a drop down of all the upcoming events on a month-by-month basis. You can make a note in your diaries of all the events coming up for the rest of the year. As this one goes in the air, but it will just be safe, as it's Ben Choi, the next batter off the rank for Weybridge. 27 for 7 at the end of the 4th. At the moment, it just seems to be a matter of when Weybridge will be bowled out rather than if. Rufus finishing 2 for 7 off his first over. That catch was taken by Ruben Kelly, tumbling away to his right. And the sun begins to beam down on us. We've had the problem of putting the side up all day to stop the rain. Now we need our sunglasses on.
We need the shades on. We need a bit of a fan going here. But yeah, glorious. Well, let's hope that sun does stay out for the next few hours, because we do have, remember, one more match number 20. Mansted will be taking on Weybridge. All right, here we go. This, I believe, is a hat-trick ball. Finished with 2 and 2. It's been played away, and it's not going to be a hat-trick. It's been well struck by Ben Choi. It goes boom, shakalagya, a good hit, 6 runs. So Max Hunt, who was sniffing a hat-trick after taking a wicket off ball number 5 and 6 in his first over. Now he's going to see him being hit for 6 runs instead. But he won't give up. Nice shot there by Choi.
Can he go 2 and 2? Yes, he can, as that one is going to have the legs on it. It's going to clatter straight into the sight screen as Elliot Deeks almost gets a grizzly in the face for his troubles as it pings off the metal stanchion and everyone ducks for cover.
I think they need to check that ball, actually. Don't you think so? That is clobbered into one of the side panels of the sight screen, and Deeks almost gets knocked out by the rebound. Well, there's no second chance and no third boundary for the batter. Ben Choi hits 2 big sixes, but then Rufus, well, it's Max Hunt, beg your pardon, gets one through and hunts his way to another wicket. So that's another from him. Wouldn't get a hat-trick, but he does get 3 wickets. It's not the best of shots, and misses the straight one. Stumps go over, and that's another one that will go. So 39 for 8. And as you said, Tina, it's not a question of if they will survive. I think they're not going to. It's a question of when they will be bowled out here. 8 down now as Seb Dunn comes out at number 10.
Max Hunt here, well, still got the outside chance of a fifer, which would finish off the innings as well. He's 3 for 20, still got 3 balls left to bowl. Seb Dunn comes out for Weybridge. This one zips through to the wicketkeeper. Weybridge just haven't been able to get the ball off the square here, really. They, of course, were the victors of a rain-affected game this morning, beating Twickenham by 20 runs on DLS. But here, in all likelihood, they're going to go away from this game empty-handed. Seb Dunn just clubs that one down the ground for a single. But it has been well bowled, though, here from Spencer. They've been targeting the stumps. They've taken their opportunities in the field. They've been catching well, despite difficult circumstances with the rain still about. This one could be another catch, and, oh, well, commentator's curse. I think that's my second true curse of the day. This time it's Jens Wagstaff tumbling away to his right, stretches out his hands. Maybe, in fact, he should have put in the dive. Could have made life easier. Instead, he just tries to reach out with his hands, and it just bursts through. Could have been the 9th wicket. It could have been Max Hunt's 4th, but he finishes with still very impressive figures of 3 for 22 off his 2. Weybridge 41 for 8 at the halfway mark.
Yeah, struggling big time. So, okay, I did put a question your way. What is the best bowling figures ever by an England bowler in Ashes history? And of course, you have to go back to 1956, when history was made at Old Trafford, when Jim Laker took his 19th wicket in the 4th Test against Australia, including all 10 wickets in this second innings. So Jim Laker, and that was, I know a lot of people often talk about this, and it's been a long time since we've seen a performance like that. Into the pads this time, and yeah, he was unstoppable. What was quite amazing actually about that is the other bowler, and that was Tony Locke, who took the only other wicket in that test, and his figures were 1 for 106 in 71.4 overs in the match. So yeah, it wasn't like it was easy for the other bowlers. Not at all. Jamaica 19 wickets, made history on this day in 1956.
This one goes away, and it should land safely. Don't think it quite lands over the rope, but they'll have to double check that one. Seb Dunn skews that one away over the covers.
Yeah. At that time, the Australians, by the way, were said to be fuming about the Old Trafford pitch that had been deliberately underprepared to suit the spinners, but as their captain Ian Johnson said afterwards, when the controversy and side issues of the match were forgotten, Lakers' wonderful bowling will always remain. It really takes me on to another question, and that's, well, it probably will have time to get this one in as the 9th wicket goes down. And my question was going to be to Tina. Done is done by a good one by Deeks, and Deeks deserves a wicket. He's been taking the catches for everybody else, and that's a lovely smile. And, you know, if somebody asks you a question and say, well, you spent the day playing a lot of cricket, was it worth it? It was raining, it was horrible. Well, just have a look at the smile from Deeks. We'll see it again. He's telling everybody about the ball he bowled here. Look, back of the hand. It's a great delivery. He absolutely loves it. When the plan comes together, there's no better joy than seeing it come through. And a massive smile on the face there from Deeks. And, well, before the last wicket goes, Tina, what's your best bowling figures?
Oh, that's a good question. I genuinely don't know, because I was going to say a lot of my figures were pre-internet. I don't think that's true. But a lot of my figures were kind of maybe pre-play cricket.
Okay.
I think my best for Germany is a 3-for. That's, I suppose, because Germany tend to play the shorter format. What about you, Rico?
Mine best were, I think we talked about this before, was 9 for 32. And it's, it's something that I talked to Vinny a lot about, and it's because it was my own fault I didn't get the 10, because I actually injured one of the other batters. I hit him with a short ball on the side of the head, so he never came back out. So I never get the chance to take the 10. So I've got 8 a couple of times, but the best was the 9 for, and that was actually at a wicket we were playing. I can't remember where it was, South London, so where we were playing I think it was North London Muslims at the time. And we'd ourselves on a pretty lively pitch been sort of skittled out for a low score. I think we were about 98 or something. And, all right, watch out. This one is just, that almost comes in here. But we had it covered. Myself and Tino, we've got everything covered here. We've got the appropriate protective equipment in the right places, protecting the screens. And that one is just to the right. Yeah, we were skittled out pretty cheaply, but we got them out for something like 70 odd. So it was a good win. And at the time, and during that period, they were the team to beat. On several occasions, they had won the league. So it was when we were coming up in the world, the best way to put it. And another ground where I always used to do well was, I don't know if you know, the Bestborough ground where Mark Rampakash started playing keys cricket, or certainly played there as a colt. I love bowling on that track as well, and that was one of the places where during my time I took a couple of fifers. The home ground though was just not for me. It's a funny one, isn't it, where I think our home ground was when I played especially at North London Polytechnic there at Stanmore. That pitch was it was a batting paradise. You just knew you were never getting any, no matter what the weather conditions were like, whether it was cloudy or not. Batters just loved it. Always big runs scored on there, and you knew you weren't going to get much of a bowl because it was that sort of a track. It's when the spinners came on and just tossed it up for most of the afternoon. So it was one of those when we were playing away, there were certain venues that you sort of thought, yeah, it'd be good to go back there again, because you know you'd get some success.
Spencer have certainly got some success here. They're just trying to get that elusive final wicket. Oliver Kaxar is out there with Luke Golding, and Elliot Deeks, he's certainly enjoying his time. The celebration for that slow ball wicket was a celebration of someone who's been practicing that slow ball. Maybe it's come out wrong a few times, but that one was perfectly executed. That's a perfectly executed flick though. And Harshal Patel, who's had a mixed afternoon so far, doesn't fancy getting down and dirty with that one. He will have to, though, go and retrieve it beyond the covers. It's a nice flick off the pads there from Oliver Kaxar. At least these two trying to put a bit of a gloss on what is otherwise a pretty miserable scorecard for Weybridge, 60 for 9 at the end of the 6th. So only Ben Choi, who managed to get out of double figures after he got those double sixes, but not much more to add after that. And Spencer on the cusp here of a significant 4-pointer, because that would take them beyond Weybridge. Remember though, this is Spencer's final game, so whatever happens, assuming they get the 4 points here, they'll be finished on 15 points. And Weybridge and Banstead, they'll be competing in that final game of the day, so they've still got the opportunity to get points, but there won't be any points for Weybridge, as that is the final wicket to fall. It's Rufus Buller who comes back in and tidies off with his very first delivery of his second over. He finishes with nice figures of 3 for 7. Weybridge slightly less nice figures of 60 all out. I believe that's the lowest total we've seen in the series so far. Of course, Twickenham, they were skittled for 77 on day one, but Weybridge fall away here, and the winning margin is a big one. Spencer beat Weybridge by 114 runs.
Yeah, it's almost like the young guns of Weybridge didn't really have an answer there to Spencer, and it's a bit of a hiding, isn't it? 114 runs. It's also one that sort of hurts you when it comes to the net run rate, and you've got to spare a thought really there for Oliver Kuksa, who came in at number 3, and well, look at the number of batters that he saw fall away. I think he comes in at 3, sees 7 wickets fall at the other end, and he himself only faces 6 deliveries, and he's the not-out batter for 8. As we start to see the way the wickets did fall here, it's kind of started okay. They got a boundary, and you thought, okay. And then there was this. That was the start of it. A very good caught and bowl there from Freddie Haller. That was hit pretty well, but the bowler made no mistake. And tell you what, somebody else who made no mistakes out there in the field was Elliot Deeks. He took some really good catches, and he was always in the game, was Deeks. And it's nice that Deeks, after rewarding several bowlers with some wickets, had the opportunity himself to have a bowl. And there he is again, have a bowl himself, and have a highlight that he will treasure as well. That's one thing that European cricket does for you. All of these highlights are on there. They're on there forever. You can always go back and watch them over and over again. And I get the feeling that Deeks certainly will go back and watch his wicket over and over again. Well, that's a batter who wouldn't have been happy with that shot. He needs to be talking to Gus Grant about perfecting the scoop shot and those funky ones behind and over the keeper. And this is one that was hit up in the air, and this is the one that actually almost knocks out Deeks as it comes off the side screen. Well, talking about knocked out, the stump's got knocked out a little bit, and here it is. That's the moment. And just look at the smile. That's what it means to him. And he said, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" Well, don't worry. If they didn't see it, you can tell them to watch it again, because it's there forever. And a little glance away there for a boundary. But unfortunately, nobody could get a partnership going, and it's going to be a rather sad-looking scorecard when we have a look at it, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. Spencer, though, they'll be nothing but happy, and it's been a good turnaround for them in this week so far. Remember, they didn't take a single point out of day one. They lost 4 to Twickenham, then 4 to East Molesey, but they've come back solidly, had a bit of a wobble with those 2 defeats at the back end of yesterday and this morning, or this afternoon even, but they finished their group campaign with a bang, and well, that's kind of the mentality you need going into quarterfinals, where we will definitely be seeing them, of course, next week. You just want to get that acceleration at the right time. As for Weybridge, well, I suppose a collapse can't ever come at a good time, but this isn't the worst time for them. They've still got 1 game to go, so they're not going into quarterfinals with that damp squib of an innings, but they've still got some making up to do, as they'll come back against Banstead in about 40 minutes time. Taking a quick look at the bowlers, and it's pretty viewing for all of them. They all pick up wickets, but especially for Max Hunt and for Rufus, and they pick up 3 wickets apiece. That's actually promising signs for Spencer as well, because they've had a lot of bowlers chip in with significant wickets at good times. So Spencer, their group stage campaign comes to an end, and it finishes with a flourish as they beat Weybridge by a mighty 114 runs, skittling Weybridge for just 60, the lowest total we've seen so far in this series. The good news, though, for Weybridge is that they have one final opportunity to make amends. It's the final group stage game here in Group A, and it's coming your way between Banstead and Weybridge in, well, a slightly longer break now because of that early finish. It's coming in just over 35 minutes time. Still plenty of things to play for. It's all about placement, as both Banstead and Weybridge want to get as high up that Group A standing as they can to secure a more favourable quarter-final tie. So there it is on the screens. We have a longer break now, 35 minutes before Rico and I are back on air to take you through the final game of the day. So get in your random questions, anything that's on your heart, as we say goodbye to Group A before we say hello to Group B tomorrow, but there's still action to come here on the European Cricket Network as we go through Banstead and Weybridge here in ECS England, Wimbledon.
we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as we get ready for the final match of Group A. Still plenty to play for. It's going to be Barnstead taking on Weybridge. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Barnstead, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Weybridge is the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
Heads.
Heads has been called. That's come down. Tails, you've won the toss.
I think we'll have a bowl.
Okay, toss won by Barnstead, who will bowl first.
Thank you very much to Ian Rummage. I want to say that Ian Rummage and the umpires have done a fantastic job today, especially on a day where the weather has really hindered our progress just a little bit. And a big shout out, of course, to the ground staff here as well. I think the likes of Mark and Anthony have been absolutely wonderful. So Barnstead, they have won the toss and decided that they will have a field first. What a good day it has been for them. They started the day knowing that they needed victories to ensure that they finished top of the standings. Well, they've done that now, and I think this is an opportunity really for them to cement the good day that they've had with another victory. But they're up against Weybridge. Now Weybridge, they still themselves have plenty to play for. If they can get the right result here as well, they could finish second, and of course that makes a big difference when it comes to playing in those quarterfinals. A lot of good players to look out for once again here. Maybe Golding is going to be good. I think Luke Pearson-Taylor once again has been in great form, and somebody like Ayush Patel could be the match winner as well. I think we're going to have an exciting finish. It's also the last match of the day, so we want your interaction as well. Let's fire in those random questions. I know that Tina is ready to go. Tina, over to you for the start of this one, and tell us a little bit about the two squads.
Thanks very much, Rico. Yeah, I could fill you in on the squads first. I can recap the toss, which is that Barnstead have won it and decided to field. Maybe they saw a bit of the action in the previous game where Weybridge was skittled for 60 and they thought, we want a piece of that action. While Barnstead, they've brought Ahmed Khan into the action for this one as Captain Arslan Abbas, looking to recapture some of that double hat-trick form he had on the first day. As for Weybridge, they are unchanged from the team that was rolled over just a few moments ago by Spencer. It was a crushing defeat by 114 runs. Didn't pick up a single point, but today is the final chance for them to pick up what could be valuable points. As Rico was saying, Barnstead currently sitting pretty at the top of the table. They know pretty much that their status is secured at the top. As for Weybridge, though, if they pick up 4 points, they would leapfrog both Spencer and East Molesey into second place. It would be a tough task against a Barnstead side who very much going into this one as favourites. But as we've seen, not only on the European Cricket Network, but specifically in this Group A, anyone can beat anyone. And I wouldn't bet against a few more twists and turns in what is not only the final game of the day, but of course the final game of Group A. After this, we will know the standings and the destination of these four sides going into quarterfinals day next Thursday. Of course, we know at this point that Twickenham will not be joining us. Their moment was this morning and they weren't able to seize it. They had two opportunities to grab points. The weather didn't play into their hands, but they were not able to wrestle their way up the table. So they will certainly finish bottom with 11 points. Weybridge, they're currently second bottom with 14. A solitary point here probably won't be enough to change their position, because if they only pick up a point, it will keep their net run rate negative and it will keep them below Spencer, who currently are a point above them on 15. Lots of permutations as we go into the first ball, bowled by Oliver Lee. And well, just like in the previous game, he was really the only one that came in for any kind of punishment in that reduced game against Spencer, where they otherwise bowled exceptionally. Lee was the only one that went magical, and he starts off by getting pumped for a 6 by Aidan Golding, the skipper of Weybridge. He's joined out there in the middle by Freddie Faircliffe. The same pairing as in the previous game, although in all honesty, None of the Weybridge batters really lasted long enough to form any sort of partnership. Well, and this partnership could be 6 and out, as it's Azan Abbas, the skipper, settling underneath it, and he does take the grab. So Ollie Lee, a bit of redemption for him and a fist pump from him, because I think he felt a bit smarted from that previous game where he went for a few runs, but it's taken just 2 deliveries for him to get into the wickets here. Well, maybe early ominous signs here for Weybridge. They'll have that collapse that happened, well, what was it? Probably about 45 minutes ago. Still very much at the forefront of their minds. And their innings here got off to a disastrous start, as it's the skipper who departs, Aidan Golding. He's 6 and out. It went in the air for a long old time. It's Azan Abbas, safe pair of hands, and the skipper takes the grab. So Weybridge 6 for 1 after just the 2 deliveries. And Oliver Kaksar comes in at 3. Well, he was someone who, well, stuck around for a bit longer than most in that previous game for Weybridge. And it looks like it's possibly beer o'clock there in the distance. I don't blame them. It's been a long old day, and that's a nice punch. And, well, mind your beers, lads, as that one goes almost into the pint. And it looks like it's Alex there doing the fielding. I know our director Alex, he's got a game at the weekend, so he's getting his hands warm for that. And it was almost the beer that took the punishment there. Luckily, the European cricket hoardings doing their work. That was a nice punch down the ground by Oliver Kaksar. This time he goes again, but just gets cramped up. And they'll take the single as Rico joins me back in the commentary box. Not on the beers yet, but we almost had beer shower there as that one flew towards the tent.
I think Alex was getting excited. Those beers were coming his way, and in the end he had to forget about the beers and concentrate on the grizzly. But the beers do get to the gentleman, and just blocks this one out. So welcome back to everybody. It is the last match, and of course it's time to fire in your random questions as well. And also for all of you lurkers that are out there, if you've been watching and you haven't put in a message in the chat just yet, well, why not put one through? Say hello, let us know who you are. And it'd be great to give you a shout back as well. End of the first over, and it started with a big 6 from Aidan Golding, the captain. He needed to stay and put a big score on out there, you feel, for Weybridge. But with him gone, I think they will struggle here now. It's 11 for 1 after the first. And a couple of things to talk about. First of all, our calendar here. So of course, we've still got plenty of time to finish the series off here. Only sort of halfway through, really, not even that, with Group B starting tomorrow. And we also I will have to depart before the finals day is completed, because I need to get to Croatia and get things started there. But we certainly have plenty of things on the horizon. Going to Kiel as well. It'd be nice to go back to Kiel just for a few days. Go to Kiel, start things off there, and Vinny will join me there, and Vinny will finish the event off there. I'll then go to Romania for the encore. We've got Norway. And for those of you that have been missing the sounds of Corey Rutgers, well, the Rut is going to be back, and he will be at that event there in Oslo in Norway. So plenty of cricket still coming your way, everybody. That's a delightful shot. Yeah, Kassar's probably thinking last time, remember, he was 8 not out, and he probably saw, I think, 7 or 8 wickets fall at the other end. This time he's thinking, you know what, rather than be stranded again, not out, I'm going to play some shots. And he's played a lovely shot there, the left-hander. Now he's going to loft this over the top as well. That will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinda sona. Shakalagya, good positioning, gets into an early position. Gets gifted a bit of a pie there, really, from Arjun Gill. And that gets put away quite nicely. Speaking of pies, what's your favourite pie? I tell you what, one good thing about being in England, I always say, is the bakeries. The bakeries are brilliant. I'm not going to name any of them, but they're loads to pick for. But go to a bakery and have some of those pies or those slices. I do like a nice meat or cheese and onion slice. So you got a favourite?
I was thinking probably maybe sweet, because it's that time of the evening where I need a little sweet treat to get me through the final game. Maybe an apple pie.
Ah, come on. You've been really good, actually, lady. I have to admit, I admire your willpower. As that's going to be 1 bounce and 4 in the same area that the 6 was hit earlier from Kassar. You're actually very good. You've got good willpower. You make yourself go to the gym early hours in the morning when I can't even get myself to wake up, and then you refrain from eating all the naughty foods.
Yeah, sometimes I find the motivation from somewhere, but yeah, I can do a savoury pie, maybe a steak and ale.
Steak and ale,
We're on
yeah.
beer watch already, so.
Steak and ale pie is good. I do like, a good shepherd's pie. And because mash and meat go well with me, so shepherd's pie would be nice with all the trimmings. We're going to make ourselves hungry now, aren't we?
Yeah, I actually had a random question as well, which was inspired by the MCC, and it's also food related.
Go on,
so maybe one that I'll definitely throw to the chat as well. And these are the kind of things we talk about on the sidelines, intellectual conversation at the MCC. So I'm going to give you 5 categories, and you have to rank them in your order. And the categories are sweets, biscuits, crisps, chocolate, and cake. And you've got to rank them 1 to 5.
In order of your preferences.
Order of preference. So I'll open it up to the chat as well. That's a slip and slide. Cover goes down, ball goes up, 4 runs.
4 runs, thank you very much. The 29 for 1 was the score at the end of that second over. And that's a good start to the third as well. It's Freddie who gets off the mark with 4 runs. As you see, the fielder slightly. Well, first things first for me, crisps always come first. I'm terrible with anything that's slightly savoury. In and out. It's a chance to take the catch there at point. That was hit pretty well. And that's Gabriel Findlay gets a chance to take the catch. He was in the right position, but it's just one of those that it just pops out. He thought he had it. The ball pops out. So a life for Freddie getting dropped there on 4.
I often see GGF with the wicket-keeping gloves, don't we? Maybe he wished he had some gloves there to take that one. It slipped straight out. An opportunity goes a-begging here for Banstead.
That's it, up and over. Another good shot. So nice shots being played here in the power play. It's a good positive start here for Weybridge. I think they've just, it seems like they've had a talk when they've gone back after that thumping they got from Spencer. And I think the captain, who's already departed Golding, has probably said to the batters, look, go out there, be positive, play your shots, don't get yourself in a don't put yourself in a cage, just be positive. And that's what they're doing here. And certainly Oliver Kasai is doing that. He is racing away here. That's another lovely shot from him. Gets 4 more runs, 4 more to his name.
Well, Weybridge know that the next game they play will be an all or nothing game, and this one isn't quite such high stakes. So if there's any time to play with freedom, back yourself into a bit of form, this is very much it.
Okay, so I'll go back to your... I know other people are looking at it as well. That's beautifully hit. It's going to be a teaser for the fielder, but what a good catch. I mean, sometimes there's being cool and being calm and being collective. The captain is all of those. Arslan Habas, he just watches it. He doesn't flinch. One thing about the technique of Arslan here is sometimes when the ball's hit up in the air like this, you tend to go charging forward and get yourself out of position. He just stays nice and still. He knows exactly where the boundary rope is, and he pulls off a great catch. And Oliver Kassar, his innings comes to an end after a brisk score of 31 off just 11 balls.
Captain cool catching there in the deep. Arslan Abbas looked like it was going to go all the way. Certainly it was a sweet stroke off the bat there by Oliver, but he just didn't quite get enough of it, and it's Oliver versus Oliver, and Lee comes out on top as he picks up his 2nd wicket. Good comeback from him, having been hit for a few runs in the previous game. Even in this over, he's gone for 13. But picks up a wicket on the 5th ball as Anzarullah Nuristani comes out.
Oh, well, it's quarter wide here by the umpire. I actually thought I saw a bit of a deflection here. Now, whether that's I'm seeing the deflecting off the gloves or not. We'll see this again here. Yeah, it's a lot of movement, isn't there, before, but doesn't catch anything. Just maybe off the seam. So that'll do. That'll help. That's going to be a minimo. All right, what else? I think after crisps, it will probably be chocolate, biscuits, cake and sweet. That's how mine would go.
You don't have a sugary sweet tooth.
No,
then?
not. You know, when I was young, my mum always used to say to me, "Well, you know what chapatis are and parantas, right?" When I was young, my mum would make those, and with butter and sugar in them, and I would eat them with yogurt. plain yogurt. Well, this is going to be a sweet moment for the bowler. Oliver Lee, well, he's taken his 3rd wicket. That's nice for him. He didn't have the best of times in, as you said, that shortened match when he was the only bowler to get the treatment when he was pumped away for a magical over. He'll finish with another wicket. So that's 3 for him. 3 wickets taken and just conceding the 30 runs as Weybridge, they lose another at the end of the 3rd over. Its score rate is good. 48 is on the board, but they have lost 3 wickets at the end of the power play. So that's the end of Nuristani. I believe that might be a pair for him, you know. I'm pretty sure that even in the last match, he wasn't able to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's another power play, which is not the best by Weybridge. At least this time they've got a few runs on the board, but still 48 for 3. It's not where you want to be after 3. Got Sarah and Jules in the chat. Hopefully they've enjoyed their time here in London. Hopefully see them very soon. Sarah's order crisps, biscuits, cake, sweets, chocolate. So maybe someone else not quite a sweet tooth. I think biscuits, sorry, probably my number 5. I'm not saying I can't eat a pack of biscuits. I'm still human in one sitting, obviously.
Well,
but of those 5, I think it's down the bottom.
Well, you could be very naughty and have biscuits, but chocolate biscuits. Now that's another story. Chocolate biscuits dunked in milk. That's right up there for me. But just plain biscuits, not so much. But yeah, when I was younger, I was really sweet tooth. Sugar in tea, 2 spoons at least. As I said, my mum would make me chapatis or parantas, whatever, with the sugar in, and even the yogurt I would have, it would have had a few spoons of sugar in there as well. But then over the years, I sort of just went off it for a while. So now when I have tea, no sugar in there, same as when I have coffee. But it's more savoury stuff. So yeah, if I was doing nothing and watching TV, the crisp would come out, and then I just can't stop munching. That's the thing, though. Once I get started, I can't stop.
Well, Sunette has messaged me. Of course, we had her in the commentary box the other day.
Yeah.
She's an Olympian. So, Sunette, I don't know what you're doing eating sweets, biscuits, or cake, but those are her top 3. I suppose maybe now that she's smashing boundaries to all 4 parts, then she's allowed a few sweet treats. This one's been smashed straight down the ground and straight down the throat of LPT. He doesn't drop too many, and that is the 4th wicket to fall. Weybridge bring up their 50, but they lose their 4th as Ahmad Khan comes on to the attack here for Banstead and gets his 1st wicket. Just on Sunny, it's actually the Cricket South Africa Awards today, and she's been nominated for awards, so best of luck to her.
Yeah, good luck. And well, we were talking about sweets. Well, that was a nice sweet moment once again there for Banstead. Sweet into the hands of the very impressive Luke Pearson-Taylor. Doesn't drop it as he comes across, takes a good catch. They've got the right man on the boundary, haven't they? So even though it's a much better start from Weybridge, they're once again losing wickets falling quickly, as that was Freddie who goes in the end for 6 of 6 balls. So only main contribution so far from Oliver Kassar, but he's already departed after a fine 31 runs from him. Chocolate's a funny one though, isn't it? Isn't chocolate the same as when people talk about wine? It's is it good for you? Is it not? There's those that will say, you know, a little bit of chocolate a day is very good for you. It sends your mind into a good mood. It keeps you feeling happy. Then there's those that will say that dark chocolate's good. And and then you'll see another article a few months later saying, no, red wine actually isn't good for you, and the same as dark chocolate. So it's I think it's every individual is different, aren't they? I think with chocolate, with myself, I could go weeks, maybe months, and not eat chocolate, and then all of a sudden one day I'll just want some, you know, and it will be a bar of, normally my go-to is a nice chunky bar of milk chocolate, nothing else in it, and just that'll do. I'll eat the whole bar. And then I'll be all right for another few months. It's a funny one.
Gotta get that sweet fix. Oh, this might be another wicket fix, as it's a difficult chance, and it's actually going to land perfectly between the 2 fielders. It's Nikhil Date and Arjun Gill out there, and another life there. This time it's Ben Choi who gets a slice of luck, also retains the strike. 55 for 4 at the end of the 4th. Quick shout out to Jules and Sarah. It's their anniversary tomorrow, so we'll give them the free pass to not be tuning into ECN tomorrow, but you know, there's worse ways to spend an anniversary. But happy anniversary to you too, and it was lovely to see you over these past few days. And random question from Trip. what are we having for dinner tonight? They're needing some inspiration over there.
It's that's a good question, actually. You know what I really fancy?
Go on.
I would fancy a nice pie and mash with some normal peas, because you've got to have a few greens with it. I mean, that would be nice for me. I think the sort of day that we've had today, a nice, and you mentioned steak and ale pie.
Yeah.
That would be really nice with mash, some peas, and a nice gravy.
It feels like pie weather today, doesn't it? Something a bit warming for the soul.
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm thinking. And I have to say, a big thank you to, of course, the Federation here, and of course to the organisers of this event, this European Cricket Series in Wimbledon. Food here has been outstanding. We've been well looked after, plenty of choices, and always the opportunity to get, especially on a day like today, a nice cup of cha as we join the millions of people who in the UK have tea. That's going to be a wide. Will it go to the boundary? No. Well, it could be a run out here, you know. Oh, he's missed them. He's missed them. The wicket keeper. This is a big moment actually here. That's Ayush Patel, who's taken the stumps this time. Normally we see him doing a bit of bowling. He wants to get funky. Let's see this again one more time. So the throw comes in. It's definitely a wide, but they want to take two. And they're not running the quickest. Here comes the throw, and Ayush, he misses the stumps first time round. Watch. And when he does get them,
he almost launches the ball for 4 overthrows as well to the side of the glove.
It's a good job he held on to it, you're right. Findlay doing the bowling. Once again, nice to see the youngsters. And we know that Weybridge today, very much a young side that they put out there. A lot of those players sort of under 19s. And it's always great. We've touched on this already. Get the youngsters out there. Nice to see them playing and making big moments for themselves. It's going to be another wide here from the bowler, Gabriel. So they've sort of changed over. So Ayush says, I'll take the gloves, Gabriel. You can have a bowl. And at the moment, well, not that the wicket would have gone to Gabriel, but Ayush kind of lets his side down with that chance. This one is going to be a slide and dive as he lunges himself at the ball to Sam Thorpe, but was always dropping short of him. Gabriel, once again, almost picks up a wicket. So close yet so far. He'd love to get a wicket. Look at him. He's putting his hands up in the air saying, come on, man, get me a wicket. I want a wicket. And you know what this is all about? This is, of course, all about, because Elliot Deeks got a wicket. He's a wicket keeper, and he loved telling us that as well, didn't he? That is a really risky shot to play. If this ball hits the pegs, because I don't think this is pitching outside the leg stick at all. If you can see this one more time, that ball is right in the middle stump, and he's played it away. Risky shot, and yeah, gets away with it. I like the way that Gabriel hides the ball behind his back, by the way. But yeah, we saw Elliot Deeks take a wicket, who normally he's behind the stumps, but had a bowl, and now all the wicket keepers want to be in on the act. It's not that easy, is it, Ayush? As he almost gets taken out by this one. End of the over. It's a good over from Gabriel. It'll go for 10, and Weybridge at this, the halfway point, are 65 for 4.
It was an eventful over, wasn't it? There's a bit of everything, including the wides, but in the end, no boundary and no wicket in that over. So it just goes for the 10 for the wicket keeper come bowler, as we say hello to you from the commentary tent. Thankfully dry commentary tent. We've had a bit of everything today, but it's turning out to be the nicest part of the day now, Rico.
It certainly is. And look, over to you, everybody. Come on, let's have those lurkers in and tell us about your bad habits. What's your go-to? Tina put a question out there, but oh, what is going on here? What is this? Now, hang on a minute. Is this a little bit of fake fielding from the wicketkeeper? Oh, Tina, what do you reckon? Well, there was kind of an appeal. I think Ayush Patel just can't believe he's taken this. He takes it, he's appealing, and then he starts to run. Surely he sees that the ball is in the hand of the glove of the keeper. What is that? Well, that is what you call brain fog. My word, what is that about?
It's because he finds the funny side of it, because that was just it was like someone shot a starting pistol and he was like, okay, I've got to go. Not realising that the keeper, it was right in the webbing, wasn't it? I think he thought the keeper had stretched his arm out saying, oh no, I've missed it. And then you can see dawning on him immediately, and you don't need a body language expert to read what's all over his face.
That is just, I don't think I've quite ever seen that before. I mean, if the wicketkeeper pretended the ball had gone past him, then you would have said, fake fielding, not out. But it's literally, he's looking at the ball in the glove and still thinks, yeah, I'll run, and thinks, what am I doing? And how about that? What a way to get out. Well, that's going to be in our highlights, isn't it? That's for sure. Well, that could be doing the rounds. I think our content team are going to get a hold of that and have some fun. Hussain goes. I suppose the only way to put that is he gets himself out. Interesting, it goes down a stump. I don't think that can be stumped because he runs. I don't think you could say that stump. I think they might have to have a look at that. I'm going to check how it's been put down on there as well. I mean, it just gets changed at the
Sneaky.
Just gets changed. I was going to say this. He's running. He's pegging it. You can't say stumped. Does get changed, run out. But Ayush Patel will get the credits for it. That's a nice looking shot, but we'll go to the fielder. No mistakes there from the captain, who's been outstanding. And I like this also from Arslan Abbas. We would normally see him having a bowl on one or two others, but he's given the opportunity to some of the others. Gabriel had a bowl, and now he's gone to Josh Steiner. And that's crunched. Adios, Bolota. That's a nice shot. We see that going over the scoreboard and the rest. And a reminder for the scorer who's putting the numbers up on the board to move them up by 6. And hey, the Summer Games in London 2012. American swimmer Michael Phelps, and that was on this day, by the way, captured an unprecedented 19th career Olympic medal when he helped the US team win the 4x200 meter freestyle relay. He surpassed the record set by Soviet gymnast Laratso Latieng. So Michael Phelps on this day at the 2012 Summer Games in London. Were you around for that? Were you in the UK when that was happening?
I think I was just about starting university. So I must have been around, but I never got down to London. I did the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, but never managed the Olympic Games in London, unfortunately. But it was a great games, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Some people will say that it was one of the best games that they've seen. I know that London really did benefit from it big time, and a lot of people were very impressed with it. Yeah, fantastic games and some fantastic scenes as well. So, time for another change. Sam Thorpe is now giving this one a little bit of flight. Just Weybridge made a good start, 75 at the end of that, the 6th over, but they have lost those 5 wickets. That one is just going to clear. Arslan, I tell you what, if he got anything on it, you know he'd catch it. He's got fantastic hands as that one gets played away. Lovely shot, and that's what they need here. Just need to get a few powerful shots in here. And Ben Choi, we know that he does possess the power. He did, I think he was maybe one of the highest scorers in that low-scoring game. The one before, when they got bowled out for just 60. I think only him. It was him and, of course, Oliver Kakar that got some runs. Well, he goes for it again, and he's going to get it again. 2 in 2. Nicely done by Ben. And that's what we like to see. So another good hit, powerfully played away. So Ben doing his job and doing it well here.
Yeah, nice little counter punch here from Weybridge. The run rate's really not an issue for them. They're going along nicely. Expected score up towards 130. They're just losing too many wickets. That one is coming our way, and it's going to be a flat 6, and it dings off the side of the sight screen, and more technically bounces inside the rope.
If somebody was there and called that one-handed, I would have said, how's that? As it does. It's the second one that smashes on into the side screen. Now I was ready, Tina, because I thought this could have deflected anywhere. It weren't that far away. I mean, that side screen's about 3 meters from where we are. But it's a good shot. I'm liking this. Choi makes a big difference all of a sudden. Choi brings a little bit of joy to the batting of Weybridge. And they needed this over, so it's gone 6-6-6. Sam Thorpe. And this one won't go, though, to the boundary, so he'll be relieved. It's the last thing that you want as a bowler, to have the thought that somebody's hit you for 6 sixes on the back of your mind. It's a better delivery. Well played also by Choi, all along the deck. Well, my final question for the day is this one. And so I don't know how to word it. Here we go. Australian batter Bill Owens was the first to what against India in 1947-48? Okay, so you have to think about this, and that's what's happening tomorrow. So looking forward also to the start of Group B and welcoming Wimbledon, what would you say, the home side from where we are. They're taking on London County Cricket. First up, we'll also see Guildford in action. We'll see Pinnacle Pro, a team that we remember from Hornchurch. So plenty of action starting tomorrow with Group B. That's that foot. He's not quite touching the ball though, so he does okay here. We'll see it one more time. I just saw that from behind the sight screen. That's of course Luke who's fielding there. Makes a stop, and then though the foot does go past the line, it stays. He's not touching the ball, so that's okay. All right, this one is going to be in the gap. Nobody can do anything about it. So Gabriel does get an opportunity to have another ball. And this time just a little bit short, and that's clobbered pretty well. Runs starting to flow here.
It's good to see this actually from Weybridge. Let's not forget they got turned over in pretty emphatic fashion in the previous game. And when they started to lose those early wickets, you thought, uh-oh, this could be another repeat. But they've clawed their way back now, just one shy of the 100, which they'll get with that punt into the leg side. So it's 100 for 5 halfway through the 8th. So they've still got 2.5 overs here to try to notch some more boundaries. I suppose Banstead, I wouldn't say they're taking this game easy, but they're certainly trying around a few different bowling options. You use 6 bowlers, and GGF isn't usually one of them, but he's given a second over here, and that one gets smashed away by Tricker over covers. They add another 6 to the collection. Previous over from Sam Thorpe went for 19 runs.
Yeah, this is good. I like this from Weybridge. So youngsters on both sides are getting an opportunity. Gabriel turning his arm over. Normally Gabriel Gulman Finlay is behind the stumps. He's been replaced by Ayush Patel, who normally would be doing the bowling. That's picked up beautifully as well. That's a delightful shot. What a wonderful pickup. That has gone a long way. Beautiful stroke. And 6 more runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Ese golpe es muy guay, es muy dulce también, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. That's gone a long way. Big hit. So my question once again for those of you that want to hear it one more time. Australian batter Bill Owen was the first to what against him? Happened against him, let's put it that way, in India, 1947-48. I think I've given you a bit of a clue there. So, well, that's I think it's a bump ball, is it? Yep, there's no real appeal. Plays it into the ground. Nice bit of fielding done there. Good, clean, soft hands. We'll see it one more time. He does play this into the ground. Here we go. Look, bangs it into the ground. For those of you that saying, why is that not out? And that's why it's not out.
We had a bit of a peculiar bump ball at the MCC game yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't have the benefit of the ECN cameras. That time, it just got chipped into the covers and everyone just stood still saying, was that out? And the batter wasn't sure. The umpires had a little chat. In the end, it was given out. I think it was the right decision, but that's the beauty of having these cameras. You can always double and triple check if needed.
Play it down the ground, bobbles away. It should be easily dealt with by Luke Pearson-Taylor. I think he's probably thinking, back of his mind, thinking, I don't mind if a few runs on the board here because I want to have a bat and I want to have a good chase. And should be a good chase. It could end up with 130, 140 here. That's hit up in the air. It will. Well, would you believe it? Somebody who's been so good. And just look at him here. He can't believe it. He's holding his face thinking, I can't believe I put it down. If there's one man you'd put money on to take the catch, well, we'll see what happens here. So, sees it, calls it, and then down it goes. And we'll go back to him. I don't think he's going to make a mistake this time. But Ben, with that drop and that ball also going to the boundary, has brought up a half century for himself. Now, that's a wonderful moment for Ben. And Ben Choi, his first 50 on the network. He's had an interesting day today as well. Remember, he took a jalebi catch with the ball. And then the same ball gave him a slap on the side of the face where he had to go off for a while, but he came back. And being brave and wanting to continue, he's also now scored a half century.
Great stuff for the 17-year-old. Kind of came from nowhere, and he's not done yet either, as that one is launched to the neighbouring field. This time it's Ben Choi once more as he slaps it away. And Weybridge here, not just looking to post a okay-ish score, they're looking to go big and almost bat Banstead. Not quite out of it, but certainly giving them a bit of trouble. Certainly, though, the win predictor still in Banstead's camp. Final ball of the 9th.
Now he goes again. Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Choi, he's enjoying himself. I tell you who's not enjoying it is the batters that are being brutally, or the bowlers, I should say, that are being brutally dealt with. Choi gets another big one away. It's the end of the over. Score with 9 overs completed, 131 for 5. So another big over here. And once again, it could be around that 150 mark. So really good stuff this from Ben. 64 of 22. And the next bowler is going to be Gill. And he's going to get hit straight back over his head. That will also go all the way for 6. So Weybridge, a team who we just saw against Spencer, being bowled out for 60 with 23 balls still left in their innings. They're showing a little bit of fight here are the young guns, maybe you can call them that. Weybridge, the youngsters, are doing a good job. Now it's time for Tricker to get going. This time I don't think he's going to find the boundary. Well, I didn't think he was going to find the boundary, but he does. It's right in the gap between the two fielders. Well, Luke can't do anything about it, and that looks like it's Ahmad Khan who's out there at mid-wicket. So the two of them have been split beautifully. Threads the needle. That's not a good delivery, but it's a fantastic stop as Ayush, who's behind the stumps, Patel throws himself at this one and stops that ball getting past him.
Certainly looking for 150 plus here. Weybridge. That's a good comeback ball from Arjun Gill, and tests his arms there as well as he sends Jack Tricker into a squat. Remember, Banstead won the toss here and decided to field, so they wanted to chase, giving the likes of LPT a bit more pressure batting. Well, this might be a pressure catch. In fact, it goes into the ground, and Luke Pearson-Taylor does well to hit that one back into play.
Gill, for a moment, he thought that perhaps he was going to be in chance of taking the wicket, but not so. But well done there once again from Luke. Just stops that ball going to the boundary. Now this is back to Choi, who's been fantastic. What a great knock from him, showing that he's got plenty of power. This one will get past the bowler. A bit of work to be done by the captain, Hassan Abbas, who seems to be quite content to let the young bowlers bowl, and quite happy at the moment here. So a ball to go, 144. Big 6 would get them to the 150. It won't be. It's going to be 140. Might as well go for another. Here comes the throw. And Ayush, well, he's tried this before and failed, and he tries it again. Now, that's something that he needs to work on. That little back flip from the keeper. They will get the 2. And they will finish on 146 for 5. And what a good knock. In fact, a really good partnership there between Ben Choi and Jack Trigger. A partnership that helps Weybridge put a score on the board, which if they bowl well and defend well, they could cause a little bit of an upset here. Barnstead, who have made some changes there with their own bowling, but I'm sure when it comes to the batting, they'd be pretty keen to go for this and get a nice run chase to finish off the group. Quick look at the highlights here. Some nice shots being played, and that was Oliver Kakar. He started really well. Once again, though, he was seeing wickets around him fall. He saw that Golding went pretty early. Just 2 balls, 6 and out. That one could have been another one, couldn't it? As it went straight hard through the hands of the fielder. It was Freddie. Freddie who got the chance. Gabriel wasn't able to take the catch. But talking about catching, one man who makes catching look pretty easy is the captain, Arslan Abbas. And not only did he take that simple one, he took a really difficult one right in front of us, made it look easy. Well, Ayush, he had that, and then he had this. Oh, well, you can put the two of those together, really, couldn't you? First of all, he tries a little back flick on the stumps and misses when he could have had a run out. And then that, I'd still love to know exactly what Hazal Hussain was thinking when he decided to see the ball in the hand of the keeper to dart down the other end. Well, we'll never know, I guess. He'll try and explain himself to his teammates, I'm sure.
Maybe the answer is he wasn't thinking at all, but Ben Choi, he certainly had his brain working in overdrive as he smashed 8 sixes and 2 fours on his way to an unbeaten 65, and it was that partnership at the end with Jack Tricker that was worth 81 that really pushed Weybridge up, because when they were finishing the power play 48 for 3, we really feared for them. We thought this could be another little collapse, and Banstead could make easy work of the run chase. As it is, though, it's going to be one of those teasers. 147 is the target. Well, if anyone can do it, Banstead can. They've got some firepower, none more so than Luke Pearson-Taylor. Of course, the captain, Arslan Abbas, he seems to be very happy to defer to the young guns, but maybe he'll want to have a chance to have a bat as well. So it's very tantalisingly poised here, but you've got to say credit to Weybridge, the way they kept fighting, given that 4 of their top 5 departed for scores or 6 of fewer. It's only really Oliver Kaksar in the top 5 that contributed anything. It was a brilliant comeback in the middle order, led by Ben Choi and Jack Tricker, who put on an excellent partnership to boost their side up to a score which we thought at one point might even be 150, 160. But I think at the halfway stage they'd be happy with the 146. Certainly a case of trying out different bowlers here for Banstead, and Oliver Lee, it was a great return for him. Having been hit for a magical over in the shortened previous game, he came back strong with 3 wickets. And otherwise, GGF, well, he's usually a wicket keeper. He bowled 2 overs here, and pretty tight 2 overs from him as well. So at the halfway mark, it's the final game of Group A. It's tantalisingly poised here as Banstead need 147 runs for the victory. It's the final innings of the day as well, so any more random questions, do shoot them in, as Tina Goff here and Rico Full will take you through to the end of play here. It's the ECS England Wimbledon on the European Cricket Network.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, you'll see the bonus point equation coming up on your display just shortly, but while you take a look at that, I'll remind you of some important things that happened on this day in history. In 1975, the birth of a cricketer who survived being shot at point-blank range. That was Andrew Hall, who took a bullet to his left hand as muggers tried to get to him at the ATM 1-9 in 1998. The bullet lodged into his hand without causing serious damage, but Hall recovered sufficiently to win a place in South Africa's one-day side against West Indies in 1999. During the 2003 England tour, he cemented his position as a valuable member of the side, and in November 2004, opening for the first time against India in Kanpur, plodded to 163 of 454 balls. Hall was retired in 2007 after being excluded from the South Africa's World T20 squad. He then joined Northamptonshire and signed up for the Indian Cricket League. Also, on this day in 1953, birth of South African opener Jimmy Cook. A little bit more about him in a moment as we get ready for the start of this one. So, target 147, and let's see how the first one goes. And Ben Choi, well, why not? He's having a great day so far. We'll start. And he gets a dot ball to start off with. Yeah, South African opener Jimmy Cook, who scored a whole shed load of runs for Somerset, forced to wait till he was 39 for his first taste of Test cricket. And he was out to his very first ball, unfortunately. That's in the air, and that's not the first ball, but it's going to be the second ball, as it's the end of Josh Stainer. It's going to be a 2-ball for him. Ben Choi, well, he's on his way, isn't he, to a player of the match performance, as Josh, unfortunately for him, not able to trouble the scorers. He's going to be comfortably and quite easily caught there. Choi does the job and takes the wicket. Yeah, so going back to poor old Jimmy Cook. Loads of runs for Somerset. Waited till he was 39 to make his Test debut. And he was out very first ball from Kapil Dev. The opening delivery of a match against India in Durban in 92-93. Sometimes it's just the way that it goes. And remember, the answer to my question will be coming up pretty soon. And just to remind you of the question again, Australian batter Bill Owen was the first to what against India in 1947-48. I'll reveal that maybe after, say, the fourth over, so I'll give you just a little bit more time. That's not the best of deliveries, but a good bit of fielding. The throw does come in from the fielder, who does a little bit of the old shake, rattle and roll to make the stop. There it is again. So there is a bit of bat on this because there was no decision there from the umpire. And so you got, once again, they are changing the batting order a fair bit. To man who would normally see him bowl, and that's it. Nikhil didn't bowl, allowed others to have a bowl, but he is going to have a bat. And he's got Arush Vaval out there. Now, Arush, remember how well he did to hold his nerve to get them the win in the early match. Oh, there's a big swing and a miss. There is an appeal. Let's have a look at this side on. We might as well have a look. It looks like the foot did stay down. See, keeps the toe down, stays down. And though Jack Tricker does whip the bells off, foot stays down. That's the up and over. Not quite where that was intended, I think, from Nikhil. But he will get 4 runs, and Date gets that one away. Welcome back to everyone. Hello to Jules. And yeah, once again, I know that Tina said this already, but to have a fantastic anniversary tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful day. End of the over. They will get a boundary, but it's not the best of starts. 5 on the board and 1 wicket going down, and that was the wicket there of Josh. And unfortunately goes. Good catch there taken by Giles Cunningham to remove him. Now it's time for the captain himself, Golding. That's a lovely shot. Really good pickup. Lovely shot there from Arush. But unfortunately for him, he does find the fielder. But I like the way he plays this. Controlled, classy shot. It's the perfect cut shot. I like the way that he plays it along the deck. Had to really. If it was uppish, there was a catching opportunity. A little bit of bat, I think, on this. Let's see if that's the same way the umpire sees it. No, the umpire actually gives leg byes for that. I thought that's why the appeal was diffused by the fielding side. People asking me, well, what days is today? Well, it's not the day of the Maximos, though there have been a number of them today. That's a good, clean hit. Solid strike from Waval. And it goes boom, sweet out of the middle. Dekh Kitna vadiya shot मारिया छक्का लग गया. And takes the banner on the way to keep it there. Well, it is J.K. Rowling's birthday today, born 1965. Balle. Ginna zona shaka lagya. Back to back. Well, maybe it's time for this guy to score some runs. Arush Waval is probably thinking, yeah, it's my turn to shine as well. Also, it's Uncommon Instrument Awareness Day. So this is where something that you wouldn't normally associate as being a musical instrument could be just something that's waiting to be discovered. Saying the other day, if you give me a box or a tin of anything, I'm always tapping away and making a tune. And it's the fielding there. He stays inside. And they're just checking this one more time, I think. The umpires will be satisfied with that. He doesn't leave the field until, see there, he jumps up in the air. That's well done. Go back to the live action. That could be a wide. And I think it will be called. See this side on. This is the next delivery that's bowled here by Golding. Bangs it in short. And clearly goes over the head of the batter. Does try and get it away, but he's not able to. Park Ranger Day. I mentioned this very important day. These are the rangers that look after our sort of wildlife reserves and parks. That's a great hit. Great hit. Odate, it's his turn to get his maximum away, and that over from Golding doesn't quite go to plan. It goes magical, in fact. So after a quiet first over, the second one goes for 21 and takes the score and moves the score nicely to 27 for 1. Yeah, so the Rangers that we're talking about here are the sort of unsung heroes who protect and preserve and defend the world's dwindling wilderness and land resources. And we commemorate the Rangers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Park Rangers' duties bring him or her to face with threatening dangers which are inherited from their profession. So a big shout out to all the Rangers around the world. Another nice shot, beautifully played. The slower delivery holds this one back. Does Nuristani. Nuristani's, for me, sort of gone off the boil the last few times we've seen him with bat and with ball. He'd like to come back strong. That's whipped away, but there is a fielder up there. Keeps an eye on it well. The batter's quite happy just to take the single. Yeah, first time I saw him, he was pretty handy with the bat. He made a good contribution. Again, the top of the order, scored some runs. And with the ball, especially with the Yorkers, he was jamming in the slower deliveries, actually. He was also picking up some wickets, but he just hasn't been able to find that form again. And that's nicely played. Really good shot. And they did make a change in the field as well. They did bring the square leg fielder who was on the boundary back inside the circle. That kind of backfires here. I love the whippy shot here. Just watch the way the wrists come into play and whips it away wide and fine off that fielder. In fact, it almost goes all the way. As Nikhil Date, he's certainly enjoying his time out there. Well, both these batters getting a taste of what it's like to be at the top of the order, and they are enjoying themselves. Nuristani is not, as he's whipped away for a second boundary in the over. Oh, that's not a good delivery. It's a Gandhi ball. Let's have a look at the height on this as well. Side on, because it looked high. I think because it's slow, it might be coming down. It's definitely 6. Let's see side on. I'd like to see the side on of this, just how high it was. I wonder if we get a chance to have a look at it. Here it is here. No, it's actually okay. It just dies. He literally just loops it up. Does Ansarullah Nuristani, but it's not a good ball. It's badly directed. It gets sent away for 6. And that's firmly hit. A great bit of fielding. Great defensive fielding this. That ball was crunched. It was sweet out of the middle of the bat, but it took all the might and all the power of the fielder to take the sting out of that. Cracking bit of fielding. That was blasted, wasn't it? And that's nicely done by Giles Cunningham. And oh, well, great fielding. We've just seen 2 lots of brilliant fielding. They'll get a single. You can see, I think, that the batter there, Waval, wanted to take another, but that was beautifully struck. It was, if it went to the boundary, I would have said that's going to be one of the shots of the day, but it ends up being a tremendous bit of fielding. It's the end of the power play, and how about this? 48 for 3 compared to 44 for 1. It's pretty close, isn't it? As Tina joins me back with Tina, it would be good to finish with, you know what?
I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx it, because I was literally just thinking the same thing. I suppose the good news for Banstead is that they have mixed up the order, so they do have the likes of Luke Pearson-Taylor still lurking in the wings alongside Ayush Patel, who's got runs in him as well. At the moment, those 2 aren't needed as the 2 out there. Arush Waval and Nikhil Date doing the business this time again. Just veers slightly down leg side this time from Luke Golding, and Arush just helps it on its way for 4 runs. Yeah,
it's nice. Isn't it good? One thing that I've loved about Group A, Tina, and I think Group B might be very similar, is that normally when we're at a European cricket series, wherever it may be, when you look at a team, you get to know a couple of batters perhaps, 2 or 3, and if they don't click, then you know that that's it. Yeah. It's done and it's dusted. But what we've seen here is, and this is a good example from both these teams, from Weybridge and Banstead, that there's a lot of talented players here. You're not relying, as a team, you're not just relying on 1 or 2. Any player can come up and score you the valuable runs. Oh, that's almost a catch that's taken. In comes the throw. And it will be backed up. It's an excellent effort there from Jack Trigger, but Trigger's like a goalie here who sort of stops this one going into the top corner. There's a goalkeeper's lunge there from the wicketkeeper, but the chance to take the wicket goes begging. Yes, the next delivery here from Golding, and that is hit down the ground. There is a fielder there, but all he can do, Nuristani, is watch this go over him for 6 runs. Ke wai, ke genial, ke grande. 6 carreras más. Beautifully hit. And these 2 are demonstrating that really well. Nikhil Date and Arush Waval. Date, I think, is the first time we've seen him bat. Just going to show that these teams have so much depth and so much talent. And the other thing, of course, is a lot of them are young players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a brilliant opportunity for them to showcase what they can do in this final game, which, knowing the challenges ahead, is the last game where the pressure is more or less off, you'd say, especially for Banstead, really, as they have cemented their status at the top of the standings, but they might lose another wicket here. It's a big steepler, and he takes a tumble, does the fielder, and he loses his footing. I think takes his eye off the ball. It would have been one of those spectacular tumbling catches that we've seen, but on this occasion, the chance goes a-begging, and it's Freddie Faircliffe underneath it. Unlucky, though.
If you look at this, just before he's ready to take it, he slips. His foot gives way, then he tries to recover. He's not able to. That's a glorious-looking shot, and can't be stopped by Nuristani. Now, how about this? Well, Nikhil Date is playing these shots so well. The wrist work comes out. It's like a mini chopper. That's what I'm going to call this. It's like a mini chopper. Nuristani can't stop it. It's 4 more. Let's have a look at this shot. Oh, beautifully played. And Nuristani gets there. He'll be disappointed he wasn't able to stop it. But 4 more runs, and Banstead, they are motoring along here. 62 for 1 after 4.
Just sneaking above that golden line. So I think the tingle is still there, but at the moment these 2 are putting on a tremendous partnership. That was just a sneak peek of what happened in the previous delivery, and well, there's a sneak peek of the Bizaway plane as that one is smashed down the ground. Just as well it doesn't go in the other direction, I think, otherwise air traffic control might have been in trouble. It's a lovely swing of the bat there from Arush Waval.
And Arush, I mean, when you look at him there, Tina, look at him. Does that look like the build of a lad that's going to be mashing the ball for big sixes? The answer is probably no, but he is playing some delightful shots. Look at that. That is a biggie.
It's just pure timing and poise, isn't it? He doesn't try to overhit it. That's what sometimes batters on the network are guilty of. It's just a smooth swing of the bat. We saw some golf being practiced earlier today, didn't we? That was just a delightful golf swing down the ground. Can he repeat the trick?
Slower delivery, and well respected. It's good batting there from Arush. He knows that the team at the moment are probably where they want to be. They've taken that rate down to just under the 14 required per over, so there's no need to just give your wicket away. Both batters are batting very well. Both have a very similar strike rate. Date 33 of 12 and 32 of 11 for Arush.
Arush only a couple of months ago turned 16, born May 2009. So another one off the England production line. We can already start talking about future test sides.
It's just a joy to watch, and I'm sure a lot of people that are tuning in from around the world, and it will certainly be bringing a lot of joy to them to see the youngsters performing so well. Well, there's that little whippy shot again, but this time he finds the safe hands of the fielder. Seb Dunn holds on to the catch, just couldn't quite get the elevation this time, and that sort of semi-chopper shot, and Dunn holds on to the catch. Here it is again, so yeah, just couldn't get the elevation, and no mistakes there from Dunn. So Nikhil Date is done and dusted. He'll go for 33, very healthy 33 of 14 deliveries.
Just goes for one chopper too many and finds the grateful hands of Seb Dunn, but a nice little partnership between these two comes to an end, given that they lost Josh Stainer on just the second ball of the innings. They boosted the score up to 69, put their side firmly in the driver's seat here. Of course, we know Banstead still have firepower to come, and it is the captain who's decided he wants a piece of this action. He comes out at 4.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's a good move. It's guys that haven't had the opportunity to go out there, and Arslan Abbas is amongst those who feel that, okay, it's an opportunity in a match which, doesn't have too much bearing in it for them. They know where they're going to finish. They will be the leaders of this group. It's an opportunity for others just to have a bit of a hit, and that could prove pretty vital when it comes to them coming back for the knockout quarter-final stages. It looked like there's some, actually just noticed out of nowhere, there's some cricket that started to the right here. So I think the juniors, they weren't here during the day, but certainly they've got something going on here in the late afternoon. Or is it last man stand again?
Yeah, I don't think it's juniors. I think it's just adults further away.
They look little. And I think it's last man stand perhaps being played. We saw a bit of this yesterday. And you can see a mixture of gear, shorts being worn, and some white pads and coloured clothing. And we also did see at one point some ingenious scoring being done as well. This is our upcoming events. And of course, currently we're here in England, in Wimbledon. Gibraltar to come, Croatia, Norway, Germany and Romania. I'll go through this quickly because the bowler is ready to get started. It's going to be Giles Cunningham who comes into the attack and, well, doesn't get this out of the middle. It's spinning viciously but will be held. No mistakes. And they do get another wicket. So the two batters that put a very good, strong partnership together. First it was Nikhil Date who would go, and it was Dunn who caught him off the bowling of Oliver Kaksar. And now this time it's Arush. It's time for him to go. 34 of 14 deliveries, and Cunningham gets the wicket. Nice catch held there by Ben Choi, who is having a very good day. At one point it didn't look like it was going to be when things were not going his way, but after a fine half century he now holds on to a catch here as well. And also don't forget he has taken a wicket And, the one over that he bowled right at the beginning.
Charles Cunningham continues his wicket spree as well. Picked up a 4 for earlier in the day, picked up another in the second game, and in the action here with the third. But next ball, GGF in for Banstead. Knocks that one away for a delightful 4 runs. Gets the old reverse out, doesn't quite get the middle of it, but actually that helps it up and over Ben Choi. So the sun comes out here in Wimbledon.
Oh, nicely played. Oh, Shaba. Ginna Sona. अरे वाह कितना आधा देखे ना स्वाद आ गया. What a lovely shot this is from Gabriel Gulman Findlay. Well, we saw him having a bowl earlier, and now he's pulling out all of the Showtime shots. The reverse Malachi all along the deck. Nice and smooth, like the Microlino, meep, all the way to the boundary. And some lovely shots there. And, well, it's almost like the Banstead sort of also can bat, as we often talk about, and don't get too many opportunities of saying, well, we are getting our opportunity and we want to show you what we can do. And Gabriel, he'll start with 3 boundaries on the spin, 3 fours after the wicket went in the very first ball of this over. Oh, crunch. Absolutely crunch. That is mullered. Lovely jubbly. Captain Caveman style. Sweet out of the middle. That's another biggie. And this over looked like it was going to be a good one for Weybridge, with the wicket falling right at the beginning of over number 6. But then after that, it's gone 4, 4, 4, and now 6. And goes for another boundary. Will he get it in the gap? Yes, he will. Only the European cricket banner can stop it going into the other field. 4 more. What an over. What a great bit of striking that is from Gabriel.
Magical over. 22 runs coming off it. GGF takes no time at all getting into his boundary work. Suddenly it's looking very achievable again for Banstead. That run rate below 14. And, well, LPT, he's still to come as well. Ayush Patel, he can score runs. So Banstead, they are not short of batting options here. They're going well.
And they're going well and going far. That is a biggie. That brings 100 up. And, oh, well, she's not too impressed. Well, madam, sorry to tell you, when you're at a cricket ground, put your phone away and keep your eyes on the ball, because otherwise you're going to get wiped out. Well, I think this gives a nasty surprise. Ooh la la la, she says. And yeah, the sun comes out at the perfect time. Beautiful bit of late afternoon or early evening, whichever way you want to put it. 7:20 local time. That's played away quite beautifully. It's the old uppercut. I'm loving this at the moment. So Aslan Abbas, the captain, he says, no, I'm not going to be undone by some of the youngsters. That's beautifully played. Captain Abbas must be pretty happy with the way things have gone here for Banstead. And remember that, technically speaking, finishing top of the standings means that they should have the easier, if there is such a thing when it comes to an eliminator, quarter-final. That means that they, finishing first, will play whoever finishes 4th in Group B. So that's the way it will go. And then, of course, the second and thirds will play each other. And this is Oliver, who comes back. Also had a good match. Wild swing this time from the captain. And Abbas, well, finally, it's a couple of dot balls, and it's been a while since we've had a few dot balls. The ball before this one was the wild swing. But I suppose the last dot we had was the start of Cunningham's over. That was the wicket. Just happy to get back onto ball this time. I think Arston doesn't want to swing and miss at another one. He knows that's not really going to help his team, and he doesn't want that rate to. They've done well bringing that rate down. Brought it down to under 12 now. A couple of swings and misses or dots will mean that it goes back up again. So he just takes the single and says to Gabriel, all right, youngster, show me the way it's done. And that's a white ball here. Well, for a moment I thought it went over the stumps. That is probably what I think Oliver is thinking. Let's see this one more time. It's an interesting one, this, for me. Let's see, does this go over the stumps here?
It doesn't, but
it doesn't.
I think you can feel hard done by because he's going into the scoop, so he almost reverses his stance, and everyone would have said, what a great shot if he got hold of it. He does go this time, and the reason he gets it is because Oliver has to bowl it a bit straighter, and it's right into that slot, and GGF says thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, the sun is out, and it does go all the way for 6, so a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. That's played away beautifully. You can see the fielder there saying, all right, umps, that's 6 runs. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. And that's what he does. Seis us. And Punstad, 32 required of just 19 deliveries. And the way these two are hitting the ball, especially Gabriel, it looks like they might do this pretty quickly. Wants to play the Hollywood shot there this time. Starts to come forward. Oh, the bowler doesn't like it, does he? Oliver Kirksar wants to go up to him and just remind him where he should be. He should be in that crease. What are you doing coming out to me trying to play that kind of shot? Munster, though, are looking pretty good here at the moment. 115 for 3. Remember, they've still got 18 balls to go to get the 32, and still some big players that haven't come out there yet. And this is what's happening tomorrow. It will be the start of Group B. 5 matches again in the day. I'll be here. Tina will be here. Well, asking the question, where's this hitting? I think it might be impact outside the off. It's that reverse Malachi this time around. Doesn't go right for the captain. Let's have a look here where the line of this ball is. So, yeah, impact is outside the off. Gets a leg by, though. That's going to be gone. Adios, Balota. And, well, not only you have to go fetch it, he was trying to find it, but the sun was right in his eye as well. And that's the difficulty this time of day when that sun starts to go down. It's right in your eyes when you're on the leg side. But, well, that was the one before. That was where it was going outside the off. And this was the one after. Lovely shot, put away. He liked that, didn't he? Gabriel. What next here for Choi? Choi needs to bring some joy. That's what he needs to do for Weybridge. And that should at least go to the fielder. He's probably thankful that this time it doesn't go too far up in the sky, because that would have been difficult to find in the sunshine.
Yeah, the sun is shining down on Gabriel at the moment. Angelic innings from him. 34 off just 8 deliveries. On that occasion, it's a swing and a miss from the skipper, Arslan Abbas.
He's going to get a little bit lucky here. Once again, not the best of deliveries. It was down the leg side, but takes the top of the bat. And the captain gets another boundary to his name. He moves on to 18. Just says to the umpire, how many to come? Glorious sunshine now, folks. You wouldn't believe that it's been a day where we've been pretty frustrated by the weather. And the weather has played its part in the day, but we have managed to get some results in today, and that's credit to everybody involved here, particularly the groundsman. Big shout out to Mark and Anthony, who've been absolutely superb, and the match officials and the ECN crew, along with all the players as well, that have played their part in getting the covers on and off. End of the over, 128 for 3. So the answer to my question, for those of you that have been scratching your head, and of course I asked you the question, Australian batter Bill Owen was the first to what against India in 47-48, and the answer is that Bill Brown, it's the day he was born, was 1912. Top of his test achievement was an innings of 206, carrying his bat at Lords in 1938. but he was controversially run out while backing up in the original instance of man-cutting against India in 1947-48. So there you go. If you got it right, well done. It was the very first instance of man-cad back in 1947-1948 in India. And it was Bill Brown who was born on this day on 1912. Well done if you got it right, just for fun. Of course, man-cad, not man-cad anymore. Run out, right? Just run out.
Yeah.
Shot. That's gone all the way. And this time, that lady that sat on the bench is looking. Kind of looks and then goes back to her phone. Yeah, always. Eddie, that's the tip. When you're at a cricket ground, always keep your eye on the ball. And I learnt that at a very early age when I used to go to nets. I know people always used to say when you were at nets, and we used to have about 6 nets going at the same time. Oh, God. Well, he wants to get funky, but Seb Dunn is going to do him instead. Done by done. That's the end of a very exciting and a very, very good, entertaining innings from Gabriel Gulman Fridley. He's going to go. And that's the way to deal with batters that want to get funky with you, I suppose, Tina. Get it full and straight.
Yeah, I think Gabriel listens to the devil on his shoulder on that occasion. Goes for the big switcheroo. It was premeditated, and as soon as you get a Yorker fired in, then you know you're going to be in trouble. That's exactly what happens here. And I think maybe just even a bit of a bat on the way through as well. But you'd say Gabriel, his job is done. 51 off 11. And he's undone by Dunn, who clean bowls him as LPT comes in now. Surely he wants to finish this off and finish it off quickly. 12 needed. There's 6 of them.
He's just an awesome hitter of the ball, isn't he? Sees it early, plays it away, gets 6 runs. And yeah, I think they're looking to finish this off. As I say, good teams will challenge themselves to do it with several balls remaining, normally an over to go. A nice bit of fielding by the man who's also fielded. Well, you don't often expect to be fielding from both sides. Well, just takes the single here. That was an interesting one. Just pushes the single and says to his captain, "There you go, Skip. You want to have a knock. You want to get some practice in. So I'll just play the single. And go do your thing." And you can see a little a back roll between the legs there from Seb Dunn to try and get a cheeky run out.
He gives the skipper the chance to finish it off here.
And that's a really nice shot. Beautifully played away. That'll be 4 runs. It will tie the scores. 146 to 146. And couldn't quite get the maximum. That would have won it. It also means that he won't be on strike. And so he can't take a single to give the skipper the strike this time. So he's going to have to finish it off himself, Luke Pearson-Taylor. He will say to the skipper, "I gave you the chance." Quick look at the bowling figures there. I think Ben Choi, he's had a good match, hasn't he? It's half century and 1 for 17. But the bowlers just, once again, maybe a little bit short and weren't able to get the ball in the right areas to the aggressive stroke play from some of the batters. Nikhil Dati and Arush started it off, but that innings from Gabriel was a joy to watch. It really was. Slow delivery, and he's going to give his wicket away here. Well, how about that? It's a slow full toss, and this is Luke Pearson-Taylor not really knowing what he wants to do with this. I mean, normally he would be belting that for a big 6, but I don't really know what he was trying to do. Maybe just trying to get too funky for his own good. And with the scores tied, he's going to give his wicket away. So that's going to be the end of him. So he just trots off and somebody else will get the opportunity to hit the winning runs.
Well, he knocked a ball into a gap for a single in the previous over. That's pretty much all he had to do here. He tries to get a bit delicate with it. And he actually gets a decent enough contact on it, just maybe has a bit of a brain fade in not realising there was a fielder in Luke Golding standing right there. And he does take the grab. It's not going to make too much difference, you'd imagine, to the scoreline, but Ansarullah Noristani picks up a wicket. Arjun Gill, can he finish it off now?
Yeah, same fielder again. The captain Golding makes the stop, so makes them wait a little bit longer. Starney will be happy that at least he's managed to pick up a wicket here. I said earlier that he's probably not had the day that he would have liked with the bat or with the ball. In again to Gill. Any run will do it. And that will be it, because that, I'm sure, is a no ball. As soon as the no ball is called, well, I don't see the no ball being called, but I think if we have a look at this again, it was definitely too high. But either way, well, there's the no ball call now as well. So this is an interesting one, isn't it? Does he get... There you go. This will put a test to a lot of people. Will he get the runs as well, or will the no ball end it and it just be one no ball and game done? There you go, folks. Get your thinking caps on. But is that going to be 5, or is it just going to be as soon as the no ball is bowled, 1 run on the board and game done and dusted? Have a think about it. And we'll soon find out, because when you have a look at the scorecard later, you'll see. But handshakes all around. It's been a fantastic day for Banstead. They've won all the matches that they've played today. They will also finish comfortably at the top of Group A. And Weybridge, they will survive, won't they? Though not all the results went the way that it would have liked, but they will finish in that 4th spot in the end, behind Spencer. They will pick up a point there, of course, but I think Spencer, their net run rate is more favourable than that of Weybridge. And as we said earlier, we say goodbye to Twickenham, who they played some good cricket, but you probably have to say, Tina, when you think of all the matches that Twickenham played, they probably were the unluckiest of all the teams. A lot of things just didn't go their way. I mean, this morning was a classic example, wasn't it, against Banstead, where if, nobody drops catches on purpose, but if they held on to the catches and if they had a little bit of luck that went their way, things could have been very much different for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Carlos Nunes, the captain of Twickenham, can consider himself unlucky that he doesn't find himself in quarter-finals day. I think his fate was sealed when he got stuck in the traffic this morning. Well, that's one way to beat the traffic, as that plane is getting bizarwayed away to Singapore by the looks of it. While that one didn't quite make its way to Singapore, it did find the grateful hands of the fielder, as it was an early wicket to fall. Josh Stainer going second delivery. Giles Cunningham taking the catch, and Ben Choi picking up a wicket to add to his 65 not out. But then it was Nikhil Date and Arish Wavar, a new partnership at the crease, and that was one that was worth 69 in the end. Almost did half the work there for the side, as they were plundering sixes and running well, and really didn't give too many opportunities to Weybridge. And even when then their wickets fell, there was so many batters coming in for Banstead, and Banstead going into quarterfinals week next week. Well, they're certainly not a team that anyone would relish coming up against, especially knowing they're going to go through as the top seed. So look out Group B, and whoever finishes in 4th place will have to come up against this fearsome batting lineup. But this one went high up in the air, and it went back down, and it was shelled. It's a difficult opportunity on this late day. That was a bit of helicopter flair from Nikhil Dad, but on that occasion it was one helicopter too many, as he was caught by Seb Dunn. Arish Wavar, he went in quick succession as well. Ben Choi adding to his collection of contributions in this game. Hazlan Abbas, the captain, hasn't had too many opportunities actually to bat. I think he's been quite selfless in his captaincy, but he thought now with the sun shining is as good a time as any. He was joined in the middle by GGS and Gabriel Gorman-Finley. He was mighty impressive, 41 off just 11. Again, showing that the teenagers are doing it here across all of Group A. Yeah, it's you know what, when you see some of the talents that we've seen today, particularly from the youngsters, and also on a day which hasn't been easy to play, especially for the bowlers. They've done superbly well. It's been absolutely wonderful. It's been a joy, really. And no wonder the sun is shining, because the sun is shining on a great day of cricket. I know it's been frustrating, and it's always hard for everyone when there is that rain around. Remember, we had to go and use the DLS system to sort out match number 17, the second of the day. And match number 18 was a 5-over-a-side affair, which Banstead won against Spencer. But at least we were then able to get the full quota of the 10 overs presided in the last couple of matches. And good performances there
from Barnstead. They had a really good day, good performances from the youngsters. But also I want to say a big, massive shout out to the youngsters there of Weybridge as well, especially in that game. Well done to Ben Choi, fantastic performance from him, and also from the likes of Oliver Kaksar as well, not just with the bat but with the ball. So I think today, certainly for me, Tina, was a day where the youngsters here in England, and particularly here in Wimbledon, showed just how much talent and class they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben Choi, he got the player of the match in that final game. So a nice little milestone for him, and it's been a brilliant day for him all round, actually. He got hit in the face earlier today, didn't let that stop him with bat or ball. In the end, though, it was Banstead who were unstoppable as they launched themselves into quarterfinals day, and they take the top spot as well, winning this game by 5 wickets. And, well, we've had a relatively big run chase. It's not been too many of those in the series so far, but Group A has been an absolute spectacle, hasn't it, from start to finish?
It's been great. We've seen some really good cricket. One thing we always expect to see here is that the standard and the level in all of the disciplines of the game just being slightly higher.
Yeah.
I think we've definitely seen that in the field. You know, even on a day like today when the weather was always going to play a part, the ball was always going to be a bit wet. We saw some outstanding ground fielding, some great catching as well. The batting has been really good. On the bowling front, I think we're going to see better. And that's what my next question to you would be. I mean, we've seen Group A. The Group A for me, I think, was probably more dominated perhaps by the batters. I think the batting was very good in this group. Maybe Group B is going to be more about the bowlers. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Group A has strong teams in it and strong batters. Group B, there's a few different teams in there, maybe not such established clubs from around the London area, and that gives the opportunity for bowlers to maybe get their revenge. You have to say the conditions play a role as well. The AstroTurf remains an AstroTurf, whether it's 25 degrees or pouring with rain. The poor bowlers, the run-ups aren't the prettiest when it has been raining, but they've slaved away. They've had balls to the face. They've taken tumbles, but it's really been a sign of the athleticism of all of these players as well. The fielding has been exceptional. We've seen stops. We've seen kind of defying the laws of gravity, and it's been excellent so far, and I can't wait to see what Group B holds. Maybe we can take a look once more at the fixtures. Of course, it's a bit of a strange setup. We have a sneak peek at Group B tomorrow, and then we have the rest Saturday, Sunday, and then we come back for the remaining 3 days of Group B action, Monday through to Wednesday, before we go to quarterfinals on Thursday. But looking like interesting games from Group B tomorrow. Yeah,
definitely. Of course, we know a fair bit about Wimbledon. It'd be keen to see if some of those familiar faces will be playing in the squads there. We also know about Pinnacle Pro. They're a team that play there at Hornchurch. So there's going to be players there we know very well, but also looking forward to see what the likes of London County Cricket and also Guildford have to offer. But I do believe it's going to be a really good day, because I think you make a good point. Remember, Saturday, Sunday here, no cricket. That's when Jib 13 starts. So I think teams will be very keen to have a good day tomorrow. And then they know they've got a couple of days of rest. So have a good day tomorrow. Say you get your 2 wins, and teams that are playing 3 matches tomorrow, if they can win and pick up those important points, well, then they come back nice and fresh there on Monday, and will feel that they've done enough already on a day one, perhaps, to go through to the quarterfinals. So really looking forward to an exciting day. I think it's that time now to start to reflect and say our thank yous to everybody here at the ground. We've said that our hosts here at Rains Park have been absolutely fantastic. We can't thank them enough for looking after us. Their hospitality has been absolutely fantastic. But today, I think, is a day where we have to give big thanks to the likes of the ground staff here. I think Mark and Anthony have been absolutely fantastic. They've been well tested and they've come up with flying colours. The umpires have been absolutely superb as well, Ian Rummage, and also the ECN crew. Everybody's come together with the support of all the players as well and made sure that the cricket does happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest, Rico, we saw the chat this morning and we saw the forecast and we thought, uh-oh, here we go. And in the end, to get 5 games in, 5 results, yes, with a few overs going here and there, we'll call that a result. We'll take
Big
that
time.
and we'll run. The sun's shining now. Looks better for tomorrow as well. Forecast. Everyone send up a prayer to the cricket gods that we're going to have another 5 spectacular games to bring you.
Yeah, big time. And of course, I want to say a big thank you before we go to all our viewers around the world, especially to everybody that's been watching there on YouTube as well and in fan code. And to all of you chatters, I think the chat today has been absolutely fantastic, and thank you for your understanding and also for your support, because sometimes we know it can get a little bit frustrating when the weather plays its part, but you have all been absolutely magnificent. But remember, we do it all again tomorrow. 5 matches will be coming up, and I know that you're all looking forward to seeing some of the highlights, because I think we've had a spectacular day with lots of great action. So going to leave you with the highlights, but remember, we'll be back tomorrow, and don't forget to wear your Peacock Friday outfit as well. Peacock Friday tomorrow. So be good, be calm, be safe, be happy. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
See you tomorrow.
My body back and forth. My body back and forth. My body back and forth. My body. My body back and forth. My body back and forth. My body back and forth. My body. My body back and forth. Move my body.